Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
American Race Cars, we design and build the most competitive dragsters on the planet. Founded in 2005, American has quickly become one of the premier chassis builders in sportsman racing. Travis Colangelo and the American team focus on quality, precision, and driver safety. And remember, exceptional customer service comes with every car sold. Round wins, race wins, and championships start here. Join the American family today. For more information, visit AmericanRaceCars.net or see us at the track.
Big one. This is the one we've been waiting for. Thank you guys for once again supporting the Flings.
And as our great friend Kyle Seipel would say as he looks down upon us, let's roll.
All right, my name is Peter Biondo from the Spring Fling Bracket Races, and I'm joined today by the multi-time NHRA World Champion, Dan Fletcher. Dan, what's going on?
What's up, Pedro? How are you?
Doing well, buddy. Doing well, getting ready for the events. And you just came off a big foot brake win. Well, you won't call it a big win, but you I heard you had numbers that were top bulb like. So pretty good start to the year for you.
Yeah, could be worse. It's nice to win something. I don't seem to win as much as I used to anymore. It's gotten a lot harder. We all know that, but no, it's fun. Galat's only 33 miles from the house. Greatest little track in the world. Looking forward to being able to race there more this year and running the Fling there in another few weeks. I won't be making Vegas, but I wasn't invited, so I'm not going.
Well, I beg to differ. I heard there's an open spot in the Domino trailer.
Well, yeah, that's kind of right outside. I guess I could go, but yeah, I need to, as Brad Plower would say when he left Gainesville, I need to make a good adult decision here. So that's what I'm trying to do.
All right. Well, listen, you're an adult. Well, I still think you should pack it in, put your big boy pants on, and strap it down in the trailer, and let's do it.
In my weaker moments, I considered it. Believe me. I mean, it's a pretty good opportunity, and obviously it's a great race, and I'd like to go. But the 2-week commitment with driving out there and back, and just they got a lot of stuff going on here. Have 2 dogs and a cat to watch, so I'm home on a puppy patrol.
All right. Well, there's going to be a lot of racers that aren't going to be disappointed that you're not there. Um, tell us the story. I'm always intrigued, and I think our audience would be intrigued. Tell us the story about, call a spade, how you were miserable working your 9 to 5 at Xerox, and you took a huge risk with a family, and I believe you had young kids at the time, and decided to roll the dice without any designated income unless you want to race. Tell us that story. And what was that, 93?
I actually walked out of Xerox for the last time in 97, but I basically was there part-time, whether they knew it or not, from probably about 94 on. Yeah, just, typical guy that didn't like his 9 to 5, just, clearing paper jams and writing reports about paper tray handling and dog ears on corners of papers just really wasn't my thing. It didn't, back then it was what, God, it's almost 30 years ago. I made a decent living there as an engineering technician, and, it was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It wasn't terrible, but, I had aspirations to be a racer guy. And back in the day, you could make $20,000 in a national event, or damn near 20 grand. And it looked like a very winnable bottom ball bracket race. And that was kind of what I was good at. If, I was good at anything, was, trans brake bottom ball. Seemed like a doable deal. Back in the day, you would turn your nose up at IHRA races that paid like 10 grand. NHRA was the better part of 20, but there was a lot of opportunity. And you could, again, back in the day, you could count on winning class at a couple races, and you could, make the better part of a grand. Tim Warner used to make 1,500 winning class. And class actually meant something back in the day. So I looked at it and laid out a business plan, and it felt like if I went to, 6, 8, 10 of those NHRA races a year, that, I got to be able to win 1 or 2. And if I went to, 3 or 4 IHRA races, if I could win 1 of them, some round money, so a couple class wins, a divisional win, I could put together, my God, if I can't gross 60 grand and not spend that much and be as ahead as I am at Xerox, I just thought it would work. I really did. And I felt like I was killing every day of my life walking into Xerox. You're only going to be alive so long. Like I just saw on the Google Snaps today that everyone's good friend and announcer guy, Bob Unkefer, and he's not doing good. And it doesn't look like he's going to probably make it through. And it's super sad, dude. Tim Warner passed away back in December. You aren't going to be alive forever. So you gotta kind of do what makes you happy. And I'm not saying that working on race cars like I do these days makes you too happy, but it's still better than Xerox, that's for sure.
So you had kids at the time.
Yeah, I had Thomas, and Tim was born in 95. So yeah, but it's not, well, the way, it's a different world now. Guys get maternity leave all the time, right? But back in the day, when Taylor was born, and Tim was born in 92. I don't believe I just said that. Taylor was born in 95. So Taylor's born in December of 95. Right about that time is when they came out with a deal called the Family and Medical Leave Act, FMLA or whatever. And basically I took it as 13 weeks of unpaid leave, maternity leave for a guy. So Taylor's born in December, she's born, whatever, go back to work. Well, I walked into my boss and say, I don't know, May-ish, whatever, probably before the Western Swing, walked into my boss and said, hi, boss, I'm going to do this Family Medical Leave Act. I'm out of here for 13 weeks. So he wasn't too happy, but it was, I wasn't getting paid for it. I think you might even get paid at this point, but it was unpaid leave, and it was my dry run to go out there and see if I could make this work. We went on the Western Swing. I think we did, as I recall it, but I know that I won Brainerd and I won an IHRA national event at Scribner. So between those two, I grossed about 30, probably hit a points meter. So, and it was like, after I came back after a few months, dude, I can do this. This can work, So I went back to work after that point. I tried to make an adult decision. I went back to work, worked through the winter, worked through the fall and the winter, whatever 13 weeks ended up, went back to work, worked at Xerox all that spring, started out the year out west, and I won. Now at this point, I'm flying back and forth or, however I did it, but I won, I think, like Phoenix and Gainesville to start the year. And I wasn't planning on walking out of Xerox for good until like June. And after Gainesville, I just called up and said, I'm out. Thanks for coming. I won't be back. So that's how it went.
And as a racer, I know you can drive good under pressure. I mean, you and I have been rivals turned into good friends now, but back in the day, sometimes we wouldn't even look at each other in the staging lanes. We were pretty intense competitors.
Mhm.
And I always thought you had a great knack for racing under pressure, but man, what was it like? How does that change your approach to a round? I'm sure there's sleepless nights going up to it, but you start the year, let's say, in a slump, and you got to put food on the table. Did it help you or hurt you performance in a race car?
I got to tell you the truth, it really had like no impact. I mean, it honest to God, had no impact. And when I walked out of Xerox, there was no catching that. I had no sponsors, zero. I had an orange Camaro. I had nothing. I had my dad's 77 Dodge van and a beat up old. Oh, hi, mommy. Hi. I had a beat up old enclosed trailer. I had my dad's Dodge van. The beat up enclosed trailer was actually one with barn doors and ramps. I mean, that's how old it was. So in an orange Camaro, dude, I had no sponsor dollars. So I had to make it all happen on the track, Fortunately, Valvoline stepped up not long after I walked out of Xerox as my first primary sponsor, and that helped out. At the time, I thought that was the greatest thing in the world. I got like $1,000 a race or something, for a national event deal, up to 15 races. I mean, obviously that wouldn't hardly get a man to Vegas and back at this point. But like Bertozzi, Anthony said, that I can't believe you can even stage a car. I mean, you got to win to feed your kids. Dude, the minute I would, and I'm not BSing when I say this, when I would start the car, I mean, sure, my nuts were in a vice all week or something. I mean, if I knew I was close to, but at the time you didn't need to make that much. Life was simpler. The mortgage was small, no car payments, I mean, the overhead was down. Things didn't cost what they cost now. You didn't have to make that much, But when I fired a car to go in the water, there's nothing else other than what's ahead of me. And it never really affected me. Sure, when I would leave after I lost, and now I'm like, I didn't win and I don't know how I'm going to pay the rent this month. Yeah, then the drive home was pretty rugged, But I had raced that whole way when I was a kid, when I was 18, 19, 20. I didn't have the money to go do it. I had to win. If I didn't win, I couldn't afford to go do it. It's the way it's always been. So that's not really ever changed. And unfortunately, well, I guess things have changed now. Now when the win light comes on in the final, it's about just satisfaction that I won. But 15 years ago, it was, okay, there's another month's worth of money. That's what the win light in the final meant. But now it's, with sponsor dollars, I mean, it's gone inverse. I used to have no sponsors and have to win a bunch. And now it's, I'm blessed to have MicroStrategies and ATI and VP and Denzo and Mickey Thompson. If I didn't have them, I couldn't do it now, because you can't win enough. I can't win physically enough races, and you can't make enough money. So if it wasn't for sponsors, forget it. So here's my deal.
Yeah, and I've watched it play out over the decades. So now I'm 51 years old. You're a few years older. What are you, 56, 5?
Yeah, I like your thinking. You're close.
Okay, I'm close. Mid 50s.
Yeah.
I mean, so I can't help but ask, because this is starting to, I've never thought like this before, but now I get to a race, you see a lot of young guys. I used to hear my father talking about this and think he was crazy, but you start to wonder when you're not going to be able to compete at the level that you and I hold ourselves to a high standard. I mean, you see people in all kinds of sports. You see Tom Brady, who's coming back at it again. Like where do you see it ending, and like how?
Yeah. Well, let's face it, careers never really end well, right? I mean, you generally, you know, you got to hit a Rusty Wallace wall, right? Where you're incompetent before you finally recognize it's time to hang it up. I'd like to think I'm going to be smart enough to realize, or be a realist enough to realize, I think that I'm still very, very good at what I do. But I will say that I make some mistakes that I don't think I should make, that I might not have made before. My friend again, Tim Warner, used to say that as you get older, it's harder to concentrate. You're up there, you're up there staging, and not that your mind wanders per se, but you're noticing that golf cart on the return road that's driving by. You've got to have a level of focus where you aren't seeing any of that. And I don't want to be that guy, with a friggin' little peephole, in my shield or something. Who was the guy from back in the day, Rard and Bob, with the paper towel tube? Your dad used, your father was telling that story.
Yeah.
I don't want to think that my focus is so bad that I need that kind of crutch, but
Yeah, if I start seeing you with a toilet paper hole, paper towel hole, I'm gonna flag you down and say I think it might be time to hang it up, Dan. I think
you're right. There's a lot
it.
of young kids out there, a lot of talented young guys. It's hard for me to believe. Like, there's some kid there the other day talking to me, whatever, and I find out from Timothy that he's like 23 or 4 years old. I'm thinking, my God, I'm over 30 years older than this guy, and I just like the old guy, like the old timers always used to tell us, right? You still think that you're 20, but then your back and your legs tell you aren't. But when you're out there racing, you still think that you're just as young as them. But when I went to a bracket race with the guys at Pittsburgh a couple of years ago, the one guy said, "Oh, you brought Pops with you." What the F? I'm Pops now? I'm the old guy? Yeah, that's what happens. I'm the old guy now. And I'm not really down with that, but that's just the way it is, right?
Yeah, it happens fast, and I agree with you 100%. You tell yourself one thing, but your body tells yourself another.
Yeah.
So give us one thing. Let's say you're transitioning out of racing, and you have your son, Timothy, let's say, and you have taken him under your wing, and you have one piece of advice to give him. Just one. What would it be?
Just one. Just one's hard, but just discipline. Just discipline. That's it. All facets of life, discipline.
That's a good way of putting it, because you can relate discipline to all facets of racing and of life. So where do you see you have any? I mean, how many world championships have you won? And you won 102 national events, right?
Yeah, I've 105, tied Manzo last year at Charlotte.
That's, by the way, that's a huge deal right there. 105 NHRA national events.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
Yeah. But it's not near as easy to win them now as it was. I've won 3 championships, but I haven't raced for points in, really in like over 10 years, probably. I mean, the divisional events aren't that lucrative, although divisional events used to pay like $3,500, $4,000, and nationals paid like 20. And now divisional events still pay like $3,500 to $4,000, and the national event's like 9. So divisional event is really a lot more appealing than it used to be, right? So I might have to start going to a few more of those, especially I'm only a half hour from Galat. I'm only 2 hours from Rockingham, 2 hours from VMP. I can probably hit a few more where it might make sense. It didn't used to make sense to go spend the same amount of money, the same assets, that's one problem is bracket race. Yes, I want to go out this weekend, but I made 20 runs on my equipment. Like Stennett would say, to double honor, you got to hate your equipment, right? I made 20 runs. Kyle's dad used to budget, right? Exactly how many dollars per run it would be. And it used to be like $20 a run. I can't imagine what it is now. I lost money. I won. I lost.
Well, and for the audience that doesn't know Dan as well as I do, Dan's he's very articulate. He's very, he looks at all of the angles when he makes a decision on what to race, what class to race, what combination to build. With all of that said, he chooses a 4,000-pound station wagon to run into these spring flings, which I still shake my head, and I have shaken my head for a while about it until I raced with you down in Montgomery at Brits Race, and I saw how that thing printed tickets. But it's pretty ironic that you have a dragster, you have a lot of good cars, and you pick a 4,000-pound station wagon. Can you tell us why?
It's a super fun car to drive. I mean, really fun. It's got personality, right? I mean, I think wagons are cool. I like wagons. And it's an easy car to drive. It's just a super easy car to drive. And I'm not like bragging or anything, but I'll put that car up against anyone's car, dude. I mean, it really runs good. And it stops like a son of a bitch. I mean, I know where my spot is, and it's just a really good car, and it's super fun. And unlike a dragster that's just a giant pain in the butt to load and unload, and if it's raining, you get caught in the rain, the trailer's gonna be jacked a mile in the air, get the nose off of it. Just the wagon, it's very comfortable. And if it was comfortable and not good, that would be one thing, but it's pretty good. I mean, I know that everyone probably chuckles. They all got real race cars that are $80,000 cars, and I got this old street car, but I'm not afraid to go try with it,
No, I think it's great. Dan Fletcher, gas or alcohol?
I'm different than a lot, right? I'm gas. My kids always wanted alcohol, and I'm just not down with the whole alcohol deal and the problem stuff that comes with it. And I think a good gas setup is, I might move just a little where alcohol's maybe not gonna, I guess. But again, like Pete Dagnall is a super great racer, hard worker, pretty smart, works hard on his stuff to make it better. And he runs on alcohol, and he's been with us with the Nova and the wagon. And, I think he'd tell you that it's, pretty damn good. So I'm a gas guy. I don't have, when you bring two cars and you go for these long races, I don't have enough room for that much alcohol.
Well, let's close it out with, do you have one story from the races? What's your most embarrassing story at the racetrack?
Dude, I can't pick one. I got lots of embarrassing stories. Okay, you could pick where, I fell off the top of my motorhome, where I ran my scooter into a fence, where I ran my scooter into the guardrail at the end of the track, where there's a million. But probably one of my most embarrassing on-track races is I'm at Gainesville, and I'm running Bo Kinney, who is Cambria's friend that I sold one of my old race cars to. So just that's kind of funny, right? Poor Paul Cambria, an attorney, got some money, whatever, good guy, wanted to get into racing. I sold him my LT1 Firebird. Well, I've probably cost that guy $5 million with all the race. He's got two copos and just all, I mean, the amount of money that, when then he drug his buddy Bo Kenny into it, and he had all kinds. So I'm running Bo Kenny. Bo was a great guy, probably not the best racer in the world. And he was having problems with his GT car at Gainesville, and someone to transmission or whatever. I got to, I think it was probably the 1,000 foot. I can't believe I do it earlier than that, but I got to the 1,000 foot, and he's like, 18 bus lengths behind me. He had a problem with the transmission again, and I threw the freaking car in neutral, like I would in a time run where I'm shutting it off at 1,000. And here he comes, and I'm in neutral, and I can't. I had to have almost thrown in neutral at the 8th mile. I mean, but the bottom line is I watched him drive by me first round at Gainesville, and I lived at home in New York, right? So you're 20 hours from home, and I watched him drive by me and turn a wind light on, and then be broke and not be able to go up for the next round because I threw the friggin' car in neutral. Just complete brain cramp.
Yeah.
That might be one of my most embarrassing on-track efforts.
What's crazy about that story is not only do I remember it, but I'm pretty sure I was happy that it happened because I had a buy run next round. I'm pretty sure if we look into the archives, I ran Bill Kenny that next round.
Yeah, I don't recall that, but that would make it just all the gooder. Sure.
Well, Dan, we appreciate you coming on. Wish you the best of luck in 2022.
Good morning, and did you miss me? That was quite an interview with Fletcher. I tell you what, some of the stories in these pits are just amazing. Okay, today is the American Race Cars 30K eliminations. They'll be running just like they did on Wednesday, I think it was. On Thursday for the Fuel Tech 30K, except that the round money is increased. It was $200 on Thursday, and it'll be $250 today. So that's just another example of Pete and his group giving back to the racers. Okay, shout out. I'm going to start with the beginning. Okay. They're calling people to the lanes right now. Okay, shout out to Matt Shell and Bill Webb. Bill Webb was the victor in the American and Race Tech 32 car shootout, but they both won a dragster, and so they were both winners. It's just that Bill got the first pick. He's a door car guy, so I'm not really sure why, whatever. Anyway, shout out to Josh Ludke for the Wednesday victory in the APD 15K eliminations. His victory over Wes May. Okay, that was quite a thing, huh? Let's see, what do we got here? Oh, we had a shootout, 32 car shootout, and Gerald Engel took a victory over Cameron Atkins in that one. We saw Gerald not too long ago, didn't we? Right before Yellow Bullet. I'm not really sure. I think it was a Westman. Anyway, they all run together. Okay, then shout out on the Fuel Tech 30K Thursday. Pete Diagnolo took the victory over Eric Paterka. Okay, Friday, last night, Kyle Coltrera took the victory over Nick Hastings. Tight racing. This whole week has been tight racing, but that was on the ATI 100K eliminations, and of course he and Kyle and Nick both had intended to dedicate the race to Sean Sarah, and so that was quite a good winner circle there. Okay, today we are doing the American Race Cars 30K. As I said, they'll be paying $250 in the round money. So yeah, these guys, it's good to wrap this week up. The weather's been fantastic, and I'm gonna hush and let you watch this track.
Hey, Joanne, if you want to bring up our slider, we're putting cars under the arch.
Copy, thank you. Okay, I can bring them up and have a great day of racing. Make sure you get whatever you're going to get because it's going to be good.
All right, we got Group A round 1 door cars are rolling under the tower. Group A dragsters, bring them up. Stage lanes 1 and 2. All of Group A has now been called. Guys and gals, I'm still having a little bit of issues with the tech service. I'm working on it. So please, please, please stay tuned in to 88.3. Because at this point, I can't guarantee you the texts are going to come through until I get word otherwise. So all of Group A has been called. We're getting ready to kick things off on American Race Cars $30,000 Saturday.
All right, once again, racers, Group A door cars, you have been called into the staging lanes. Group A dragsters, we've called you into the staging lanes for round number 1 of an American Race Cars $30,000 to win Saturday. We are just moments away. We've already got cars under the tower getting ready to go for round number 1. So again, racers, as was mentioned, trying to make sure that we get everything squared away with that text service, but please, please, please make sure that you've got your radios tuned to 88.3 FM. That is 88.3 FM. We want to make sure that you hear the lane calls no matter where you may be. Again, on your golf cart, in your trailer, wherever it is, the FM channel here is 88.3 FM. And with our first pair of cars already up here under the arch, we've got just a couple of minutes, maybe less. We'll be firing up cars to race for $30,000 here on an American Race Cars. Final day of the fling. It is the Jeg Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. All right, racers and race fans, we gather one last time. It is an American Race Cars $30,000 to win Saturday here at the JEGS Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. We know as we get together today that as racers start to drop out of competition, they are going to start making their way home. And before you do that, once again, racers, we do want to say thank you. Thank you to each and every one of the drivers, to each and every one of the crew members, to each and every one of the family members and the friends that have rolled through our gates here this week to participate in our Summer Fling. You are truly members of our Fling family, and we appreciate having each and every one of you here. Racers, on behalf of everyone at National Trail Raceway, on behalf of everyone at the Fling, we certainly hope that your experience here with us has been a good one. We work very, very hard to try and make sure that your choice to come race with us is one that leaves you with a good feeling, that as you head home that you know that we care about you and we appreciate you being here. So racers, again, we thank you. We look forward to another fantastic day of racing, and with that, we're going to jump right into it. Racers, again, we ask that you join us in prayer this morning as we start things off the correct way, as Chaplain Mike Collier is here from Racers for Christ to provide today's invocation. If you've not done so yet, please rise and remove your caps.
Father, as you look down upon us on this great day of racing, we'd like to thank you for the country we live in and those who serve our country. We'd like to thank you for the great day you've provided with us for this racing event. We'd like to thank you for the track and the facilities. We'd like to thank you for the event sponsors and all the folks that are out there today, the team that is going to put this event on for you. But we'd like to take and we'd like to ask you, in prayer for some great weather. We would like to ask you for safe racing. You know, make it so that everybody makes it down the track without any incident. Make it so that we have low ETs and high mile an hour. We'd like to ask you for blessings upon all the event participants. We'd like to take, and I'd like to pause this second and allow everybody to put a personal intention out there. Father, in your name we pray, and in your Son Jesus' name we pray. Let this be a great event. Thank you. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mike. We appreciate that. And as we do get ready to go today, once again, racers, let's remember that as we come together in these gates, we are all one big family. Regardless of what our political opinions may be, regardless of where our backgrounds come from, regardless of where we live in this country, we all come together for one purpose, and that is to go racing and to enjoy each other's company, to enjoy our time on the racetrack, and to enjoy our time together. Racers, as we listen to our national anthem, let us remember and thank those in uniform, both past and present, who have defended our freedom, who have sacrificed their time, who have worked to make sure that we have the opportunity in this great country to do as we please. And for those who have given all and sacrificed their lives for us, let us remember them as well. God bless America. Here is our national anthem by Miss Ivy Hutto.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Racers, thank you very much. We're going to give our first pair a little bit of time to get strapped in and set before we send them down the racetrack. But we are here on the last day, and it is certainly kind of a bittersweet moment. We have had some tremendous weather. We have had some tremendous racing. We have had some tremendous fun, and we are looking to finish it off exactly that same way. So $30,000 worth of American race cars money here on a final day of the fling. We've still got all of our round prizes. We've still got a ton of stuff in the treasure chest and in the prize vault that we're going to be giving away. Again, the money has gone up as we make our way through the rounds. $250 for a third round win, $500 for a fourth round win, $750 for a fifth round win. Sixth round win nets you a grand. Seventh round win $1,250. Semis is $1,500. Runner up at $5,000, and that $30,000 payday for whoever is able to survive the day and be the last driver standing. We've got drivers in the cars. If you have not yet double entered and are thinking about doing so, those are still available over at the Diva Desk for $290. We'll have those buybacks in effect today. $190 will get you back into the game if round number 1 goes differently than you had predicted it would, for whatever reason. You know, maybe the tree was early, maybe the tree was late, maybe your car didn't cooperate, because, I mean, it's never you, right? I mean, we know that. We know that as a racer, it's never you. So whatever the extenuating circumstance might be that caused the wind light to come on in the other lane, you can go to the Diva Desk, beg for forgiveness, pay your $100 or your $190. So you pay your $190, say, please, please forgive me. They wave their hand over the time slip and you're back in, at least for the re-entry round. That's kind of how it works, right? So we have got our first pair making their way out of the water box. Dan Sayers and Steve Collier, the Camaro on the left side of Sayers. Out of West Virginia, Steve Collier, the pickup truck on the right. Racing from right here in the great state of Ohio. Collier's dialed in at 649. Sayers is dialed in at 609, and we are away on the green. 11 thousandths of a second separate the first pair down the racetrack, and it's going to be Collier on a double breakout. Or excuse me, Sayers on a double breakout. Sayers was 12 green. Gets there second by 1,000th of a second to break out by 6 thou. Steve Collier was 23 green and then goes 647 on a 649. As he will be the first eligible racer for the buyback window. Dan Sayers moving on to round number 2, as we'll bring up Mike Doherty and Bob Payton. Payton in the primer down Nova on the right side, dialed in at 614. Mike Doherty dialed in at 671 in the Mustang over to the left, pre-staged. Now staged is the Mustang, Bob Payton. With a quick blink of the bulbs, gets it locked into position, and down goes the tree. We are separated by 11 thousandths of a second again. Wind light's going to belong to Mike Doherty, left lane. Double breakout. Are we going to start that today? I don't know. We'll pay attention. Pay attention to the pattern. 15 green and then 670 on a 671. Takes 4th out the stripe. Goes under by 3 thousandths of a second. Bob Payton is under by 10 thousandths of a second. Wind light belongs to Mike Doherty on the left side, as now Rick Huffman is going to roll up against one of our new entries rolling in here this morning. 573 the dial for the Camaro on the right side. Rick Huffman in the Chevette dialed in at 616. 26 thou between them in reaction time. Winner's going to be Huffman. It's a double breakout. Huffman gets to the stripe first by 7 thousandths of a second. He goes under by 25 thou. And over on the right side, the Camaro was 568 on the 573. So it's going to be Huffman taking the Chevette to round number 2 as Cameron Atkins and Brian Campbell. So our first 3 pair of the day have all been double breakouts. 582 the dial for Campbell on the right side. Cameron Atkins, 643. 10 thou the difference between the drivers in reaction time. Brian Campbell, 11 green and dead, or excuse me, 1 above, 583 on a 582 for Campbell. Cameron Atkins on the left side was 21 on the tree and ends up 3 above the dial, as he runs 646 on a 643 and will need to find his way to the buyback window. He'll need to go to the Diva Desk. Give him $190 and go, please, 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 let me try again for $30,000. Garrett Griffith and Gerald Engel. Engel, who won one of our shootouts, I believe it was Wednesday night's shootout, ended up parking the pickup truck in front of the big banner here at National Trail Raceway. Gerald Engel, 607 is the dial. He'll be giving up the head start to Garrett Griffith, who was one of our winners last year. I believe he was the Wednesday winner, the 15K winner last year here at National Trail. Garrett dialed in at 634. Gerald dialed in at 607. Head start will go to Garrett. 12 thousandths of a second, the difference between the two in reaction time. And as we get down to the stripe, Garrett Griffith has got the brakes on to be 2 above. tightening up that stripe to 0.04 of a second. Garrett was 005 and 636 on a 634 over in the left lane to get the win light. Gerald Ingalls 17 green and 12 thou above, so by way of a little whole shot reaction time, Garrett Griffith gets the win light as we now bring up Josh Sullivan and Aaron Dysinger. Dysinger 78 Malibu. The Malibu dialed in at 622. Josh Sullivan in the Vega wagon out of Mount Vernon, Pennsylvania, dialed in at 653. And there you go. Red light start for Aaron Dysinger. By 0.09 of a second, Dysinger turns on the wrong color bulb on the Christmas tree, and he will fall away. Josh Sullivan, 44 green, and goes 648 on a 653. As round number 1 is underway here today, it is a stainless works round. Again, all of our Group A door cars should be sitting back in the staging lanes. All of our Group A door cars should be sitting back in the staging lanes. Group A dragsters, you have been called into the staging lanes as well. Group A dragsters, you've been called back there as well. Again, racers, listen to the radio on 88.3 FM, 88.3 FM. Still working on trying to just solidify and figure out what's going on with the text service, but we want to make sure that you hear the lane calls. 12 thou the difference between Roger Thornton on the right side and G-Dub on the left side. Gary Williams on the brakes to be dead on 2. 22 green and 574 on a 574 for Gary Williams. Roger Thornton was 0.10 of a second behind the green light, had 12 thou in his pocket at this end of the racetrack, takes 55 thou at the stripe. And Cheetah made sure he was plenty behind not to break out. Thornton goes 649.9 on a 654 dial. Much quicker out there than Thornton had expected it would be. So that is going to bring out the white Beretta. Over on the left side, and Matt Daddis. Daddis in the Grand Am. 610 is the dial on the right side of the racetrack. And for the Beretta, he's got the triple nickel dial showing up there. 5.55 seconds is what he is anticipating. His race car will run. Thousandths of a second, the difference between the two in reaction time as we are underway. Win light's going to go to Matt Daddis, 15 green and 18 thou above. Puts him 33 total. White Beretta was 11 green, gets to the stripe first by 33 thousandths of a second, and then runs 11 thou under. 553 on a 555 is now David Davis. We'll bring up the Camaro out of Toledo, Ohio, to go up against another one of the Drive for EE.com cars. So another one of our new entries, Kyle Beavers. Is behind the wheel as we're stage set, ready, go. Kyle red by 2 thousandths of a second. And that ain't no good. He goes 694 on a 694, red and dead on 1 for Kyle Beavers. Win light goes to David Davis. David was 23 on the tree and 648 on a 650 with the win light on that left side of the racetrack as soon as the tree dropped. Here now is Sean Dennis and Jody Davies. Davies on the left side, 660 the dial for the Camaro. Dennis on the right side, 616 the dial for the Corvette. Corvette likes 16s a lot. Ends up running too quick, takes a 10th at the stripe. Oof. And goes under by 32 thousandths of a second. 612 on a 616, Sean Dennis. Jody Davies credited with the win there. 47 green and 665 on a 660. Wow. A little bit off. A little bit off, but the win light's on, and that will get you a trip to round number 2. Justin Mosher and Lindsey Back. Back out of Ohio in the Blazer. 632 going to be the dial on that left side of the racetrack. And Justin Mosher. The Mosher Engineering emblazoned Corvette dialed in at 545. 28 thousandths of a second separate him in reaction time. Lindsey Back had the advantage on the tree, but takes too much at the stripe. Gets there first by 44 thousandths of a second to be under by 10 thou and a breakout loss. Justin Mosher in the Corvette, dead on the number. 545 on a 545. As Mosher was 038 on the tree. So 038, dead 6 for Justin Mosher in the Corvette to get the win light on the right side. Lindsey Back is going to have to buy back as David Braskett rolls up in the Mckenna. Dialed in at 545 on the left side. Mustang over on the right, one of our new entries rolling in here as well. And it is going to be a good day for a drag race. We were absolutely blessed. I mean, from the time we hit Wednesday all the way through to today, man, has it been gorgeous. How about the nice little wheel stand out of the red Mustang? Needham, 595 on a 595, 32 green. Dead on 5, 37 total for the Mustang on the right side. David Braskett was 49 green, 12 thou above. To end up 61 thou total in the Manta. So the Mustang's moving on. Braskett's going to have to buy back. As we'll bring out the pickup truck of Joe Hoskins. Hoskins over on the left side. Gonna be ready to go. Finally starting to see the little bumper doing the dip, 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 dip as the brake pedal work to try and get the car to roll up into the stage position. $23,000 separate him in reaction time. Win light's going to belong to Joe Hoskin. Hoskin, 17 green and 649 on a 649 for Joe. Opposite side of the racetrack was 40 green and then goes 564 and a 564. So both drivers dead on the dial, which we have seen over and 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 over again. I mean, over the past 3 days of racing, the number of drivers that have run dead on their dial because of just how good this racetrack has been amazing. Unfortunately, Cameron Cardulis, they've got folks in the car. Looks like Cardulis is going to be backing up the pickup truck, and Wes May is going to be getting a solo shot here. Cardulis came out of the water box, got up just behind the starting line, and ended up coming to a stop. They popped open that passenger side door and realized that whatever it is, and the pickup truck wasn't happy with it, so Wes May gets a solo. 14 green and then goes 679. On the 680. So we've got Logan back. And Rocky Van Noot. That's right, George. Dip, 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 dip. That's just kind of what I see when I'm looking at the cars back here from behind the starting line, and you see the bumper kind of starting to dip as they're tickling the brake pedal. You know that they're actually starting to try to bump in. It just looks like it's going dip, 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 dip. No. So Rocky Van Noten of Vega, Logan back in the pickup truck. Logan is dialed 629. Rocky is dialed 585. And once again, Group A dragsters. Group A dragsters. If you have not yet joined us in the staging lanes, we'd love for you to be there. We'd love for you to be part of the event today. We want to make sure that you get an opportunity to get up here and take full advantage of both of your entries. Again, if you want to buy a second entry today, there is still time. Rocky Van Note 006, dead 9. Getting the win light in the Vega on the right side. 006 in the tree. Gets their first 15 thousandths of a second to be dead on 9. And ends up 15 total. Logan back was 20 on the tree. So 14 thou behind at the hit. And then one above the dial to be 630 on a 629. Logan will need to buy back as now Glenn Lakins rolls up in the Saturn. And again, kind of like the Chevette or those other things, to see a Saturn run over 100 miles an hour is an unnatural anomaly. We'll see if he can keep it rolling. Camaro on the other side was down 559. Saturn goes 592 at 116 miles an hour. Gave up a little too much on the starting line. Difference between the two drivers was 30 thousandths of a second. Saturn was 064 on the tree for Lakins. The Camaro was 034. So the Camaro had 300ths of a second advantage, capitalizes on that, gets to the stripe first. So Lakins is going to have to buy back in the Saturn as we bring up our first dragster of the morning. On the tree for the Corvette on the right side goes 532 on a 532 to get to the stripe first by 7 thousandths of a second. Dragster over the left side ends up running 420 on a 418 after an 022 reaction time. And that's going to bring out the Ashman AJ. And the car that was selected as our best appearing vehicle. Ed Grisey over on the right, or the left side of the racetrack, dialed in at 416. So AJ 461. Grisey dialed in at 416. .007 on the tree for AJ and 462 on a 461. He's 14 thou above after a 007 reaction time. To get the win light, Ed Grisey was 11 on the tree and goes 417. On that 416 dial. So that'll bring out Chase Meade and Amanda Campbell. Amanda in the dragster out of Oxford, Michigan. 5 flat is going to be the dial. Chase Meade looking at a 1.4 second head start. That's right, Mr. Boo Boo. Go Saints. Who dat? Who dat? So with a 644 dial going up against a 500 dial, the door car versus the dragster, and we've got ourselves a 21-thou split reaction time. Chase Meade, quick tap of the brakes to be dead on 1 and 9 total. Chase Meade, 008, dead on 1. Taking 6th thou with the stripe. Amanda Campbell was 29 green and in a big old world of hurt. Chase locks it down, turns on the scoreboard. We've got Kevin Boring rolling up on the right side of the racetrack. We've got Noah Rambo rolling up on the left side. Noah dialed in at 450. Boring dialed in at 470. And since I haven't yet, maybe I did, but good morning, Motor Maniacs. I can't remember if I said good morning to you guys yet or not, but I wanted to make sure that I said good morning to you guys. Hey, guess what? We've got one more giveaway for you as well. We've got that Optima Yellow Top battery, that giveaway today. We've already given away 2 of them this event. We're going to give away 1 more today. And I will tell you right now, I won't tell you the phrase, but I'll tell you right now, it's going to be somewhere between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock, so be ready for that. How about 470 on a 470? Kevin Boring, 008. Noah Rambo was 008. Identical reaction times as Boring goes dead on 2 to get the win light. Well, that's going to bring up Ricky Needham Jr. Out of Cleveland, Ohio. Dialed in at 585 in a little door car. Dragster's dialed in at 471. Advantage this end of the racetrack by 34 thousandths of a second. The dragster over on the left side, and it's going to be a 005 and then a double breakout. 470 with a 3 on a 471. Gets there first by 34 thousandths of a second. Ricky Needham was 39 green. And then runs 7th thou under. That's going to bring up Tim Kelly. So for our folks in the chat bleacher, again, that Optima Yellow Top giveaway. That'll be somewhere between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock today. Somewhere between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock today as Tim Kelly red by 3 thousandths of a second to be dead on the money. Oh. 003 red, dead on 6. Tim Keller going to find his way to the buyback window. Final call for Group A, and we'll take Group B. To stage lanes 5 and 6 for round number 1. Group B. Dialed in, ready to go for the American Race Cars $30,000 Saturday. Robbie Breeden rolling up on the left side of the racetrack, and Jamie McBride Jr. Robbie Breeden. Robbie was red by 5 thousandths of a second. McBride was green, 31 thou on the tree, and then goes 452 on a 455. That is going to bring up Lester Atkins. Shannon Seals. Shannon in the red Pinto. Over to the left side of the racetrack. Dialed in at 735. And Lester Atkins dialed in at 444. So as the Pinto and the Dragster prepare to do battle, red light start for Shannon Seals by 0.04 of a second. Will make Shannon eligible for the buyback window. Lester Atkins was 18 green. And then goes 442 at 158 miles an hour to get the win light on that right side of the racetrack. That's going to bring up Chris Beauchamp and Marty Martin. Beauchamp dialed in at 476. Marty Martin dialed in at 448. Beauchamp with a no 24 reaction time cannot convert it into a win line. Marty Martin was 33 on the tree and dead on 0. Dead 0 for Martin. Gets the job done over on the left side. Chris Beauchamp, 24 green, and ends up 29 thou above the dial. To bow out as we bring up Michael Needham and Rob Mosher. Mosher's dialed in at 455 and the dragster on the right side of the racetrack. Needham's dialed in at 504. The dragster over in the left lane. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Mosher's going to dip the nose of the dragster into the stage bulbs. The tree drops, and here we go. 1 foul, the difference between the two in reaction time. Win light's going to turn on for Needham. 506 on a 504. 031 on the tree gets there second for the win. Rob Mosher on the right side of the racetrack was 32 green. Takes 25 thousandths at the stripe to break out by 1 thou. Needed to take 24 thou or less to win that one. That's now Josh Baker and Tracy Sons. So as Josh Baker's dialed in at 459, Tracy Sons dialed in at 461. Pre-stage bulbs, stage bulbs, lit both sides of the tree. Here we go. 9 thousandths of a second separate them in reaction time. We get down to the stripe, and it's going to be a win light for Baker. Baker, 15 green and 2 above the dial. 461 on a 459. Getting there second to pick up the win light. Tracy Sons was 006, take 36 thou at the stripe, and breaks out down at the finish line on the loss, as that is going to bring out our next two. Kayla Needham. Lining up over on the left side of the racetrack. 532 is the dial for Kayla. Right side's dialed in at 482. 482 on a 482. Right side taking a thou at the finish line to light up the scoreboard. 0.28 on the tree, getting the job done. As Kayla Needham was 26 green, so better by 0.02 of a second on the let go, but goes one above 533 on a 532. Margin comes down to 1,000th of a second at the stripe. And that's going to bring up Cameron Manuel and Mckenna Brown. So with Mckenna on the Jegs, or in the Jegs dragster, dialed in at 452. Cameron dialed in at 469. 22 thou the difference between them in reaction time, and Mckenna Brown lights up the scoreboard. Mckenna 003 on the tree and goes 453 on the 452 to get the win light by 0.07 of a second. Cameron Manuel 25 green, dead on 2. So we got Cody Witt lining up on the right side in the dragster, dialed in at 488. Opposite side that, a 464 dial. The difference between the two in reaction time, and a 464 on a 464 pops up on the right side. So 007 dead on 4. Over the right lane, Cody Witt was 20 on the tree. And then it was 20 on the tree, 49 for Cody Witt. That is going to bring up Brian Riesling. Left side of the racetrack, dialed in at 488. Second quickest car on property here this weekend goes 4:35.0. How about a 10 bowl but 4? Phil Oakley. Run 4:35.0 on a 4:35 dial at 161 miles an hour. Left lane was red by 11,000ths of a second, and then runs 491 on a 488. That is going to bring up our next two as we continue our way through round number 1. Again, is a Stainless Works round here on the final day of the fling. $30,000 to win on an American Race Cars Saturday. 22,000 the difference between them in reaction time. Win line to the left lane, 486 on a 45. After he was 0-26 on the tree. So that's going to bring up James Freeman sitting over the left side of the racetrack. Again, if you are joining us on that live feed today, the battery of the day will be given away sometime between 2 and 3 o'clock. So just kind of be ready for that. James Freeman, 002, dead on 1. 3 total for Freeman. In round number 1 here this morning, right side was 26 on the tree, dead on 4, ends up 30 total, but James Freeman laying down a 3-pack as Jamie Holston backs up to take on Johnny Bracket Racer. How about this pair? Johnny over to the left side at American, Louisiana, dialed in at 456. Jamie Holston dialed in at 436. The Rural Retreat, Virginia-based car, dialed really quick, identical on the tree. And the win light's going to belong to Johnny. Jamie Holston gets to the stripe first by 8 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 9 thousandths of a second. Johnny Ezel gets there second, breaks out by 1 thou, gets the win light on a double breakout. Both drivers were 18 on the tree. Win light belongs to Johnny Ezel as now Brent Martin and Todd Knight. Todd dialed in at 457 on the right side. Brent Martin dialed in at 478 on the left side. And we are separated by 1 thousandth of a second. Todd breaks it out, gets there first by 8 thousandths of a second, was 024 on the right side of the racetrack and no good. Brent Martin, 23 green, dead on 3. Ends up 26 total coming out of that left lane and lights up the scoreboard. To move to round number 2, Todd and the Tin Knight. Are going to need to find their way by the buyback window if they want another shot. At that $30,000. Now Chris Bear and Elizabeth Sammons. Chris, who is, I would say, making a, he's making a case for himself as far as MVP. Always seems to be doubled up really late into the rounds, goes really deep. Maybe not parked in the winner's circle yet, but when you look at kind of overall performance, it's like pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. So as Elizabeth Sammons goes 078 on the tree, she ends up dead on 1. Chris Bear was 24 green and 3 above to tighten up the stripe to 25 thousandths of a second is now Gabby Needham and Donovan Williams. Gabby, who celebrated her birthday out here this weekend, along with like Mark Walters, along with like Jamie Holston. There's a lot of folks that had birthdays out here this week. I mean, like JJ had a birthday last Sunday. There's plenty of folks that are all born right around this time of the year. Donovan's dialed in at 470. Gabby Needham dialed in at 496. And then we're going to have like a really special birthday coming up tomorrow. So Mark had his birthday, what, like, is it Thursday? 12 thou separate him. Win light's going to belong to Donovan Williams. 007 on the tree and goes 475 on a 470. Gabby was 19 green and runs 503 on the 496. Well, we're going to bring out Vinny Domino and Eric Paterka.
Hey, Nate, we're going to put out a final call for Group A, round number 1. Final call, Group A, Group B. You should start loading them up. All of Group B should be in staging lanes 5 and 6 now, please. The buybacks are available. Same as Thursday, 190 is the buyback amount. And the race format today will be the same race format as previous days.
5 thou separate him in reaction time. Domino breaks it out at the top end, 453 on a 454. Win light belongs to Eric Paterka, 13 green and 2 above the dial. You're right, Jenna. Was just about to talk about that before we fired off our next pair. So again, Mark had his birthday a couple of days ago. Joanne is going to celebrate her birthday on Sunday. And then they are celebrating a very special wedding anniversary coming up here as well. So, I mean, they get both birthdays and their wedding anniversary. So everybody wish Mark, wish Joanne happy birthday and happy anniversary. As Brian Rambo goes red by 0.06 of a second. Troy Williams, 006 green on the right side and goes 460 on a 461. So for everybody that's out here celebrating their birthdays, hey, happy birthday. And for Mark and Joanne, we wish you guys a very, very special wedding anniversary. It is awesome. We love having you both out here. You guys like keep everybody entertained, and it's just the best. We love you guys. Happy birthday and happy anniversary. So with Tim Markaglu and Jamie Sirocco going to be our pair on the line right now. Sirocco dialed in at 453. Markaglu dialed in at 454. We got ourselves a little battle separated by 1/100th of a second. Sirocco's in and set. Tree drops. The difference is 0.03 of a second in reaction time, and the win light on the double breakout is going to turn on for Markaglu. Markaglu, 005, gets there second to be 1/100th of a second under the dial. Jamie Sirocco takes a thou at the stripe and breaks out by 14 thousandths of a second. So Markaglu getting the win light in this pair as we bring out Denny Napier and last night's runner-up in 100 grander, nasty Nick Hastings. Last night's celebration in the winner's circle was definitely a very special one. Kyle Cotrera and Nick Hastings getting together, dedicating the race to Sean Serra. Said that in the split, we're not going to share exactly what it was. They didn't share exactly what it was, but the number 139 was involved in that whole thing. I mean, it was a very special day. 5 thou separate the two in reaction time. Nick Hastings going to have to visit the buyback window if he wants to keep going. He runs 6:07 on a 6:08. Take 22 thou at the stripe to break out by 6 thou. He was 002 on the tree. Denny Napier, 007 dead on one, ends up 8 total for one of our new entries. That's here this weekend. That's going to bring up Rob Leipziger and Kevin Thorpe. Of a second. 457 was the dial, and he runs 458. Leipziger, 33 dead one. ends up 34 total. Over in that left lane. That's going to bring out Tanner Thorpe. Coming up on the right side, dialed in at 458. Dragster on the left, dialed in at 449. Group B, we've called you to the staging lanes, please. Group B, come on back to the staging lanes. Tanner Thorpe goes red by 12 thousandths of a second, runs 458 on a 458. Wind light to the left side, 29 green. I'll bring out Kenny Underwood. And Race Kid. Race on the left side, dialed in at 462. Underwood on the right side, dialed in at 480. Kenny ended up grabbing himself a nice couple of grand in a run for the money. Not going to get out of round number one here. Race Kid, 18 green and 462 on a 462 race. 18 and dead on 4. Puts him 22 total. Taking 2 thou at the stripe, Kenny Underwood was 20 and dead on 4 to be 24 total. As now Tyler Bohannon and Chris Stein. Stein dialed in at 413. Bohannon So with Bohannon dialed 458, Chris Stein dialed in at 413. We're just waiting for him to get him staged up. Again, it's another beautiful day here at the strip, the drag strip. We love it. Absolutely love it. We've got another 30 grand that we're going to be handing out before the day is done. We got a 10-thou split between Chris Stein and Tyler Bohannon. Finish line, it's going to be Chris Stein able to run him down and get the win line. Chris Stein, 19 green. Bohannon was 009 and runs 460 or 456 on a 458. Stein 414 on a 413, and Stein for the win light out of that left lane. We'll bring out Matt Schell and Cortland Carter. Cortland dialed in at 457, Matt Schell dialed in at 483, and Matt, who on the very first day, that Tuesday when we ran the dragster shootout, made an appearance in the final round. And so they are going home with a brand new dragster chassis. Thanks to the folks at American. Thanks to the folks at Racetrack for putting on that dragster shootout. Cortland drops it red. of a second. Matt Schell on a 483 dial ends up running 479. After an 031 green light. So Schell 31 green, Cortland Carter was 10 red. That's going to bring up Shanna Stone and Rick Harbaugh. Rick dialed in at 465 on the right side. Shanna Stone dialed in at 446 over on the left side. Three-stage bulbs are lit. We are getting down to the end of our A group for round number 1. 3,000 the difference in reaction time. Shanna Stone taking care of business. There's Kyle Bigley and Johnny Carter. So Johnny dialed in at 482, Kyle Bigley dialed in at 447. Win light's going to belong to Bigley, who went way deep into the rounds last night, was talking splits and all of that kind of good stuff, goes 448 on a 447, 16 green. Gets the win light. So Johnny Carter breaks it out 481 on a 482 after an 027 reaction time. That's going to bring up Jeff Serra. The dragster on the right side and the Jaggy Mobile. Rolling in over the left lane, 606 the dial left side, 457 the dial for the dragster on the right. 10 the difference between them in reaction time, and Jeff Serra on a double breakout is able to seal the deal. 456.9 on a 457. He's under by 1,000th of a second. And gets the win light there as Justin Daniels and Amanda Manuel. Looks like they are going to be our final pair here in Group A. And then we're going to do a quick little touch-up on a racetrack. We got Group B. So again, if you are in Group B and have not yet made your way to the staging lanes, please do that now. Again, buybacks are available at the Diva Desk, $190. If you find yourself down at the top end of the racetrack holding a time slip and the arrows are pointed the other way, after you argue that that's a misprint, you can go ahead and come on up here to the buyback window and pay your $190 and get back in. So Amanda's dialed in at 623. Justin's dialed in at 521. The chase is on. Win light's going to turn on for Justin Daniels. Double breakout is the name. 520 on a 521. Justin gets there first 18th thou, breaks out by 2 thou. Amanda Manuel, 36 green, goes 6:22 on a 6:23. And we've got a quick little bit of track prep that we're going to get done here. Group B for round number 1 on the final day of the fling. Sitting under the tower here at National Trail Raceway. We are in an American Race Cars $30,000 to win Saturday. Again, if you are still sitting back in your pit area and the car number on your car says B, you're not where you're supposed to be. All of the B's are supposed to be in the staging lanes. That's why it's the B group. But we do have them rolling in there, and we've got most of them already there. For, again, everybody that's watching on the live feed, thank you very much to the folks at Strange Engineering who have sponsored the event, or sponsored the live feed for the entirety of the event. We certainly appreciate Strange and what they're doing. I mean, you've heard it before. Don't just race, race Strange. I mean, those are some of the best axles out there, and I see as, you know, we're walking by, you can look at car after car after car. They've all got that Strange emblem right in the middle of the rear tire. It's just beautiful. It's beautiful, beautiful. So thank you, Strange. Appreciate everything that you did there to keep the Motor Mania TV live feed on air. Again, if you haven't done so yet, make sure that you get onto the live feed and wish Mark and Joanne a very happy anniversary. Wish Joanne a happy birthday. Wish Mark a happy birthday. They've just got kind of a really killer week ahead of them, and it's, by killer, I mean like killer good. You know, a couple of birthdays and an anniversary. It's a very special time for them, and they're the ones that are out here keeping us entertained time and time again. We're firing up door cars. I'm going to step away here for a minute and let the local voice of this place, Mr. Jeb, take over, and I appreciate Jeb stepping in from time to time, giving me a little bit of a break. He is a fantastic announcer, a young man who has got a very, very bright career ahead of him. I mean, at only 17 years old, being able to pick up a microphone and entertain folks the way that he does, there's a lot of promise there. So we're excited to hear from Jeb here as Group B takes to the racetrack. Well, as we continue on, we kick off Group B here in Stainless Works, round number 1 of the American Race Cars Saturday 30K. And Vega John and Jason Sizemore pull through the water box. Sizemore, Kyle's Ford Tennessee home for that 1990 Beretta. He's going to be down into the 605. Vega John out of Indiana, the 1970 Nova, down 592. So Vega John and Jason Sizemore rolling the stage. And they're both out the 6 thou between them. Your winner on a double breakout is going to be Jason Sizemore. 9 it takes 6 to go 4 thou under. Vega John 15 and 10 thou. He's 4 thou under. As here comes Dennis Mead and Philip Fryer. Fryer, Effort, Pennsylvania, the 95 Mustang, dialed 639. And Dennis Mead at Newark. He's in that Z28 Camaro, going to be down 582. Between them. Mead at 23, take 3 to go 25 thou above to pick up the win light. Philip Fryer 640 with a 6 on the 651. Dennis O'Brien, the 68 Chevelle, down 560. That Z28 Camaro on the right, 651. O'Brien and 008. 8th thou under, right lane, 648-1 on the 651. Chuck, Roycraft, and Gordon Bovin up now. Bovin, Boise, Idaho for that CUDA, down 550. Chuck Roycraft out of Minnesota, down 609 over that Nova. Roycraft 23 dead one, the lay down at 24 total. Bovin was 37 and 12th, thou above. Had no chance to get inside that one. As Chuck Roycraft moves on, Bovin gonna have to visit the buyback window. $190 buyback here on American Race Cars Saturday. You want another shot for that $30,000? If you didn't turn on that win light, be sure and go visit the Diva desk. As Clay Brown and Larry Murray come to the starting line. Larry Murray out of Michigan. The Mustang Roadster down 576. Clay Brown from right down the road in Newark. He's on S10, 766. Larry going to be moving on 007, 26th thou above. Clay Brown swap feet to go 22. And he was way off on the number there. Pete Diagnolo. And a Tyler Farquhar. Tyler out of Newark, the 38 Roadster, going to be down 545. Agnolo out of Rochester, New York. He's in that Malibu, down 580. Pete took home $30,000 already on Field Tech Thursday. Coming off the U.S. Nationals win last week. And he is in control right here. 11 take 56 to go 17 above. Lays down 28 total. Farquhar 33 up front, 51 above. And no good. Dewey Boggs out of Lancaster, Ohio, the 1971 Nova, down 5 at 29. Right side driver, not yet on file, down 6 at 95. Malibu. Right lane going to pick up the win. 693.4 on a 695 at Dewey Boggs. 524.6 on the 29. Gordon Wine, Port Charlotte, Florida home for that Beach Bum 76 Vega wagon. He's down in the 620. And a Brandon Jarrow. He's running out of Tennessee in that S10. Going to be down 660. Shout out to my man Dustin watching in the chat bleachers. And Brandon Gerald, 006 red, going to one at 26 and getting the win. He's 20 under. 618 on the 620, Brandon Gerald. 656.6 on a 660. Matt Costable, the runner out of Canada, down 5 at 33 in that 86 Camaro. And at Dan Dishon out of Logansport, Indiana, the 27 Roadster, going to be down Chase after Dishon. Can't do it. Dishon 10, take 9. They go 21 thou above. As Constable was 35 and in the way at the let go. He went dead 5. Wayne DeSantis. Out of Massachusetts, the 89 Dodge Daytona down 5 at 96. Left side Camaro. Not on file yet. Going to be down 5 at 99. DeSantis 30 up front, dead 2, lay down 32 total. I believe that's Wes Buckley over there in that Camaro. He was 37 up front, was mathematically ineligible as he let go of the button. He was 13th thou above. Bob Rosello out of Michigan, down 5 at 61. Chuck Saunders, the S10 dialed 624 on the left. Is going to be Chuck Saunders, 12 dead 0. Lays down 12 total. Bob had the light. He was 5 up front, went 34 above, as he is 39 total. As Justin Logan and Ron Bazin come to the starting line of Logan. He's down 627. Ron Bazin out of Columbus, Ohio, the Pontiac, going to be down 645. Advantage Bazin, Winlight, Logan, 17 dead 9. Bazin is 8 up front, got behind by 9 thou to go 27 thou above. Rick Bailey and Jack Green up now. Jack Green out of Utica. The 55 Chevrolet wagon dialed 609. And Rick Bailey out of Centerburg, the 2010 Mustang. 632 cubic inches, a big block Ford for Bailey. He's down 485. Trying to get a hold of Green. Green takes the stripe by 43 thou to break out by 7 thou. Rick Bailey 22 and a 24 above to be moving on. Doug Baker and Steve Holman up now. Doug Baker out of Newark, Ohio, the Mustang, down 5 at 95. Steve Holman out of Pataskala. The 68 Camaro going to be down 660. Little battle of the brands here in round at number 1 of the American Race Cars Saturday 30K. As we are making our way to the B group of the State Sports round 1. Baker had this one wrapped up at the let-go. He was 3 up front and 23 thou above. As Holman was 46 and 44 thou above. Baker going to get to move on in round 2. Art Coffey. Art out of Campbell, Ohio, the Pontiac down 587. And a Bob Heens out of Canada down 686 in the Malibu. But Bob Heens let go first, and he gets the win. He's 43 and 19th thou above. Art over 100 and 19th thou above. Scott Hessler and Tom Artakis. Tom out of Ray, Michigan, the 69 Barracuda. Dialed 639. And Scott Hessler out of Columbus, the 69 Camaro, dialed 524. As he gets the invitation into round number 2. Nick Dishon and TJ Mendola up now. Mendola, that GTO based out of Tonawanda, New York, dialed 664. And Nick Dishon out of Kokomo, Indiana, the 1969 model Camaro, dialed 539. Christmas tree. Nick Dishon going to try and chase him down. He can't get there. He's 5 thou under. It's TJ Mendola. Is a 27 thou under. Nick Dishon moving on the double breakout. Glenn Dilday on the right, dialed 544. He's going to be taking on Chuck Mendola. Chuck out of Lancaster, New York, the S10, dialed 589. Mendola let go way too early. Dilday, 22, dead 4, and moving on. Jeff Brokaw and Travis Gayhart up now. Jeff, he's down 634. Winter ride S10 and Travis Gayhart out of Newark, and he's the Mustang. He's down 592. And he's hitting it off the bottom here today. Advantage Brokaw, win light. Gayhart, Travis, 42, dead at 0. Brokaw, 21, take 28 to go 7th thou under. Take 21th thou or less, he gets the win light. But he's going to have to visit the buyback window. Don't forget, $190 buyback here for the American Race Cars, $30,000 Saturday. And Joey Cameron going to be down 609, the Camaro on the right, out of Mount Vernon. And it's Shauna Whitworth out of Corydon, Indiana. The S10 down 624, hits it 13,000 red. Cameron at 004 and 9 thou under to get to move on into round number 2. Lou Greco down 5 at 69, going to be taking on at Kurt Harrington. Harrington, Muncie, Indiana home for the Chevette, dialed 602. Greco made it down to the semifinals last night. And is looking to the left circle here today. He's 4 up front. And 14 down above to get the win line. 18 total was Harrington, let go 19. And was mathematically ineligible as he was 19. Took 8th thou to go 7th thou under. Jason Rich and Chris Bowman up now. Chris Bowman out of Cardington, Ohio. The Firebird dialed 629. As Jason Rich out of Cookerville, Tennessee. He's in that supercharged coupe, dialed 526. Had 10th thou advantage. Couldn't run the number. 5:33.6 and a 5:26. Bowman 32. Take 54 to go 12th thou above and moves on into round number 2. Stevie Dustin, the Sidewinder, down 5 at 97. And Jeremy Cooper, Lewis Center, Ohio, the Dodge Dakota, dialed 640. Sidewinder in control, takes 45 thou to be 9 thou under. Cooper moving on, 49 dead 3. Jordan Arnold, Knoxville, Tennessee home for the S10, dialed 630. And a Jeff Fargo out of Medina. The Pontiac Le Mans wagon, he's dialed 621. So Jeff Fargo won the Broduck cylinder head runoff last night. And he gets it 32 thou red right here on 19. Arnold, 6:26.9 on the 6:30, and attention to the pits. Attention to the pit area, please. We need Group C dragsters. To the lanes, please. Group C dragsters. We will take you in the staging lanes at this time. Group C dragsters. We will take you in the lanes at this time. At this time, all Group C has been called. Group C dragsters, we need you in the lanes, and all Group C has been called. Roman Cosner and Jessica Cameron up now. Cameron, Mount Vernon, Ohio, home for that 1984 Cutlass. And a Roman Cosner out of Pataskala. The 70 model Camaro, dialed 568. Jessica just watched her sister Jordan get to move on into round 2. She's trying the same. Cameron, 26 total. Cosner, 26 up front. Took 21 thou. Break out by 21 thou. Troy Stone and Doug Linden up now. Linden out of Bergen, New York. The 55 Chevrolet down 5-14. And a Troy Stone out of Elkhart, Indiana. The 2019 Corvette Roadster going to be down to 493. Linden, 4 total. Troy Stone, 14, dead 6, 20 total. Linden takes 16 thou through the lights to pick up the win. Shane Weaver out of Roseville, the S10 dialed 651, right side, blue Roadster, not on file just as of yet. Gonna be down 528. Roadster 15 thou red, Shane 16 thou red. Roadster couple under to go 5 at 26.9 on the 528. Shane's dead 7. As this will conclude Group B here for the American Race Cars Saturday 30K. Do just a quick broom and groom on the starting line before we roll into Group C. Here on American Race Cars, Saturday, here at the Jegs Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. And sitting here at the ready line, we have a heavy matchup.
It's Bristol, baby. It's where the fling was born. Maybe you come for the big purses, or maybe you come for the $60,000 in product giveaways. Or maybe you just come to compete at the highest level in a professional and fun environment. Race it, experience it.
Check in the chat bleachers, which we'd like to say thanks to Strange Engineering for sponsoring the live feed here for the Jeg Summer Fling. And if you're watching on live, we have a heavy matchup sitting here at the ready line. Nasty Nick Hastings and then Troy Williams Jr. This is one you're not going to want to miss. Round 1, first pair of C group. This sets some precedence for it. We're going to have a good round here. Once again, dragsters for C Group, you have been called into the lanes. Dragsters for C Group, you have been called in the lanes. And I'm going to hand the mic back over to Nate. Well, thank you very much, Jeb. Appreciate that. As we do roll into our first pair of the C Group. Been through A Group, been through B Group. We are in round number 1 of a $30,000 to win American Race Car Saturday. And as Jeb mentioned, kind of setting the bar pretty high in our first pair of C Group. Nasty Nick, Troy Williams, those are the two on the starting line. Nick, who was our runner-up last night in the $100,000 to win main event, ATI Performance Products Friday. Again, C Group door cars, you've been called. C Group dragsters, you've been called. We need to get you all headed back into the staging lanes. Again, remember, buybacks are available today, $190 up here at the Diva Desk, and the apparel booth is open. If you've not yet got by and picked up your event t-shirt or event hat, sweatshirts, tumblers, all of that still available at the head of the staging lanes. Troy's dialed in at 567 on the right side. Nasty Nick's dialed in at 606 on the left side. 18 fouls separate them in reaction time, and we get down to the stripe to see the scoreboard light up for Troy Williams. How about Nasty Nick going dead on 3 after an 0.28 reaction time to be 7 thou behind at the stripe on the loss? Troy Williams coming out of that right side, 10 green and 14 thou above the dial. Ends up 24 total to pick up the win light. Nasty Nick was 31 total. Troy Williams will take the pickup truck into the next round as Cameron Atkins and Rick Huffman are up now. Huffman in the Chevette out of Waxahachie, Texas, dialed in at 614. Cameron Atkins dialed in at 646 in the Camaro of Ohio. Win light's going to turn on for the Chevette on a double breakout affair. Rick Huffman was 18 green and then runs 611 on the 614, taking an 11 thou stripe to get the win light, as now Mike Doherty and Brian Campbell will square off. Campbell in the T-Bird, 582 the dial for the racer out of Michigan, and Mike Doherty representing the Indiana contingent, dialed in at 671. Doherty in that fastback Mustang. Going to be doing the chaser, or the chasee roll here, as Brian Campbell will turn it loose here in a couple of seconds to turn it back. $190. The buyback to get back in for today's $30,000 main event. 6/1000ths of a second separate the two drivers on the racetrack in reaction time, and the win light's going to go to Campbell. How about both of them dead on the number? Brian Campbell dead on 4 after a 12 tree to be 16 total, take 7 thou at the stripe and pick up the win in the T-Bird. Mike Doherty was 18 green and dead on 5. Bowing out here in round number 1. It's not over. Just because the scoreboard doesn't light up here in round number 1 doesn't mean it has to be over. It is the last day. And the choice is, well, you know, pack it up or head home, or race again for $30,000. I like the or option. Steve Collier and Wes May. May over the left side. He's got the Regal out of Indiana. Had a pretty good start to the weekend. Is still trying to put together a couple of laps to go even deeper. Steve Collier in that 648 dial pickup truck on the right side. Double breakout again. Collier this time going to be the one who benefits from that. Collier 646 on a 648. He's under 12/1000ths of a second. Wes May 678 on a 680. He's under 14/1000ths of a second. Wes was better on the tree with a 007 reaction time. And had him off the line first by about 4/1000ths of a second, but Steve Collier ends up holding on for the win light as now Garrett Griffith and Bob Payton. Payton dialed in at 612. Garrett Griffith getting the head start this time with a 634 dial. So 1200's the difference in the dial. Garrett getting the head start, and the truck out of Kentucky is where stage set drops. Tree drops. Red light Bob Payton by 4/1000ths of a second. Payton will have to take a trip to the buyback window, and dead zero. Red and dead on zero for Bob Payton. You can't go out like that, man. You can't go out like that. Garrett Griffith, 009 on the tree. Gets to the stripe first by 21,000. I mean, it was already over. But he ends up running 6:30 on a 6:34. As Payton will make his way to the buyback window, that is going to bring up our next couple of cars. Justin Mosher, the Corvette out of Portland, Indiana. Going to get it a go here with a 546 dial. And the little red Vega wagon dialed in at 650. Is already staged upset and waiting on Justin Mosher to bump in. 30 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Advantage to the left lane, and on a 003 bulb, gets to the stripe first by 10 thousandths of a second to go 649 on a 650. He's under 7 thousandths of a second. Justin Mosher chases him through the stripe to be 27 thousandths under the dial. 543 on a 546 for Mosher. Win light belongs to the Vega on the left side as David Braskett in the Manta and Matt Daddis in the Grand Am will be our next two here in C Group. Daddis pops the door open on the race car real quick. Gets it shut, stares up at the scoreboard to verify that the 610 dial is up there. David Braskett going to be doing the chasing in the Opel Manta. I really do like the look of that little race car. That thing is cool. The 74-bodied Manta. In the Opel world, that's the wide body. I'm not sure about the wheelbase. It's got a couple extra inches there or not, but that's the big version. 026 green for David Braskett gets him a win light as he runs 547 on a 546. Matt Daddis was 001 red. And then goes 607 on the 610 dial. So Daddis going to find his way to the buyback window. David Braskett, 26 green, gets the win light as Logan back and Aaron Dysinger. Dysinger in the 78 Malibu, 623 is the dial, 7/100ths of a second slower than that. Logan back finds himself on the starting line in the S10 pickup truck, dialed in at 630. We're underway one more time as it's a red light start for Logan back. He misses it by 1/1000th of a second. Logan going to end up having a buyback in both entries as Aaron Dysinger is 18 green and dead on zero. Again, if you're watching, just kind of keep a mental note how many dead on runs we see here today compared to the previous days where we just saw run after run after run after run where drivers are able to put it right on the money because of how well this track has been holding up and how well this crew has done in keeping it that way. Jody Davies, Preston Mitchell. Mitchell's in deep trouble. I mean, that light was deep green. Jody Davies, 009, and runs 660 on a 659 to get the win light. Preston Mitchell had given up just about 9/100ths of a second advantage in reaction time at this end of the racetrack, and Jody Davies was all over that. As now Glenn Lakin's in the Saturn and Lindsey back in the Blazer. Big money bracket racing, the Saturn complete with the bullhorn pipes poking out from that front fender. He's dialed in at 592, going to give up the head start to the Blazer. Dialed in at 630. The difference between the two in reaction time. Excuse me. I'm sorry, 19th out of the difference between the two. Lindsey was 002 on the tree, one above, gets the win light over the Saturn. Lindsey 002 The reaction time leaving the line as the Blazer pulls the tires up off the starting line, then runs 6:31 on that 6:30 dial. Glenn Lakins, 21 green and dead on 2. Ends up 23 total and no good. As the Saturn crosses the stripe at 113 miles an hour, that'll bring out Shannon Seals and his Pinto out of Hamilton, Ohio, dialed in at 734. Getting just shy of that 1.3 second head start over Gerald Engel. And the pickup truck out of Indiana. Advantage on the tree in this pair is going to go to Gerald. And he'll get the win light. 16 dead 7 for Gerald Engel. We'll take the truck into round number 2. Shannon Seals was 34 thousandths of a second behind in reaction time. Gets to the stripe first by 20 thousandths of a second and runs 7:29 on the 7:34. So no good for Shannon in this run as Joe Haskins and Amanda Manuel will be our next two. Amanda dialed in at 6:22, the pickup truck on the right side. Joe Haskins dialed in at 6:49, the S10 bodied pickup truck on the left side. Ohio versus North Carolina. And we have got just great matchup after great matchup after great matchup taking place here on the final day of the Fling. Pre-stage bulbs now set. Again, all of Group C, all of Group C. You should have joined us in the staging lanes at this time, all of Group C. As we continue to work our way through the field on a Stainless Works round number 1 American Race Cars $30,000 to win Saturday. We're at the Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. 10 thousandths of a second, the difference between the two drivers off the starting line, and it's going to be Amanda Manuel. 18 dead 1, getting the win light here. She's 19 total out of that right side. Joe Haskins was 008 on the tree, take 12th out at the stripe, needed to take 11th hour less as he breaks it out by 1 thousandths of a second. So Haskins, by 1 lousy thou, going to make his way into the buyback line as Rocky Van Note and Dan Sayers. Once again, racers, remember the apparel booth is open. Grab your t-shirts, grab your hats, grab your sweatshirts, your tumblers, everything to take it home to show that you are part of the 2nd annual Jegs Summer Fling. As Rocky Van Note is dialed in at 585, Dan Sayers dialed in at 608, 3 thou separate them, and we've got a potential, but will not get, a 000 hero. Rocky Van Note was 000 on the starting line. Dan Sayers was 003, and Sayers lays down 3 total. 003 behind the green light for Dan Sayers, and on a 608 dial, that Camaro is going to go 6080 to get the win light on his side. Rocky Van Note, after being perfect on the tree, gets to the stripe first by 10 thousandths of a second to break out by 7 thousandths. We'll bring out Robbie Breeden and Lee Newmeyer. Newmeyer over on the right side. 563 the dial for the Vega. As he does the dip, 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 dip with the rear bumper to get it up into position. Robbie Breeden in the pickup truck down 696. Away goes Breeden. Lee Newmeyer leaves 21 thousandths of a second before he should have and ends up running 562 on a 563. So Newmeyer fouling away the opportunity here in round number 1. Robbie Breeden 005 green and runs 694 on a 696 to get the win light in the pickup truck. Here now is Zach Carrico and Michael Horstein. So Carrico with a 603 dial on the 79 Aero. I just dig the look of that race car. And Michael Horstein in his Camaro, dialed in at 5:59. Both drivers have got the cars up into the pre-stage bulb. Going to move that 7 inches further to officially lock in the race. Have you accepted the challenge? Yes. 1,000th of a second, the difference between the two in reaction time. Down at the finish line, win light turns on for Horstein. Double breakout name of the game, Horstein, 5:57 on a 5:59. He's under by 19 thousandths of a second. Carrico goes 5:98 on a 6:03, taking 29 thou at the stripe. And we'll need to reevaluate the game plan, visit the Diva desk, grab another opportunity to get $30,000 as Brandon Prest and Chase Mead. The Camaros. Brandon Prest, red by 2 thou. Chase Mead, green by 2 thou. Both were dialed 648. Both are 002 on the tree. One was green, one was red. Brandon runs right on 648 on a 648. 002, red, and dead on. Chase Mead moving on to the next go-round after a 002 green light. Out of that left lane as we bring up Michael Needham and Ricky Needham Jr. Crew Needham ended up pairing up back in the staging lanes at Needham 583 on the right side, Michael 505 on the left side. And all part of that drive for Double E team. Ricky set, Michael set. 17 thousandths of a second separate the two in reaction time, and the win light's going to belong to Michael. 8-pack for Michael Needham, 003, dead on 5. Needham gets the win light. Ricky was 20 on the tree and 4 on off the dial, ends up running 587 on a 583. As we continue the parade o' Needhams, we went from Michael and Ricky to Kayla Needham, taking over the left lane this time, and Michael Belaska. Michael in the red Mustang. That car has a tendency to do some nice wheel stands. We saw it during that first go-round in the A group. We'll see if that thing picks the tires up again this time. And Kayla Needham in the dragster. Set and ready. Seventh thou was the split in reaction time. Belaska on a double breakout, going to get the win light. 593 on a 595. Under by 11 thousandths of a second to light up the scoreboard. Kayla Needham was 22 on the tree, so had the better bulb. Gets to the stripe first by 14 thousandths of a second and breaks it out by 12 thousandths of a second in the dragster. So Belaska and the Mustang will move on as Mark Lewis and Sean Dennis going to be our next two. Lewis in the white Beretta. 554 is the dial. And for Sean Dennis, the Corvette out of Mount Vernon, Ohio, 613. Going to be the number giving him the head start. $27 thou separated the two in reaction time. Mark Lewis 004 at this end of the racetrack, gets to the stripe first by 19 thousandths of a second. As Lewis goes 558 on a 554 to light up his scoreboard. Sean Dennis was 31 green and 0.04 of a second off of where he predicted it was run, or it would run. Goes 617 on a 613. Is now Kyle Beavers and Roger Thornton. Thornton in the Vega and Beavers in another one of those drive for EE. .com cars rolls up. Beavers is dialed 696. Thornton is dialed 650. And Beavers drops it red by 1 stupid thousandth of a second. Didn't he do that in round number 1 or in A group as well? Cut it tight. And cut it so close that the Christmas tree bled a little bit. That red light turns on and it was bleeding. Roger Thornton 652 on a 650. After an 0:30 reaction time, the Vega will advance as Brian Riesling and Kevin Boring are making their way back from the burnout. We swap over to seeing a majority of dragsters in Group C. And we can see dragsters as far as the eye can see in the staging lanes. They're everywhere. So Kevin is dialed in at 470. Brian is dialed in at 491. And with a 21/100th of a second difference in the dial, the timing system goes to work, calculates it, lets the tree drop at the right time, and it's going to be a win light for Kevin Boring. Brian Riesling was 14 on the tree, take 36 down with the stripe to break out by 10 thousandths of a second. Kevin Boring was 13 thou behind in reaction time with an 027 light and 13 thou above. As he puts up a 30 pack to get the win light. Now Elizabeth Sammons and Tim Kelly. Tim racing out of Cincinnati, Elizabeth racing out of Harrison, both Ohioans. On the starting line right now with that 467 dial for Tim. And a 480 dial for Elizabeth. So a 13-hun split between the two. Tree is activated. 0.08 of a second separate him in reaction time. Tim Kelly's 008. Hangs a wheel and takes 22 thou at the stripe to be 472 on a 467. Elizabeth Sammons after the 088 reaction time. Ends up running too quick down that left side of the racetrack is now Eric Paterka. And Rick Harbaugh will be our next two. Harbaugh's down 464. Eric's down 482. And again, good morning to each and every one of you who have joined us in the Motor Mania live TV feed. The chat bleachers are going strong. Everybody's watching along, and I'm sure people have got it up on the big screen in the garage. They've got it up in the house. They've got it on their phones, on their laptops, on their iPads, whatever it is. Everybody's watching to see who's going to pick up that last $30,000 check of the week as Eric Paterka goes 15-7 to get the win light over Rick Harbaugh. Harbaugh was better on the tree by 6 thousandths of a second as he was 009. Ends up getting to the finish line first by 18 thousandths of a second to break out by 5 thousandths. And hands the win light back over to Eric. Eric again 15-7 lights up the scoreboard as Colby Fuller and AJ Ash. Ash's Mullis-built ride. Selected as that Todd Barton best appearing car. That thing is, I mean, literally a thing of beauty. You've got to go take a close look at it. The knobs on the bottle, everything, just the attention to detail in that car is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Colby was down 468, AJ was down 463, and AJ stays alive in 2. He's 009 on the tree and runs 477 down to the big end of the racetrack. Something going wrong for Colby Fuller there as he falls way off of where he thought that car was going to be. He was 28 on the tree and then just way behind down at the finish line. Certainly hope it's nothing serious for Colby Fuller's car, but when you're asking your car for a little bit of cooperation, Colby Fuller's car just went, nope. Sorry, not going to do it. AJ will take the win line and advance it around number 2 is Ronnie Wilson and Rob Leipziger. Leipziger coming in out of New Hope, Pennsylvania. So I'll ask the live stream listeners. Mentioned it a couple of times, like what is the opposite of New Hope? Is it like utter devastation? Ronnie Wilson gets a 000 hero coin here this morning. Trip zip 475 on a 473 lights up the scoreboard down at the big end of the racetrack by 0.07 of a second, and Wilson will collect his coin. He'll get to come up to the Diva desk and collect up $50 to go with it. Rob Leipziger, 34 green and dead on 0. 456 on a 456, but no good. Ronnie Wilson uses that 000, that 34 thou that he had in his pocket, whittles it down to 7 thou at the finish line, and we've got our first 000 hero of the day. I think as of last night, we were up to like 23 or 24 of them that we've given out, maybe 22. Well into the double digits. And I think we're still going to see more and more and more of them today. Steve Hughes now rolling up in his dragster, dialed in at 462 in the right lane. Courtney Grisey dialed in at 421. So again, for the guys in the chat bleachers, what's up, Pro Street? What is the opposite of New Hope? I was saying like utter devastation. Maybe total depression. You guys come up with a good one. Double breakout between Courtney Grisey and Steve Hughes. Courtney's going to light up the board. Under 0.06 of a second at the finish line. 10 on the tree. And gets the win line. Steve Hughes ends up under 20 thou after his 019. Take 5 thou at the stripe and no good. So Courtney will return as now Ed Grisey and Rob Mosher. Again today, what do we got? We got the battery of the day, or battery a day giveaway. That's what I was trying to say. The battery a day giveaway, for those of you that are listening in on the live feed, that is going to be between 2 and 3 o'clock today. When we're going to get that taken care of. We've still got the last female standing, the final one of the week that's going to be given away. How about Courtney? 13 dead, or excuse me, Ed, 13 dead 0. 418 on a 418 for Ed Grisey after an 013 reaction time. Rob Mosher, 453 on a 452 at an 021 reaction time, and no go. So Amanda Campbell brings the dragster up on the right side of the racetrack, dialed in at 499. James Freeman rolls up on the left side with a 472 dial. We've got a lot potential for another 000 hero going out right now. Got it. James Freeman, trip, zip on the tree, 473 on a 472. 12 thou total for James Freeman, and that Amanda Campbell was 23 on the tree and had no hope. Not even new hope. Not even old hope. Just no hope. As Amanda goes 496 on a 499. So Freeman, our second 000 hero of the day. Oh, Lester Atkins and Brent Martin. Because I'm serious, like yesterday, what are we giving away? 22, at least 22 of them. Lella's going to check on that for me. I appreciate that. I mean, there was one round out there where we gave away like 5 of them. 5 thou the difference between the two drivers. And the win light will turn on for Lester Atkins. Atkins, 007 on the tree, dead on 0. Brent Martin was 002 green, takes 8 thou at the stripe to break out 3 thou. But man, it has just been like dead on this, dead on that, dead on this, dead on that. Crazy what we've been watching take place out here this week. Tim Markaglu dialed 452. Mark Price dialed 478. Mark on the right side, Markaglu on the left side. And we wait in pre-stage for a moment. Not long, but just a moment. Seventh thou the difference in reaction time. Win light's going to go to Markaglu on a double breakout. Markaglu was dialed 452, runs at 451.8 to be under by 0.02 of a second. Mark Price got to the stripe first by 0.03 of a second and runs 476 on a 478 to be under by 0.12 of a second. Win light belongs to Markaglu on the left side. Had the better bull, had the lesser offensive breakout, and wins the round. And we got a good matchup on the starting line. Noah Rambo dialed in at 453, 461 the dial over on the right side. Ready, race. Another potential for a 000 hero. Yep. By 1,000th of a second margin of victory. Trip zip one above. Coming out of that right side of the racetrack, Noah Rambo was 15 green and 452 on a 453 for the breakout loss. Jeez. Well, I mean, it is like almost 11 o'clock here. Everybody's awake now. Everybody's ready to go, and they are looking back at kind of what had happened over the last few days, going, you know what? I should probably set up a little bit tighter on the starting line because I'm going to need it. Chris Bear and Brian Rambo. Again, Bear. I mean, I know Pete's kind of been evaluating, taking a look at, another potential for a 000 hero. Yep. Chris Bear gonna get one here. Brian Rambo was 15 green. Chris Bear was perfect. We get another double breakout, and Chris Bear goes 462.5 on a 463. Take 12th out the stripe to break out by 5 thou. Brian Rambo followed him through to break out by 8 thou. So Bear is our winner there and gets the 000 hero coin plus the $50 that goes with it as Vinny Domino and Jamie Holston. Holston celebrated a birthday yesterday, where he turned that magic number 040. Vinny Domino, who has a new owner. The car's under the same ownership. Vinny just has a new owner. And it's a good thing, too. So Vinny Domino, under new management, really done wonders for that program. I'm telling you. Really helped bring up the bar there. So with Domino dialed in at 454, Jamie Holston dialed in at 436. We're separated by 2 thou at this end of the racetrack, and the win light is going to turn on for Big Vin. 006, take a thou at the stripe to get the win. 452 on a 459. Vinny Domino under by 11 thou. Jamie Holston was 008 and under by 12 thou at the stripe. Win light to Vinny Domino as Johnny Ezel and Erica Baker Erica, who was our best losing package in the third round yesterday, got $500 worth of that FTI money. We're going to find out who ends up as the best losing package here in round number 1 to get $500 of Stainless Works money. Again, just some of the best headers out there on the planet. When you need a little pipe work for your racing program, Stainless Works, those are the folks you got to call. Johnny Brackett Racer turns it red by a foul. Erica Baker survives with an 051 light. Goes 452 on the 454. Johnny was holding several as he ends up running 451 on a 457, but one thou red for JBR. I'm going to send him to the buyback window in 1 as Randy Sodders and Donovan Williams. Randy on the left side, the American-built car dialed in at 470. Donovan on the right side, dialed in at 468. As we've got them set up in pre-stage, and for those of you that are watching online, Nightbot, I'll give you a little correction in what your weather said. It's not exactly sunny. It's slightly overcast. I mean, it's like a very thin layer of clouds that are keeping the temperatures perfect here at the track. Donovan 008, 470 on a 468. Randy Sodders 37 on the tree, dead on 8. Win light belongs to Donovan on the right side. To be 30 total. Randy Sodders 37 on the tree, and then goes dead on 8 to be 45 total. But yeah, I mean, the weather out here Wednesday, Thursday, Friday was as perfect as it could be, and today with that very slight, like almost translucent layer of clouds that are hovering over the racetrack, it's keeping the sun off. It's keeping the temperature about perfect. There's a little bit of a breeze that it's almost like somebody turned on the air conditioner, and it's just been like that all morning. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Mckenna Brown and Gabby Needham. Gabby was another one who celebrated a birthday here with us this weekend, turning 19 years old while on property at the race, trying to turn on a scoreboard against Mckenna Brown, but nope, it's going to be Mckenna. 35 on the tree for Mckenna, and then runs 456 on a 450, gets there first by 0.08 of a second. Gabby was 13 thousandths of a second behind in reaction time. And bows out down at the big end of the racetrack is now Cameron Emanuel and Rich Corey. Corey is dialed 482. Manuel is dialed at 443. In time, and it's going to be a win light for Cameron Manuel. Again, just proving that the track is there. Cameron was 15 green, dead on 8. Corey was 17 green, take 8 thou at the stripe to be 2 thou under on the loss. So Cameron out of the left lane. At 15 dead, 8 ends up 23 total, and moving into the next go round is Cameron Cardulis and Phil Oakley. Oakley 436 dial, Cardulis dialed in at 682. 2 thou the difference between the two. Cardulis and the door car trying to hold off the charge of the dragster will do it. 13 and dead on 4 for Cameron Cardulis. Ends up 17 total to get the win. Phil Oakley was 15 green. runs his way down to the finish line to get there first by 21 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 19 thousandths of a second. So Oakley going to have to find his way up to the Diva desk to buy back for a second chance. Again, buybacks available up here for $190. We got the t-shirt tent open at the head of the staging lanes. You can get your t-shirts, hats, brand new steel tumblers, sweatshirts, all the stuff to go back home and show off that you were at the fling here at National Trail Raceway. How about Jeff, Sarah, and Race Kid? Pairing up here in round number 1. Race coming in out of Boise, Idaho. 462 is the dial for Race, and for Jeff, Sarah, the dial is 474. Are you ready for this? It should be a fantastic pairing between Sarah and Race. 22,000 in reaction time. Jeff Sarah's in control, and he's going to go dead on 4. Jeff, 11 green, and 4 thou above the dial, ends up 15 total, taking 10 thou at the stripe. Race Kid was 33 green and runs 8 thou under the dial. As you bring out Cody Witt and Jamie Sirocco. NHRA mom. Can you guys send me a tumbler? And the whole thing, that'd be great. That just reminds me of the movie Office Space. Yeah, that'd be great. We're going to go ahead and need you to come in tomorrow and fill out your TPS forms. We'll see. We'll see. Jamie's dialed 452. Cody's dialed 489. Potential for a 000 hero. Yes, sir. Jamie Sirocco lays down 3 total to be a 000 hero. Puts up a bag of donuts on the starting line, runs dead on 3, gets to the stripe first by 11 thousandths of a second, and Cody Witt just out of it. Had a 30 light, runs 487 on a 489. But the 30 light is no match for a 3 total package. Sirocco will get the coin. He'll get the $50. And he'll get his picture taken. He might even end up in the yearbook. Matt Shell going up against Chris Beauchamp. Beauchamp over on the right side, dialed 479. Matt Shell on the left side, dialed 483. We'll take Group D. Group D. Let's get you headed to the staging lanes, please. Group D. If you've not headed that way yet, let's get our Group D dragsters. We need you. We want you. We love you. And we would enjoy seeing you in the staging lanes. Chris Beauchamp gets the win light as Matt Shell turns it red by 11 thousandths of a second. So Shell goes red 11 thou. Beauchamp was green 13 thou. And then runs 473.8 on a 479. Jamie McBride Jr., Cortland Carter. Squaring off on the starting line, Cortland dialed in at 457, Jamie McBride dialed in at 452. Identical leaving the starting line, and a 457 on a 457. Jamie, Cortland, I mean, not stellar on the starting line, but both were 032. McBride dialed 452, runs 452.6. Cortland dialed 457, runs 457.7. Comes down to that 1 thou difference down at the big end of the racetrack. And Cortland Carter, who was up here buying back after like a 10 red in round number, or in the A group, now finds himself on the losing side of a 1 thou split at the finish line. Jeez. Tyler Bohannon coming up against Tracy Sons. Sons left side, dialed 459. Bohannon right side, dialed 454. Red light start for Bohannon by 0.02 of a second. Tracy Sons dead on 3. Had an 8 thou reaction time at this end of the racetrack and goes dead on 3 to be 11 thou at total. Bohannon had handed him the win light. After a 002 red light was Bill Prest and Tanner Thorpe. Are going to be the two that will do battle on the starting line. Bill backing up nice and easy. As he starts to roll the dragster forward, Tanner, one of those second-generation fling racers, Dad Kevin, will forever hold the title of King of the Flings. Kevin was one of the former winners of the Flings that participated in our King of the Fling shootout in Bristol, where Ivy Hutto Golf Carts put up that gorgeous custom golf cart for the King of the Flings. Kevin was the one that ended up winning it, now trying to pass the torch to son Tanner. We'll see if Tanner can pick that up and run with it. Bill Prest is better on the bold, and the win light's going to belong to Bill. 449 on a 449. How about again, both drivers running dead on the dial. Bill, 449 on a 449. He's dead 6 after an 026 reaction time. Tanner Thorpe was 459 on a 459 after an 047 reaction time. And so it's Bill Prest who's going to get the win light as Chris Stein and Kevin Thorpe. Stein's dialed in at 414. Kevin is dialed in at 458, and we're talking about that King of the Flings. There he is. And when we went through that racer seminar on Monday, Peter had actually pulled up and had in the display kind of a string of reaction times that we saw in that King of the Fling race that was just destructive. It was one of those things that if you were running in that race and you didn't have a whole lot of self-confidence, you walked out of that thing feeling like you had been absolutely run over by a Mack truck. But it was so cool to watch. 20 separate these two in reaction time. Win light's going to go to Chris Stein. Double breakout this time down the racetrack. Stein was 007. Kevin Thorpe was 027. So Stein was holding 20 thousandths of a second advantage at this end of the racetrack. Gets to the finish line first by just shy of 17 thousandths of a second to break out by 9 thousandths of a second. Kevin Thorpe runs under by 13 thousandths of a second. And by that 4 thou difference in the double breakout, Chris Stein is awarded the win light as Todd Knight and Kyle Bigley Kyle last night got onto the ladder round, was part of the very interesting conversations that were taking place when we brought 7 drivers back. They had a very interesting split. Bigley's going to go red this time by 11 thousandths of a second. Todd Knight, 006 and dead on 4 to lay down 10 total in his car down the right side to get the win light. Bigley, 11 red, legs it through to be 443 on a 448. But Bigley, who made an appearance in the semifinals last night, going to have to buy back if he'd like to go any deeper into the race this time, is now G-Dub Gary Williams. Is going to roll in this time, and Johnny Carter styled in at 482. He'll be getting the head start. Double breakout again, and it's going to be Gary Williams getting the win light. 14 thousandths of a second. Advantage on the tree went to Gary Williams. He runs 467.1 on a 468 to be under by 9 thousandths of a second. Carter was under 24 thousandths of a second, and that is that as Joey Stojakovic and Kenny Underwood are going to be our next two. Kenny's dialed in at 482. Stojakovic dialed in at 486. And Skinny Kenny, as they say, is going to be at the disadvantage in this pair. That is a true start type of deal. Stojakovic was dialed 486, leaving first was 001 red. Underwood was dialed 482, leaving second was 005 red. And True Start will hand a win light to Stojakovic as he runs 485 on a 486. We've now got Shanna Stone and Kyle Cotrera, who I thought Cotrera had mentioned that he may have been packing up and headed home tomorrow, or today, after his win last night, but decided that, we're here. The car's here. The racetrack's really good. Why walk away from a good thing? It's way too much fun to be out here racing at a fling. So Shanna Stone dialed 446. Cotrera dialed 452. Are we getting down to the end of our C group? We should have all of our D dragsters, D group dragsters. You should be back in the stage lanes. Potential for a 000 hero. Got it. 452.9 on a 452. Kyle Cotrera was trip zip perfect on the tree. Shanna Stone had an 042 reaction time. So in just a C group alone in round number 1, we've added 5 additional 000 heroes. Giving out 5 more coins, 5 more $50 bonuses. And when we were looking at those coins, and like when I first heard about it, Mike Eames had thrown the idea out there. It's like, wow, man, this is really awesome. Pete's probably looking at it. Dude, this was the coolest idea ever. And as they're looking at that, they're probably going, huh. Racers taking full advantage of it. Cotrera getting the win light there is Justin Daniels and David Davis. Going to be our final pair in the C group. We'll have a solo dragster in the C group, and then we're going to get into our D group dragsters. $20,000 separate them in reaction time. Win light's going to go to David Davis. The door car getting it done. 15 green and 651 on a 650 for David. Justin Daniels was 35 green, dead on 0. Another dead 0 run. I probably should have started making check marks and tick marks on that too, just to see how many dead on runs we get today. Because again, that just speaks volumes as far as what kind of a racetrack, what kind of a facility, and what kind of a crew we're dealing with here at National Trail Raceway. Again, I'm telling you, if you've never made a trip to the trails, you've got to get here. You've got to. Marty Marty. 005 and 444 on a 446. I mean, I'm going to say this. We've got D Group Dragster sitting under the tower. Jeb is going to take over here for a minute, but I'm not, like, trying to make friends here, and you'll find out here in a second, but what we've seen out of this racetrack this weekend, dead on runs, dead on runs, dead on runs, just dozens and dozens and dozens of them. The track is great. The crew is great. You have got, there's only one reason. There's like only one downside to this whole thing. Everything here is top notch. And if you can put up with JJ, you'll be okay. Because I've known JJ for a long, long time. I love the dude. And if you learn to put up with him, come race here at the trails. It's awesome. This place is great. Other than JJ. The rest is awesome. So we've still got our D group dragsters yet to run here in round number 1, making our way through a stainless works. Round number 1 here at the trails on a Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. We've also still got the West End Opera House $500 bonus for the last female standing. We have got the Kyle Seipel Never Give Up Award. Still looking for that Todd's Extreme Paint MVP. A lot of racers making a case for themselves as far as why they should be selected as MVP. Marco's watching closely. Lella's watching closely. Marco's opinion matters about 10%, and Lella's opinion is like 90% of that. Because we all know who are the brains in that bunch. Marco's not even the pretty face in that bunch, but still, we've got that part handled. All right, we've got D Group dragsters fired up. The racetrack is ready, and Jeb is going to sit down and take over the microphone for a minute.
Well, as we get ready to roll in the D group, we've seen some stellar runs so far here in the Stainless Works round 1. And I have no doubt that D group will continue to carry that, as the track is stellar here today. Lots of perfect lights, lots of dead-on zeros. As Mike Harbaugh and Jason Sizemore coming to the water box. Sizemore, Kyle's Ford, Tennessee home for the 2005 Mullis Dragster. He's down 479. Mike Harbaugh to Gaithersburg, Maryland. He's down 462 in the Miller. Mike Harbaugh, 54, take 1 thou. They go 22 thou above. Sizemore was 65, and I'm 12 thou above. Harbaugh takes a thou through the lights to pick up the win light. And here comes Brian Whitworth. He's down 477. He's going to be taking on Jack Green. Jack going to be down 516. Whitworth on that new to him rail.
true start right here. Jack Green at 9 red to Whitworth's 37 red. Jack Green goes 12th thou above Whitworth. 31th thou above. As Doug Foley comes into the water, or into the starting line, he's down 467. He's going to be taking on a Zach Silva out of Parkersburg, West Virginia. Silva, the Worthy chassis, down 478. With the advantage and Foley with the win. Foley 008. 11th thou under. As Silva is 4 and 14th thou under. Shane Beck and a Billy Rowe up now. Billy out of Amanda, Ohio, the Diamond Dragster down 482. And Shane Beck out of Narvine, Pennsylvania, going to be down 509. Row, Winlight, Beck. Billy takes 54 thou to be 3 thou under. Should have hit the brakes a little bit harder. As Shane Beck moves on, he's 28. Skylar B on the right out of Red Key, Indiana, going to be down 521. And Roman Cosner out of Pickerington, or Pataskala. The American race car down 494. Cosner moving on. Skylar B, 4 thou red. Cosner 16 and 13 thou above. Steve Law and Gerard Paterka. Paterka out of Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania. The Diamond chassis down to 466. Steve Law out of Boonville, Indiana. The Danny Nelson Racecraft Dragster down to 470. To a 12, Woodlight turns on for Steve Law, breaks out 6 thou. As Paterka breaks out 13 thou. Paterka was 12 up front, took nothing through the stripe. Had to get behind on that one. And couldn't do it as Steve Law gets to move on. Tristan Strauss and Rick Pistol up now. Pistol out of Estero, Florida. The Racetech Dragster down 472 and Tristan Strauss. He's running out of Newark, Ohio in the S&W car down 517. Strauss takes 4th thou to break out by 11th thou. Pistol 6 and 18th thou above. Locked out Strauss from the let-go. As QJ Arnold completes his burnout over on the Coglin car side of the racetrack. He's in that
Maddox chassis based out of Maryville, Tennessee. The ET prediction of 470 here in round number 1. And Zach Fulcher running out of Farmington, Kentucky for that 2002 Mr. Cool M&M chassis. He's down to 449. Both drivers take their time to get staged. QJ bumps on it first. Fulcher close behind. Advantage goes to Fulcher. He takes it foul through the stripe to break out 17th foul. QJ Arnold breaks out 26th foul on his way as Fulcher gets to move on into round 2. And Arnold gonna have to visit the buyback window here on American Race Cars Saturday. We're running for $30,000. Don't forget, we do have buybacks, $190. Be sure to go visit the Diva desk if you found yourself with the misfortune of not getting a win light here in Stainless Works. Round number 1 is Tom Clark and Scott Sill come to the starting line. Sill, Montville, Ohio, home for the advanced chassis, gonna be down to 458. And at Tom Clark out of Spokane, Washington, he's down in at a 446. The advantage and got the win on the double breakout. He's 12 thou under. As Tom Clark, 21 thou under, Scott Sill gets to move on. Don Buckowitz and Jack Fisk up now. Fisk out of Thornville, Ohio, the Diamond chassis. 469 on the dial-in board for Jack. And a Don Buckowitz out of Paradeville, New Jersey. The 2011 Racetrack dragster down to 469 as well. Whoever hits the tree better here and goes to the finish line without breaking out is likely to be your winner. 6-23. Control and Fisk gets the win. Fisk breaks out 5 thou. Buckowitz 9 thou. As Fisk is 6. Up front to Buckowitz is 33. So Fisk gets the invitation to move on into round number 2 with Sandra Cook and Glenn Dilday coming to the starting line. Dilday out of Sibley, Missouri. He's in that dragster down 443. Sandra Cook from over by Cincinnati, going to be down to 561 in the undercover. So Dilday with that big blower on top. Sandra Cook is out, and she's 3 Dilday 12 up front. 445, 1 on the 443. Sandra breaks out, hits it red. She'll have to make her way to the buyback window. As Mitch Rowe and Maria Cross come to the starting line. Cross out of Montville, Ohio. The Diamond Race Car down 482. And a Mitch Rowe from Philo, Ohio. And going to be down in a 486. Metro, we're out here representing the Gym Racing Clan.
Dead 1 to lay down 7 total. He takes 20 through the stripe. His cross let go 24 to go dead 3. Had no chance out of the water. Metro getting to move on as Josh Lutke and Shelby Miles coming back to the starting line. Miles, Mox Corner, South Carolina, home for the Spitzer race car. She's going to be down in at a 4:59, and Josh Lutke out of Boonville, Indiana, the 2019 Danny Nelson Racecraft, dialed to 461. Lutke's already won here. He took home $15,000 on the APD Carburetors Wednesday event. See what he can do here in the American Race Cars Saturday, 30K. Shelby has the advantage at the tree, and Josh Lutke is going to pick up the win light. He goes 4:57, 4 on a 4:61, breaks out the least as Miles goes 4:55, 3 on a 4:59. And here comes Kurt Branscombe out of Chillicothe, Ohio, going to be down 5:42. The right side dragster not on file just of yet, going to be down 4:84. Control, and a right side picks up the win. 11 and 19th thou above as Branscombe let go 62 and went 5 at thou under. Kenny Branscombe out of South Salem, Ohio, the PCRC, down to 498 as he takes on Shane Blackburn out of Ashland, Kentucky. The 2010 undercover car down to 449. To go 3 thou under. As Blackburn is at 100th under. Branscombe gets to move on into round 2 as Eric Bowman and Vic Butler come to the starting line. Butler out of Galena, Ohio. He's down to 494. And Eric Bowman from Cordington, the 2011 American race car. Part of the Bowman Brothers Racing Clan.
Attention to pits. Door car buybacks. All groups, all letters, door cars. If you lost and you bought back, bring them up to staging lanes 5 and 6 for the buyback round.
And Bowman going to be down to 446 for the Bowman Brothers Racing Camp. Eric's found himself in the big money pile this year as of yet. To do so, he's going to have to visit the buyback window today. He's 13th thou red and 11th thou under to go 444.9 on the 446
Vic Butler's 13 up front and 5 thou under. Moving on into round number 2. Richard Briscoe and Scott Arnold up now. Arnold of Campton, Kentucky, down to 5:02. And a Richard Briscoe, Oakley, Illinois, home for him, as he's got the ET prediction of 479. Briscoe, 2 up front and not getting the win light. Arnold's 11 up front, 7 thou under, and moving on. I believe we got Jim Hamilton on the left. He's down to 4:56. Right side driver, not quite yet on file. Going to be down at 4:61. Between them, Hamilton 5 dead to 1, lays down 6 total. Right side dragster had it no chance at all as he let go 20 to go 3 thou under. Joey Barish out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, dialed 485, and a Ricky Harbaugh Jr. He's running out of Maryland, dialed 477. Harbaugh, the Miller car, Barish, the SNW chassis. Takes 43 to be 2 thou under. As Harbaugh is 30 and 34 above to move on into round number 2. Michael Ealing and a Bob at Calypsy up now. Bob out of Madison Township, Pennsylvania, down to 444. And a Michael Ealing out of Gladwin, Michigan, down to 474. You know, it's not too often we see too many injected hat dragsters out here, but to see 3 of them and 2 pair, that's pretty cool. Once again, all door car buybacks. You should be coming into lanes 5 and 6, please. All door car buybacks. You should be coming into lanes 5 and 6. All door car buybacks. You need to be coming into lanes 5 and 6, please. Double breakout victory. Win light's going to turn on for Michael Ealing. 16 and 9 thou under is Calypsy's 13 thou under. Ealing breaks out the least there, and he gets to move on to round number 2. Dennis Mead and then Jim Skinner up now. Skinner out of Circleville, Ohio. The HMP out of 512. And Dennis out of Newark, Ohio, the Racetrack dragster out of 482. Takes 7 thou to go 9 thou above Skinner, dead at 0. Via reaction time, Meade got to the stripe first and is picking up the win light. Neither driver on file yet here. Left side dragster 467. The right side Pro Charger car out of 440. Control and getting the win. 18, take one to go 5 at thou above. Left lane dragster 28 up front and 4th thou under, had no chance at it at all. As the Pro Charger car gets to move on, and Mark Kidd and a JR Lockhart coming to the starting line. Lockhart, Riverside, Ohio home for the GTRC car down to 481, and a Mark Kidd. Kidd Performance out of Twin Falls, Idaho. The undercover card out of 464. Once again, we need all door car buybacks in the lanes 5 and 6, please. Door car buybacks. We need you in lanes 5 and 6, please. In control, and Lockhart with the win. 14 and 12 thou under as Mark Kidd is 29 up front and a 19 thou under. Hunter Galam out of Columbus, Ohio down to 481. And I believe that's Chris S. on the left from Marietta, Ohio. The Mullis chassis down to 502. A thou to be 9, a thou under, as Hess is 4th thou under, breaks out the least, and it gets to move on into round number 2 as we are nearing completion of Stainless Works round 1 and the American Race Cars Saturday $30,000 win race on the final day here of the Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. And here comes Steve Taylor and Dave Askew out of Pataskala, Ohio. The 2010 Miller Dragster down 512. And Steve Taylor, Riverside, Ohio home for the high-tech race car down to 445. Taylor 15 to break out 16th thou. Askew 26th thou under. He takes 3 thou through the stripe. Should have got behind. Didn't do it. As Steve Taylor moves on to round number 2 as Jason Rich and Severn Johnson come back to the starting line. Johnson out of Crownsville, Maryland. The 2012 undercover dragster out of 465. And a Jason Rich out of Cookerville, Tennessee. The supercharged car out of 428.
try and chase Johnson down and couldn't do it. Johnson is 24, takes 10th thou to go 10th thou above to lay down 34 total. Jason Rich had a fighting chance. He was 25 up front to go 19th thou above. Stayed 10th thou behind Johnson as Johnson gets to move on. Megan Cook up now out of Hamilton, Ohio, the 2002 Mullis chassis, now to 576. Left lane dragster having to get pushed back. Down to 521. Not sure if they lost reverse. Like they're going to give it a go. And the starter gives a signal that the left lane is going to be broke. And Megan Cook. It's going to get a competition single here in round one. Megan, 27 up front to go 5.73.9. Breaks out, doesn't matter. The left lane car broke on the starting line. So we're going to get them pushed back. As we have our final pair. Followed by a single of Stainless Works round number one. Here for the American Race Cars. Saturday, 30K. As Michael Shoup and Troy Stone pull into the water box, door car buybacks. You should be in lanes 5 and 6, please. Door car buybacks. You need to be in lanes 5 and 6. Door car buybacks. You need to be in lanes 5 and 6, please. So Michael Shoup and Troy Stone getting signal to do their burnouts as Troy Stone is from Elkhart, Ohio, or Elkhart, Indiana. He's behind the wheel, that 2007 American race car. He's down at 453. Michael Shoup, Hagerstown, Maryland. Going to be down at 475. Winner is going to be Michael Shoup. He's 9 up front, 4th thou under. As Troy Stone is 13 to take 22 to go 30th thou under. Stone breaks out the most. As Shoup gets to move on into round 2. And getting the solo, Mikey Bloomfield. He's in the shorty down to 468. The back to go 467.8 as he will be the last car down here for Stainless Works round number 1 here at the JEG Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries.
Looking for high performance? When you want high performance, there's only one place to go. Jegs.com. Jegs.com has the largest selection of high-performance automotive parts on the web. When you need high performance, Jegs.com has the part you want, when you want it. Want performance? You've got it. Jegs.
American Race Cars, we design and build the most competitive dragsters on the planet. Founded in 2005, American has quickly become one of the premier chassis builders in sportsman racing. Travis Colangelo and the American team focus on quality, precision, and driver safety. And remember, exceptional customer service comes with every car sold. Round wins, race wins, and championships start here. Join the American family today. For more information, visit AmericanRaceCars.net or see us at the track.
On the line, we've got a staging lane full of cars. The door cars are ready to do battle.
This is a sight to see. I mean, like I said, this drag strip is cut right between the mountains. That's a labor of love.
This could get really, well, I'm not saying it could get, it's gonna get really fun, really fast.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Race it, experience it. For the last decade and more, founders and legendary racers Peter Biondo, Kyle Seipel, and the Fling family have put on some of the biggest and best events in the history of bracket racing, setting the bar for what a race can be, for what a race should be. With one race, names like Jeff Birdie and Randall Reed have joined instantly recognizable icons like Scotty Richardson and Luke Bagacki as racers who have achieved on one of the biggest stages in the sport. A place where young and old alike come together not to just test themselves, but to simply enjoy some of the coolest cars, prizes, camaraderie, and competition you'll find anywhere around. Ask anyone who's come to a Fling event, and they'll tell you the same thing. You'll just have to race it, experience it.
We're getting ready to go in the buyback round on the $30,000 to win American Race Cars Saturday. And again, racers, if you have not bought back yet, there is still a little time if you want to jaunt on up to the Diva Desk and get yourself a second shot at today's big payday. Now would be the time to do that. Now would definitely be the time to do that. Again, all you Motor Maniacs that are in the house, we welcome you. We're glad you're rolling along with us, again, on a Strange Engineering sponsored Motor Mania TV live feed. We thank Strange Engineering and continue to thank Strange Engineering for making sure that we get a chance to do that. How about last night's runner-up in the 100K? Part of the first pair out here this morning in the buyback round. He's taking on Sean Dennis. Dennis has got the Corvette and is dialed in at 616. Nick Hastings in the T1000, dialed in at 606. Pre-staged, now staged. Let's go. Sean Dennis is going to be sick to his stomach. I mean, absolutely sick to his stomach. Sean Dennis had dialed 616. Nick Hastings had dialed in at 606. The tree dropped. Nick's car never moved. Sat there for 3 seconds. And when Nick finally moved, the color showed, or the tree showed its true color. Sean Dennis was 008 red. And I'm really going to be interested to find out what the heck went on there. Nick Hastings ends up running 605, but I mean, sat there forever. And Dennis is 008 red. Oh. Ricky Needham and Brandon Prest next to Brandon on the right side. Dialed in at 648. Needham dialed 585. Win light's going to belong to Brandon. Brandon was 006 on the tree and goes 647 on a 648 on a double breakout. Ricky Needham was 23 green and then goes 584.0 on the 585. He's under 10 thou. Huh. I hope I get the chance to go find out what happened there. Gerald Engel and Justin Mosher. Mosher, he's got the topless Corvette in the left lane. Engel has got the pickup truck in the right lane, and your shootout winner on Wednesday, trying to get back into the game here against Justin Mosher. 6 thou separate him in reaction time. Engel's going to go 6.064 on a breakout loss. Was 20 on the tree, take 11 at the stripe to break out 0.006 of a second. Justin Mosher, 14 green and 11 thou above to be 25 total and take the win lane. As now Ron Baisden and Bob Rossello. Rossello 564. Ron Baisden 646. Baisden in the big old Pontiac trying to get it done against Bob Rossello. Rossello with the advantage on the starting line, but it's going to be Baisden. 647 on a 646. He's one above after an 032 reaction time. Rossello left 19 green. To be 13th thou ahead in reaction time, but goes 30 or takes 39 thou at the stripe. To break out 16 thousandths of a second is now Vega John and Bob Payton. Bob in the Nova dialed in at 612 on the right side. Vega John has got a 592 showing up on the scoreboard for the Nova out of Valparaiso. I don't know that that's the Cordoba, my friend, but if we are going to find out if it is, we'll have to have some rich Corinthian leather in the Cordoba. I don't think it is. We got a potential for a 000 hero, and we're going to add another one to the list to be 8 total. Vega John, 000 on the Christmas tree, dead on 8 to take the stripe by 1,000th of a second for the win, and that is going to be 6 total on the day. For your 000 hero coin, Bob Payton 12 on the tree and goes 611 on a 612. And I will say this, in that 000 hero deal, the idea between Mike Eames and Peter Biondo, for those that have received the coins, the feedback has been nothing but stellar. I mean, when you first put your hands on that coin, it's got good, I mean, it is a quality coin. It's something that's like a memory. It's a keepsake. Something that you have there. I had some folks say, you know, I'm actually going to put this thing right on the dash of the race car for good luck the rest of the day, the rest of the events that I go to. But they're just absolutely gorgeous. Something that you certainly want to keep around for a long, long time. And we have handed out a bunch of them here this week, as Shauna Whitworth and Matt Costable are going to be our next two trying to fight their way in out of the re-entry round. Costable on the right side. Costable, I believe, actually won the APD carburetor last night in the drawing. Unfortunately, he will not win his way back into the race today. Was 14 red and then runs 5:27 on the 5:32. Shauna Whitworth, 6:22 was the dial, 6:22.8 was the run, and ends up 30 total with a 0:22 reaction time.
Attention to pits, dragster buybacks. We're ready for you. Dragster buybacks, all groups, letters. Dragsters to the staging lanes 1 and 2 now for the buyback round.
So Glenn Lakin's in the Saturn and Logan back in the S10 pickup truck. Lakins is down 591 is in trouble here as Logan back. Puts up 13 total. 12 green, dead on 1 for Logan to get him to the stripe first by 22 thousandths of a second. Glenn Lakins was 0.46 on the tree. And that spelled trouble with a capital T, so Lakins will bow out on the Saturn in the one entry of Shane Weaver and Aaron Dysinger are going to be our next two. Dysinger dialed 623. Shane Weaver on the left side. And the pickup truck dialed in at 651. The difference between the two in reaction time, and the win light's going to turn on for Dysinger. 27 dead 2, takes 6 down with the stripe to light up the board on that right side. 29 total for Aaron Dysinger. Shane Weaver was 25 green. Needed to roll down there and run dead 4 or better. Ends up running 10 thou off the mark, 652 on a 651, and that'll be it for that entry with Shane Weaver. Is now Clay Brown and Matt Daddis. Daddis in the Grand Am, dialed in at 609. Clay Brown in the white pickup truck, dialed in at the lucky Vegas number 777. We'll see if we can get the jackpot on the left side or if we're going to end up with Matt Daddis lighting up the scoreboard on the right side. The door is still open on Clay Brown's truck. Finally pulls that shut. And gets ready to roll up to the starting line. So with Brown and Daddis. Again, we've started calling our buyback cars, buyback dragsters. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Buyback dragsters. 4th out, the difference between the two in reaction time. Can Clay Brown hit the jackpot? Nope. Matt Daddis going to win this one. 12 green and 16 thou above the dial. Ends up 28 total, taking 6 thou at the stripe to get the win light. Clay Brown was 16 green and 18 thou. Off of the mark. Steve Collier and Jack Green. Green in the wagon. 606 on a 608. Gets there too quick. Stephen Collier, 17 dead 0. To be 17 total. So a 6:46.0 on a 6:46 for Steve Collier, and I'm not even going to try counting how many dead on zero runs we've had this weekend. There has been so many of them. Like so many of them. Amanda Manuel, Mike Doherty. Doherty's got the Mustang. Manuel's got the pickup truck. Doherty's dialed in at 670. Amanda Manuel's dialed in at 622, and we are separated by 0.06 of a second. Amanda, 12 and dead on 6. We'll end up 18 total in this matchup. Mike Doherty was 18 on the tree, needed to go 6.700 to light up the scoreboard, and ends up going 6.69.3. Take 7th out at the stripe, break out 7th out at the finish line is now Wes May and Lee Newmeyer. May, who ended up being your runner-up on Wednesday for that $15,000 main event, that advanced product design carburetor $15,000 main event. Josh Ludke ended up winning that whole deal. Wes was your runner-up, and he is trying to get back into a little bit of momentum as Lee Newmeyer's dialed in at 562. We'll see what he can get. Noah Rambo is our best losing package out of round number 1. So, Noah, you've got $500 worth of Stainless Works money headed your way. 0.07 of a second separate Wes May and Lee Newmeyer. Newmeyer with the advantage, but it's going to be Wes May with the win. 679 on a 679. He's dead 7, taking a thou down at the finish line. Was 20 on the tree, dead 7. Lee Newmeyer was 13 green and 15 thou above to be 28 total. So it's going to be Wes May getting the win light by a thou in that pair and taking the Regal to another round as Shannon Seals and Jeff Brokaw. Broke on the left side, his S10 pickup truck dialed in at 633. Shannon Seals in the Pinto dialed in at 732, just shy of 1 second head start. Going to be going to Shannon in the Pinto. Shannon turns it loose, and Shannon's in control as Jeff Brokaw is in a big deficit. Brokaw with a 1:42 reaction time will not be able to get it done against Shannon. Shannon gets to the stripe first, runs 7:33 on a 7:32. And that will put Shannon back into round number 2 as Brandon Jarrell, Joe Haskins. We have seen a lot of truck-on-truck crime here this weekend. The S10's becoming more and more popular as the body style proves to be very good for a lot of the racers. Joe's got his 98 bodied S10 dialed in at 648. Brandon's got his 83 bodied S10 dialed in at 659. So left lane 659, right lane 648. And down come the lights. $25,000 separate him in reaction time, and look at that pickup truck wiggle down there with Brandon Jarrell. He was trying to play that no whammy game. Racing his way down to the finish line, he's like, ready, and stop. No whammy. Oh, whammy. 658 on a 659, under by a thou. Joe Haskins, 007 and dead on 8, 15 total. Locked Jarrell out of an option as Jarrell's got no way to turn on the win light, even with those binders at full tilt at the finish line. Cameron Cardulis and Stevie Dustin. Sidewinder going up against Cardulis. 9 thou the difference between the two in reaction time. Win light's going to belong to Cameron. Going to belong to Stevie. 595, 1 on a 595. Another dead on run. Dustin 11, dead 1, takes 6 down at the stripe. Ends up 12 total to get the win light. Gardulis was 20 on the tree. And again, had no options for how to turn on the win light. So again, dragster buybacks, and door car buybacks. If you bought back, you should be in the staging lanes. We'll just leave it at this. Wes Buckley, Cameron Atkins. Wes, who is the very first one to light up the scoreboard and to collect one of those 000 hero coins. He's 009 on the tree, 21 thou above, ends up 30 total to get the win light. Cameron Atkins was 54 on the tree and 18 thou above. And no good for Cameron, so Buckley is back in as Chuck Mendola and Roger Thornton. Thornton dialed 652, Mendola dialed 587. Mendola giving up a bunch in reaction time advantage here. Somehow, some way lights up the board because Roger Thornton made the wrong choice down at the finish line. Thornton's going to need a buddy. He was 23 on the tree. Had 400 in his pocket, takes 7.5 hundredths down at the stripe to break out with a 649 on a 652. No good. Chuck Mendola is gifted a win light here in the buyback round. 65 thousandths of a second was the reaction time for Mendola and goes dead on 4. To get the win light is now Lindsey Back and Art Chofee. Chofee, the Pontiac Firebird, dialed 588 on the right side. Lindsey Back, little S10 Blazer. Rolling in on the left side, dialed in at 630, and a red light start for Lindsey by 3 thousandths of a second. Art is gifted a win light. Again, I'm not sure if everybody's just like really tired or a little groggy this morning, or I don't know if they're just got still fuzzy eyeballs from the party last night. But Art with a 50 light is going to advance. Lindsey Back handed him that by way of a 3 thou red light. Art goes 587 on the 588 as now TJ Mendola and Tom Artakis. Artakis in the Barracuda dialed in at 639. Mendola dialed in a little bit slower than that with a 660. And I don't know why, but somehow, well, maybe because it's like noon here. That would maybe be why the food conversation has begun on the live feed. Seems like every day around this time, everybody starts talking about, oh yeah, this chicken enchiladas and bacon and brisket and get you hungry. Get you hungry. Sitting in the pre-stage here, still trying to get things figured out as far as who's going to go in first, and the answer will be TJ, the Tonawanda, New York-based car, 660 to the 639 for Artakis in the Barracuda. 6 thou separate him in reaction time. Advantage on the tree to Artakis, and he's going to go dead on the money. 639 on a 639. Artakis was 16 green to Mendola's 022 light. Mendola takes 16 thou at the stripe. And breakout 7 thou as he was locked out by 1 little thou. Artakis 21 total to Mendola's 22 reaction time. How about the Manta versus the Chevette? I've been waiting for a pairing like this. And I'm waiting for Air Harrington to like turn it loose again. He's tamed it way down, but when we started off the week, that thing was showing off the drive line when it would leave the starting line. Brasket and the Mantas dialed in at 546. Harrington's dialed in at 601. Let it fly, man. Let it fly. still keeping it a little bit tame here. Harrington, with the advantage on the starting line by 12 thousandths of a second, is going to break out at the big end and bow out. 6:001 on a 6:01. Take 14th out at the stripe, ends up under by 9 thousandths of a second. David Braskett, 43 on the tree, and goes 6:45 on a 6:46 to be under 7 thousandths of a second and get to the win lane. Kyle Beavers now and Jason Rich. Rich in the rum runner. That 38 coupe coming in out of Tennessee. And I know in my heart of hearts that at some point when that 38 coupe did actually have a trunk lid on it, it was filled with moonshine. I can just see it like diving through the trees. FBI agents, cops all behind him. ATF people chasing him down. That car was running. At some point, that back window's been shot out. I know it has. Maybe not, but that's what's happening in my mind. Kyle Beavers, 009 on the tree and 692.5 on a 693. He's under by 5 thousandths of a second. Jason Rich is under by 28 thousandths of a second, and Rich will bow out via the double breakout. He had an 0.25 reaction time. I have to go back, put the trunk lid on it, fill it back up with the liquid libations, and see if he can make it home before they catch him. Jeff Fargo and Brandon Prest. Fargo, who was yesterday's winner of the Brodix Shootout, got himself a set of those SR20 heads valued at $5,300. Again, very much thank you to the folks at Brodix for being on board with us once again. Brandon Prest, 021 on the tree, 647 on a 647, no good. He is 26 total and 18 thou behind at the stripe, as Jeff Fargo is 8 total. 006 and dead on 2 for Fargo. To take the Le Mans wagon back into the game is Troy Stone and Sean Dennis. Sean on the right side, who is still reeling from what happened in that first pair, where he took on Nasty Nick, ended up going 8 thou red while Nick was still sitting on the starting line, and I still got to go figure out, or try to find out, what happened there with Nick. Troy Stone is dialed in at 493. Dennis is dialed in at 615. Win light to Dennis as this time it's Troy, who trips the trigger 10 thousandths of a second too early. Troy bows out. Sean Dennis moves on. You see that? Nick and Sean Dennis were like one pair away from racing again. Glenn Lakins in the Saturn going up against Nasty Nick. So the Saturn is dialed in at 593. Hastings is dialed in at 606. Against him here in the buyback round. Nick 006 and 603 on a 606 dial. Glenn Lakins was 002 red and goes 589.9 on the 593. So I think it is going to be one of the first times I've ever uttered the words the Saturn was too quick. So again, dragster buybacks, we do need you back into the staging lanes. Dragster buybacks, if you haven't bought back yet, there's still like that sliver of time available to try and get that done, as Ricky Needham and Bob Payton will be our final pair of door cars in the buyback. We've got the potential for a 000 hero, and we're going to get another one. trip. Zip on the tree for Ricky Needham Jr. Dead on 9, 583 on a 583. Needham's picking up the nice Kyle Seipel coin. Will come up here to the tower to collect his $50 and get his picture taken. So Needham gets the win light over Bob Payton. Payton was 31 on the tree and runs 610 on a 612. And that is going to wrap things up here in the door cars. We've got our buyback dragster sitting under the arch, and for those of you that are in the chat bleachers, I noticed Bill Ledger dropping the Shipley's name down there. And yes, I was introduced to Shipley's Donuts my first trip down to Texas when I went down to go to the national event in Houston. Buddy of ours says, look, when you get down here, you got to try Shipley's. I asked the same question Shirley did. I said, what's Shipley's? He brought in a box of those donuts, and never again in my life will I ask, what's Shipley's? When somebody says, we got to get Shipley's, my question will be when? Or how soon? And because Shipley's donuts are awesome. In my humble opinion, IMHO, I think Shipley's takes the cake against Krispy Kreme, takes the cake against Dunkin'. They are way better than both of those. And last year when we went down to Dallas, that was one of the first stops. Had to stop in and get us some Shipley's. Had to. So here we go. Elizabeth Sammons, buyback round of the dragsters is underway. Last opportunity at essentially that mulligan here today. One foul, the difference between the two dragsters on the starting line. Win light will belong to the right side. 522 on a 522. 19 dead, 9 take 6 thou at the stripe. Bill, you're making me salivate a little bit. Because when those things come, oh, all right. I'm going to change the topic here. Rick Harbaugh, Tyler Bohannon. Or at least I'm going to try to think about something else. Bohannon dialed 454. Harbaugh dialed in at 463. Only one can return to race today. And these two drivers are going to figure it out amongst themselves. Found the difference between them in reaction time. Bohannon was 005. Harbaugh was 003. And again, side by side, dead on. Bohannon, 005. Dead on 3 is 8 total. Rick Harbaugh, 003. Dead on 8 is 11 total. And Bohannon is going to get the opportunity to return as Cortland Carter, Jason Sizemore. So Cortland, what I think he went 10 red in his first entry, then came back in his second entry and found himself on the losing side of a 1 thou margin of victory. So I had to try and see if he can survive this one. 12 thou the difference between Cortland and Jason. Win light turns on for Carter. He's 456 on a 457 on the double breakout. Cortland, 10 green, gets there second to break out 3 thousandths of a second. Jason Sizemore, 22 green, take a thou at the stripe, and ends up breaking out 16 thousandths of a second. So Cortland is back in as Brian Riesling Jr. and Kenny Underwood. Kenny and the dragster. what they call the FTI test vehicle. Underwood dialed 482. Riesling is dialed in 7/100ths of a second slower than that with a 489. Showing on that left side. Riesling turns it red 3/1000ths of a second. Kenny Underwood 008. And then 480 on a 482. As he will be reinserted into round number 2. Riesling ends up with a 490 on a 489. But the 003 red light will ruin Riesling's day as Kayla Needham and Jamie Holston. Holston, who celebrated a birthday yesterday, trying to make it a really, really good one by adding some cash into his pocket, is dialed in at 435. And while we've seen Chris Stein's cars, you know, dialed in down in that 413, 414, 415 range, Jamie Holston's definitely got one of the quicker cars on property here as well with a 435 dial. Kayla Needham was 034 in reaction time, runs one above on the loss, 532 and a 531. Winner's going to be Holston out of that right lane. 13 green and 11th thou above. For Jamie Holston, as there was a 21 thou split between him in reaction time, and Holston's going to get to the stripe first by 20,000ths of a second. Here's Colby Fuller and Mark Price. Colby had his name in one of those drawings yesterday, the dead on 0. And I believe ended up getting the APD carburetor as the 470 dial was on the board. He's going to end up running 466 on a 470. A whole lot quicker than he thought it was going to be after no 26 reaction time. Mark Price was 14,000ths of a second better with a 12 light. And then goes 474 on a 477. They were just 7/10,000ths of a second apart at the finish line as Mark got there first, but the margin of victory on the breakout was 14,000ths of a second. Price gets the nod as now Ronnie Wilson and QJ Arnold are going to debate amongst themselves who gets to come back and race for $30,000. Ronnie dialed 474, QJ dialed 468. Advantage at this end of the racetrack by 38,000ths of a second belongs to Ronnie Wilson. He is going to get there first by 38,000ths. How about this? Ronnie dialed 474, runs 473.0. QJ dialed 468, runs 467.0. Both drivers under by 10 thou. Difference in reaction time was 38,000ths of a second, and it is going to be Ronnie. Coming back for round number 2 is Tracy Sons. Going to go up against Tim Kelly. Kelly's dialed 467. Tracy's dialed in at 460. The difference in reaction time. Tim Kelly, 6 total. 004 dead on 2 for Kelly. In the buyback round, Tracy Sons is 18 green and dead on 5. And not enough to get out of the buyback round is Cody Witt and Rich Corey. Corey with a 482 dial on the right side. Cody Witt with a 487 dial on the left side. Corey's going to get it pre-staged first. Cody Whitt rolls the nose of the white ride. Cody Whitt, the one in trouble this time, is Rich Corey. Was way better in reaction time, but Rich takes and hands the win light back over to Cody Whitt. Whitt, 43 on the tree, dead on one, ends up with a 44 pack and a win light here in the buyback round. Rich Corey was 18 green. Is ahead at the stripe by 30 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. 35 thou was the difference in reaction time. Cody Whitt gets the win light as Shanna Stone and Steve Hughes. Hughes over on the right side. He's got the dragster dialed in at 461. Shanna Stone out of Elkhart, Indiana, has got a 445 dial. The win light's going to belong to Shanna. Shanna, 445 on a 445. She was 26 green. Steve Hughes was better at this end of the racetrack by 11 thousandths of a second. Takes 16 thou at the stripe and needed to get there 15 thou or less as he goes 460 on a 461 as Courtney Grisey. And Philip Oakley. .006 and dead on 9, Philip Oakley. Takes 10 thou at the stripe. 15 total. Courtney Grisey was 13 green and ends up 12 thou above. To be 25 total. We'll bring out Hunter Gillum and Logan back. And thank you very much, Nightbot. For the last message in the chat bleachers, I am now forever stuck with Bohemian Rhapsody playing in the back of my mind. I mean, there's worse things to have playing in the back of your mind, but now that I'm sitting here reading through the words of that and the song is just kind of blaring back there, we'll see what we get. 32 thou separate Logan Back and Hunter Gillum. Gillum's in trouble. Logan Back's going to get the win light. 003 dead 5. 8 total for Logan Back. Hunter Gillum 35 green and 14 thou above. Ends up with a 49 package is Ed Grisey and Joey Barish. Barish on the right side, he's got the dragster out of Pennsylvania. And Ed Grisey, 417. Going to be the dial for the racer out of Ohio. Joey Barish puts up a nice little lap here. 001, 19 thou above, ends up 20 total, getting to the stripe first by 17 thousandths of a second. Ed Grisey 23 green and 14 thou above. And actually, really think about it, those words to the Bohemian Rhapsody song. Could kind of apply to each pair that goes down the racetrack. One of them's easy come, one of them's easy go, one of them's a little high, and one of them's a little low. The one that turns on the scoreboard be like a little high, the one that didn't, a little low. Brian Rambo, Tanner turns it by 0.03 of a second. He's a little low. Brian Rambo gets the win light, moves into round number 2. He's a little high. 22 green and 418 on a 417. It's Rob Mosher and Todd Knight. Knight with a 456 dial. Rob Mosher with a 454 dial. And we continue our way through the dragsters in the buyback round. So again, if you bought back and have not yet made your way up here, Todd Knight was 38 on the tree. Rob Mosher was 002, holding 36 thou in his pocket. Races down to be 19 thou above. All right, Nightbot, that's nope. Nope. Tom Clark, Jamie Sirocco. Sirocco dialed in at 453 here on the right side. Tom Clark dialed in at 444. The win line's going to go to Sirocco, 004 and 453 on a 453. He's 7 total, taking 28 thou at the stripe to get the win light. As Mark Kidd and Kevin Thorpe are going to be our next two. Kevin dialed in at 457. Mark Kidd dialed in at 463. And Nightbot, to answer your question there in the chat, last night's winner was Kyle Cotrera. Won the matchup against Nick Hastings in the final round of the $100,000 ATI Performance Products Friday. Thou was between Mark Kidd and Kevin Thorpe on the starting line, and Mark Kidd's going to move on to round number 2. He was 007 on the tree. And 11 thou above the dial to be 18 total. Kevin Thorpe was 18 green and goes 460 on a 467. Bob Calypsy coming out of the burnout. The car looks like it is locked up down there and will not be coming back from the burnout. They're trying to get that car to move, and it just will not. We got John Stoverman out there trying to get things figured out with Kalipski. All the start line crew is going to be headed that way, but looks like it just would not go into reverse, so Bob Kalipski is going to end up driving the car. Unfortunately for Kalibski here in the buyback round, that's a little bit of hard luck. So that should be Sandra Cook, or at least it's Sandra Cook's car over on the left side. Going to be the benefactor of, unfortunately, Bob Kalibski having a little bit of a bad luck moment with the dragster. Cook's going to go 002 and then goes 560 on a 559. To get back into the game is Gerard Paterka and Cameron Manuel. Are paired up here, and we'll go head to head. Gerard 464, Cameron dialed in at 469. .004 on the tree for Cameron Manuel to Gerard's 025, and on a double breakout kind of day. Cameron Manuel 468.9, take 11th thou at the stripe to break out by 1 thou. Gerard gets there second to break out by 11 thou. And the winner will be Cameron Manuel, is now race kid and Shelby Miles. Shelby on the right side, dialed 455. Race Kid on the left side. Dialed 462. Shelby Miles turns it red by 0.03 of a second. Race Kid will return to competition in round number 2. He was 16 green and runs 459. On a 462. And that'll bring out Eric Domino. And Eric Bowman. Domino dialed in at 453. Bowman dialed in at 447. And yet, Bob, between the two songs that you posted up there, I think I'm going to stick with the Bohemian Rhapsody. The other one's good. I mean, don't get me wrong, Stairway to Heaven is good. But Bohemian Rhapsody, by far. Vinny Domino with a 20, or excuse me, oh, it's been a long week. It's been a long week. Vinny Domino with a 34th advantage in reaction time, goes 451 on a 453. Eric Bowman ends up 444 and a 447, so Domino getting there first on a double breakout. Gets the win light, and again, just a reminder for those of you who are listening in on the live feed, we will do that Optima battery a day giveaway somewhere between the 2 and 3 o'clock hour today. Don Butkowitz going to get the win light here and be back in the game. He's 16 green and goes 466 on a 468. Red light start over on the right side. By 16 thousandths of a second ends today as Tristan Strauss is going to roll up now with a 516 dial. Right side dialed in at 460. So you do roll our way through the rest of the rear entry round, and no problems on the right side. Missed it bad. Had a 178 reaction time. Tristan Strauss got lucky. Tristan let go 062, goes dead on 2. Still gets to the finish line first by a 10th. Right side had a 178 reaction time, and that is no good. Unfortunately, here is Matt Schell and Shane Blackburn. So, okay. As we do get down to the end of our re-entry round, let's go ahead and get our door cars for round number 2. Door cars for round number 2. All groups, all letters. Basically, if you are a door car and are still in competition, let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Door cars, round number 2. Door cars, round number 2. Please make your way to the staging lanes. The red carpets have been rolled out, the stanchions have been opened, and the dance club for round number 2 is going to be open soon. So door cars, round number 2, come on down. Shane Blackburn dialed in at 449, Matt Schell dialed in at 482. 000 Hero coming up right now. Blackburn, 3 total. Trip, Zip, and dead on 3 for Shane Blackburn. Matt Schell was 30 on the tree, goes 43 on a 42. But Blackburn, from what I'm telling, or what I'm counting, if I've got them all, is our 8th 000 hero of the day. 8 so far just today. So here is Tom Dauber and Rob Leipziger. Leipziger, 456 is the dial. Tom Dauber dialed in at 467. I'll toss this out there to the chat bleachers. Give me a second. 16 thousandths of a second separated them in reaction time. The light's on, Kathy. Dauber was 11 green, goes 468 on a 467. To get the win light is Leipziger, 456 on a 456. He's dead 4 after an 027 reaction time, but Dauber trailers Leipziger here in the re-entry round is Zach Silva and Johnny Ezel. Who's Johnny? He said 477 the dial for Silva. That's 0.2 of a second slower than Johnny Ezel's 457 dial, so Ezel will be doing the chasing portion of the work this time, as Zach Silva is going to be looking squarely over his right shoulder to try and figure out where the nose of Ezel's dragster is. Well, that nose is going to be coming up pretty quick. Rock, rock, rock. You can see the scoop work going on Johnny Ezel's car. 008, dead 8 for Johnny. Zach Silva was 29 on the tree and out of competition early, as Johnny is 16 total. And to the 29 light over on the left side, Gabby Needham, Tyler Bohannon. What's that, George? You gonna get a chance to win? I want to throw some. I mean, I'm telling everybody, I've been telling everybody in the chat bleachers that the Optima battery a day giveaway is going to be happening sometime between 2 and 3 o'clock. So we're about an hour away from that window. So I want everybody to be tuned in and be ready. So again, the Optima battery a day giveaway is going to be taking place somewhere between 2 and 3 o'clock. And it looks like it'll be happening during round number 2, which will be kind of exciting. Tyler Bohannon, 007. Gabby Needham was 20 on the tree. Bohannon on a double breakout, 453 on a 454, under by 8 thousandths of a second. Gabby Needham just running way under the dial, ends up 491 on a 495. what I was going to say is, like, Nightbot threw out their lyrics to, you know, Bohemian Rhapsody, and then threw out their lyrics to Stairway to Heaven. So I've had, you know, pretty good interaction with the chat bleachers so far this week, and I think things are kind of quiet. I don't know if it's Saturday, more people are listening while they're out, you know, mowing their lawns or cleaning the garage or taking a nap on the couch or whatever it is that you're doing on a Saturday. Finish that thought in a minute. Troy Stone, Rent Martin. Troy Stone's going to get the win light, 25 green and dead on 7 to be 32 total here. Brent Martin was 18 green. Take 27th out at the stripe on the left side to break out by 13 thousandths of a second. But in between the dragsters for the buyback round and the door cars that are coming up for round number 2, I'm just kind of thinking we need to really think a little bit about what lyrics to songs are out there. I mean, other than songs specifically written by, like, drag racers or specifically written about drag racing, but in, like, common songs, what lyrics are there out there that would apply to drag racing? You know, like in Bohemian Rhapsody, you had that easy come, easy go, little high, little low, depending on which side of the wind light you're on. I mean, you got the Beach Boys and like all kinds of great stuff out there, but, like, what other songs with lyrics that would, like, apply to drag racing? Mark Price, 22 on the tree and goes 484 on a 475. As Justin Daniels ends up running 540 on a 520, had a reaction time that started with a 1. No, I mean, you could apply it to drag racing. So I was saying, like, they threw, it doesn't have to talk specifically about drag racing, but like Bohemian Rhapsody, easy come, easy go, little high, little low. You get to the finish line, the wind light turns on, you're a little high, the other guy's a little low. And I don't know. I mean, you can loosely apply it, but I was thinking, what would you think would apply? That's true. That's true. Kickstart My Heart from Motley. You see JJ right off the bat. Oh, Jeff, that's right. That's why a lot of people aren't chatting. It's college football day. We don't know what football is in Las Vegas. I mean, on the college side. I mean, we try. But we're not exactly a college football type guy. I think we need to be. I think we need to show a whole lot more support for our team out there in Vegas. UNLV, but I mean, after that dominance of the late 80s and early 90s on the basketball side, we kind of forgot about football. We don't know what that is. And then we got the Raiders. I don't know, they might actually do good this year. They were okay. Kyle Bigley won the last pair? No. So Jamie Holston and Rick Harbaugh. Harbaugh, 463 on the left side. Jamie Holston, 435 on the right side. Holston, 008 red. Harbaugh, 006 green. Harbaugh, 6 and 9 thou off the mark to be 15 total. I'm with you, boo-boo. I'm with you. Texas lost their quarterback today? Oof. James, that's a good one. Only the strong survive. Elizabeth Sammons and Kenny Underwood. What do we got? About 4 pair left in the buyback round. George, you always up there cutting the trees, man. Underwood, 008, dead 8. He's 16 total. Gets the win light. Elizabeth Sammons, 57 green, and missed it at this end of the racetrack. That'll bring out Jason Rich and Kevin Thorpe. Thorpe on the right side, Jason Rich on the left side. Buyback round coming to a close again. Oh, there you go. Joanne, that's the ticket. Jason Rich is green by 33 thousandths of a second. Kevin Thorpe, 004 red. Oh, man. Kevin, 004 red, goes 457 on a 459. Jason Rich gets back in the game. We got our final car of the buyback round ready to go, and I think Joanne came up with the answer already. I mean, Robert Ledbetter threw out there, you know, down with the sickness. Once you get hooked on drag racing, that's kind of where you're at. That is a very good one. But Joanne, she threw out the best one so far. And I think it applies to somebody headed to the buyback round. She said, oops, I did it again. Oh, I love it. Blinded by the light. George, that's a great one. Oh, Tanner Thorpe, 458 on a 458. He's 33 green. Brian Riesling, 42 green, and then goes 489-3 on a 490. Tanner gets back in, but oh, Joanne nailed it. Nailed it. Britney Spears, oops, I did it again. That is certainly a song that would apply to drag racing. Oh. Brian Rambo's dialed in at 419. Cortland Carter's dialed in at 457. We got another potential 000 hero, and it won't happen. Rambo trip zip goes 423 on a 419. Cortland Carter, 457 on a 457, 19 green. Buying back and getting back in both. Final car in the buyback round, Rocky Van Noot. Ended up with the provisional buy in the Vega wagon. So again, door cars for round number 2. Door cars for round number 2.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
Jessica Cameron, who's already claimed that $500 bonus, thanks to the Manuel family and the West End Opera House. The last lady standing here on a Thursday, trying to get around Eric Paterka. Paterka and the dragster. We got door car versus dragster, door car versus dragster, and door car versus dragster in the three pair that are left. Paterka's dialed in at 482. Cameron's dialed in at 631. Tree begins to drop and a red light start for Jessica Cameron by 0.06 of a second. Now it's Cameron Manuel and Chase Mead, which, by the way, kind of had a little birdie tell me that if you want to ride along with Chase Mead and if you got Twitch, apparently that's the place to be to get kind of the in-car cam review from what Chase Mead is doing. 646 the dial for the Camaro and Mead on the left side of the racetrack. Cameron Manuel dialed in at 469 on the right side, and this time it's the dragster that goes red. Coming straight out of Indy, 582 the dial on the left side of the racetrack. Chris Bear has got that 466 for the dragster over on the right side. Pre-stage bulbs are on. There's going to be two door cars and a dragster, or two dragsters and a door car. We're going to find out right about now. Win light goes to Diagnolo. Chris Bear was 054 on the tree, and then goes 465.6 on a 466. Diagnolo dead on 7 to be 7 total. Get that man a 000 hero coin. Paterka's rolling out of the water box with a 482 dial. Chase Mead is rolling out of the water box with a 646 dial. And we've got lights dropping on the Christmas tree already. Red light to start. Chase Mead by 0.06 of a second. He clicks off a little early. Goes 599, 96 miles an hour. And by the way, he was better than 036. And we are about to find out who's going to be parking it in the winner's circle. Pete Diagnolo, Eric Paterka, the final two standing here on a Fuel Tech $30,000 to win Thursday. Diagnolo taking over the left lane, dialed in at 582. Eric Paterka, the dragster on the right side, dialed in at 483. One win light stands between each of these drivers and a big $30,000 payday. We stay green, 0.09 of a second separate them in reaction time, and Pete Diagnolo goes back to back. Coming off of the win in Indy, rolls in here on Thursday and does exactly what he did last year on Thursday. Takes it all the way to the winner's circle.
Get the celebration underway here tonight. We'll be back at it early tomorrow morning. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for your winner on a Fuel Tech $30,000 Thursday. Let's hear it for Pete Diagnolo.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mosher Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mosher for the best solutions.
For those who don't settle when others do, who will give everything but won't give up. For those who believe in unlimited, while others limit themselves. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
All right, we are at the ET Shack, Friday ATI 100K day at the Summer Fling. I'm here with Johnny Carter. Johnny, you turned on the round one win light. We're going to play a little game. It's called Guess Your Reaction Time. If you can get your reaction time to the 1,000th, we'll give you $50 cash.
15.
Darn close. You owe 17. Opponent broke out and you got the win. Johnny, tell us a little bit about where you're from and why you chose to come to the Summer Fling this weekend.
I'm from Hobbs, New Mexico, which is a long ways away. We raced last week in Dallas, and we was going to go to Alabama, but they called for 4 days of bad weather, and since Peter's such a good guy, we thought we'd come here and support him.
Well, thank you so much.
Good, quick race.
Well, we appreciate that. We appreciate you making a trek from New Mexico. How do you like your chances today, and do you approach a 100K big race any different than your local bracket program?
Not really. I mean, if you start letting it get to you, the pressure will get to you. So I just act like it's another race.
That's the best approach. How do you like your chances today?
Pretty good. I hadn't made a lot of trips down the track. I was broke all day yesterday, but we'll get it figured out.
You know, from my experience, whenever you have a rough start to a weekend, a race weekend, you usually have a good finish. Good luck today.
Okay, you got to hold to that.
We'll see you in the winner's circle or at the barbecue.
All right, either one.
All right, so we are here getting ready to go into round number 2. It is the Biondo Racing Products round, and today, as we've had it so many times, we are going to be kind of excited to have Mr. Peter Biondo take the mic for the second round of competition on the final day here. Again, the American Race Cars $30,000 to win Saturday. It is going to be a lot of fun. And he has made his way back up here. Actually spent the entire morning down in the staging lanes just kind of talking with racers, seeing how their event went, getting a little feedback, and that is what kind of keeps these things getting better and better and better each and every time as they get that racer feedback and then look at it and apply it to make the event as good as it can be. But we are just finishing up a couple of things here in the tower, and as soon as we are ready, we're going to go ahead and roll forward our door cars for round number 2. Again, kind of toss that out there to the live feed about like what lyrics from songs actually apply best to drag racing. Joanne came out with that "Oops, I Did It Again," but Dice Man, I definitely like yours about the scoop rock thing, AC/DC's for those about to rock. I like that one. James, get by with a little help from my friends. That certainly applies. That certainly applies. The song Barracuda's out there. The waiting is the hardest part, Alvin. That applies as well. So those are very cool. All right, we're going to turn the mic over to Pete, and we're going to get going.
Want to wish a special happy birthday to Rocky Van Note as we kick off Biondo Racing Round 2, Nick Hastings and Rick Hoffman. What'd you do with the little... Blue cars going at it. Huffman is in control of this one. And it's not very often Nick Hastings leaves second by 300ths of a second. This time Rick Hoffman's 003 to Hastings 032. And Hoffman ends Hastings' day in that entry. Not sure, he may still be alive in one other entry, in his other entry. Garrett Griffith and Michael Hornstein. Griffith, and here comes a 69 Camaro chasing him down. 3 thou apart in the reaction time. Dead on the number for Garrett Griffith. Margin of victory 6 thou. Griffith coming back. Oh, Biondo Racing Round 2. Best losing package this round will get a $500 courtesy of Biondo Racing Products. Josh Sullivan and Larry Murray. 75 Vega for Mount Vernon, PA. And Larry Murray is 2016 Mustang convertible. No, not convertible, just topless. 001 red for Sullivan. Larry Murray 018 holding 2. As usual, Josh Sullivan goes dead on the dial after a heartbreaking 001 red light. That's a tough way to go. The last day of the fling. Good afternoon, Diceman. All right, G-Dub and Glenn Dilday. I was talking to Glenn in the staging lanes. He was fired up today. Nice wheels up start for the 70 Nova of Dilday, but he's behind by 26 thou at the hit, but wow, by 1 thou, a double breakout win going to Dilday. Gary Williams was 009, took 27 to break out 1 thou more than Dilday. Glenn comes back, and I'll bring up David Braskett and Brian Campbell. 87 T-Bird is Campbell from Oxford, Michigan, and Braskett to 74 Manta. Greetings, Lane Weber. Once again, thank you to Strange Engineering, the live feed sponsor this year. Support the companies that support the sport. 009, 2 and 11. How about Dead 7 for a nice looking 16 pack for David Brisket? Brian Campbell, what's a guy to do? He's 11 on a tree, takes 6 thou, breaks out by 1 stinking thou. Justin Mosher and Matt Daddis. Matty D, 6'10", in a 98 Grand Am, former NHRA Superstock car from the DeFrank family, and Justin Mosher. Mosher Engineering, they're a sponsor of the Flings for the last couple of years. Beautiful 2010 Corvette Roadster. Had this good discussion with Matty D yesterday in the tower. He's a bad man behind the wheel. Nice wheels up start. Just like a Super Soccer leads, and 15 to a 17 on the reaction times, and Matty D closes it up to 1 thou at the other end. And he took 1 thou, 6:12 at 107, 2 above. Justin Mosher bows out, also 2 above. Margin of victory, 1 thou. Nice job for Matt Daddis. Jody Davies and Joey Cameron. Exactly 1 bulb handicap going to Jody Davis. Camaro will try to track him down. He has 660 feet to do it. Anybody's race, light it up. But Joey Cameron, dead on 8, gets to the stripe first by 2 thou. Man, the racing is tight. It's only round number 2. Michael Alaska and Dan Sayers. All right, JJ, who's your prediction to win today? Who are you feeling? I know we're in round 2, but I'm not going to X you in the final. For Michael Balaska and the win light. How about 005 take 5? And when I say take 5, I look at the speed. Because if you get there first by 5 thou versus taking 5 thou, 2 different stories there. That time, Balaska, 596 at 112. He was out of it 2 mile an hour. And you can tell when a guy does a good job at the finish line when they match the opponent's speed. They pace him. Michael did just that. 112.91 for Dan and 112.95 for Balaska. It's a sign of a good finish line driver. Match the other guy's speed. Roger Thornton. Looks like he flinched, let go too soon. Big time red is Vega John's double. How about Vega John? 13 dead 3. And racers and race fans at home, check out our Instagram and our Facebook. We have a lot of cool content, especially this event. We have a drone flying around all week. Really got some good footage. So check out Spring Fling Bracket Races, Facebook, Instagram. Want to thank my nephew Dylan, Lella, Scott and Kyle were here yesterday. Great addition to our marketing team. So Hoskins and Greco. Greco got the 4 last night in that big GTO, and he is driving really well this week. 007 to a 009, lighted up dead 3. Joe Hoskins. How about a 10-pack? Greco did everything right except turn on the win light. He's 009, gets there 5 thou, and broke out by 4 thou. And let's see how well the Motormania live chat room was paying attention to the finish line lesson yesterday. How much did Lou Greco take in distance? First one that comes up with the right answer gets a pat on the back. Amanda Manuel and West May. How about Amanda? 29, one above, 623 at 105. So she was patting the gas down there. West May was 016, got there first by 36 to break out by 8,000. So actually, I think Amanda was behind and picked her spot on the track and spot dropped. Worked out for her that time. How about 007 leads second? A 003 for Dennis Mead, but he takes 6th thou. And man, it's brutal out there. To break out by 1 thou, Skylar B throws up an 8-pack just because. .003, take a thou, 581 at 105, killed about 10 mile per hour. Again, he did everything right but light up the wind light. Mark Lewis and Sean Dennis. One thou red for Dennis, Mark Lewis 021, Holden 3. I have not seen the right answer yet. 4 inches, nope. 2 inches, nope. Not 6 either. We're gonna... Double D, David Davis, and Dan Deshawn, DDDD. Toledo, Ohio driver David Davis. Deshawn calls his home Logansport, Indiana. And David Davis is looking over his shoulder. He's riding the brake. Turns on the wind light. 002 to 073, and that was the end of that. Davis moves on. No lane, not 1 inch. So it was 5 thou. The mile an hour was 103. What was the finish line margin in inches? Wes Buckley and Jason Sizemore. Jason had a little bit of an accident, one of our fling events recently, and he got the Beretta back on the track, but he turns a 2 thou red, and he's going to be kicking himself because Wes Buckley just missed it. But sometimes it's who makes the worst mistake. So Sizemore by 2 thou will end his day. I believe he's in his dragster. Dustin, the Sidewinder has the reaction time advantage and takes 88 down there, but it was good enough. Turns on the wind light, dead 4. Now to his defense, Scott Hessler went 531 at 110, so he fed him about 7 of the 800s. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Strange Engineering is the live feed sponsor. The best wheel stand from here until the end of door cars this round, and I'm going to have the chat room help me with this one, is going to win a $500, yeah, I said it, $500 Strange gift certificate. Jason Mead, Aaron Dissinger, better reaction time to Aaron, and the win light for Aaron Dissinger. How about 009, 1 above 0, 19 pack. Mead was 21, got there first by 1 thou. Broke out by 3 thou, so the math wasn't working out for him there, and that will bring up Dennis O'Brien and Chuck Mendola. Yeah, you got it. 9 inches. Bingo. Winner. Good job, Chris. Good job, Randy. Randy got it to the 100th of an inch. O'Brien, a big old 68 Chevelle. Turns on that nasty red bulb as Chuck Mandela will take the free pass. 590 on the 587. All right, we're gonna move on. The best wheel stand, and I need the chat room to help me out here, in this round 2 of door cars is gonna win a strange $500 gift certificate. And Bill, the math is, here, I'll type it in. Jeremy Cooper, Jordan Arnold. Double breakout win going to Cooper. Both drivers were under, and Cooper was under by 10th thou. Arnold was under by 18th thou. You're welcome, Bill. So let's see someone hike those front wheels past the 60 foot, and let's give away a strange $500 gift cert. So the best wheel stand in this round of door cars. $500 strange gift cert. Come on, chat room. Help me out. Red light start for Ron Basin. And of course he goes dead too. Mike Daugherty, dead on with an 8 after an 0.35 reaction time, so Daugherty picks up the win. There's a local. Bailey, they're locals, right? Talked to Ruth Bailey out there today. Says he's having a great time this week. A 2th thou red, Bob Heens. How about Bob coming down from Canada, 013, one above, nice lap, moving on to round 3. Pete Dagnolo and another 2th thou red. These guys are going for it and coming up just a little bit short. That's his second 2th thou red in a row. Dagnolo's going to pick up the win. That's Thursday night's 30K winner on Fuel Tech Thursday. It's also the U.S. Nationals winner in Superstock just recently. How about winning the U.S. Nationals and then picking up a Fling? Big check right after that, within 5 days of each other. 4 days, actually, Monday and Thursday. We're going to be looking for an MVP. Taj Extreme MVP going to be crowned today. Chuck Sanders going to pick up the win as Deshaun drops it red. Sanders, 624 and a 623. Neither did a impressive wheel stand, so that strange $500 gift cert is still in play. Doug Baker and Doug Linden. Linden made it down to 6-7 last night in the 100K. Beautiful 55 Chevy. That's getting 514 in a Chevy in the wind light. 011 516 on a 514 was good enough as Baker couldn't cover his number. Art Chiaffi and Justin Logan. Bill Botson says the Malibu was the best so far. 002 for Art. Nice job. How about Art 002 take 007, 589 at 115. So, again, that's a driver taking 007. He's down a couple of mile per hour. So yeah, if you're watching from home, check out Spring Fling Bracket Races, our Facebook, our Instagram. We have a lot of cool stuff. Almost a heads-up matchup here, a Nova and a truck, 606 to 609. Too aggressive, 3,000 red for Gerald Engel. And Roycraft is 026, 11,000 under. Logan back, Steve Collier. All right, I'm ready, right? All right, attention in the pits. Dragsters, all groups and letters. Dragsters for round 2. Let's bring them up to staging lanes 1 and 2. And if you're a double enter dragster, bring it to the front of the pack, please. Middle teen reaction times here. Back 013 gets that first by 2,000. Man, there's some close racing going on. Collier, the hitter from Huber Heights. Broke out by 5,000, was just a tick behind to start, and Logan made him pay. Brandon Preston, Robbie Breeden. Little PA versus Ohio matchup, the 78 Z28 for Prest. And a red light start for Breeden, 3,000 on the red side. Brandon Prest, 647 dial, 648 with the 2 at 102. Jeff Fargo, the Malibu wagon who won the Brodix Best Package Shootout last night. Walked away with a set of SR 20 heads. And the big, I think that's a Chevy. Beavers. 100th reaction time advantage to the bottom bulber. Wait, he's off the bottom? Well, he had a negative sign in his number there. Had a 100th reaction time advantage and took 8th thou. Guarantees himself a victory. So Jeff Fargo will come back, and I'll bring up Cameron Cardules and Tom Artakis. What do you think, live chat? Strange live chat viewers? Any good wheel stands yet? Looking for the best wheel stand in round 2 of door cars for the strange $500 cert. Well, there goes the Barracuda. I hope he looks over his shoulder, and he does. Picks up the win. Karen idles down the track, obviously having some mechanical difficulties. Wayne DeSantis and Lindsey Botts. Wayne DeSantis from all the way up there in Massachusetts, and the Daytona is looking good to turn on the win light, and does it. 005 to an 035, Wayne DeSantis. Gets there first by 15th thou and had a 300 reaction time advantage. That's math 101. Take this stripe by less than your reaction time advantage. Guaranteed victory. Rocky Van Note, the birthday boy. And Preston Mitchell, the birthday boy. Goes another round, 009 dead 7. It just might be Rocky's day. As Preston Mitchell, another red and dead on. All right, if you're in the staging lanes in your door car, get your 3/8 wrench out and loosen those front shocks. Trying to get a wheel stand to hand out a $500 strange gift certificate. I believe that's Nasty Nick in a burnout. Could be a player. Yeah, that was a nice control wheel stand. Good one shaping up here, 005 to a 12. And Shauna Woodworth was 12, got there first by 12 thousandths and broke out by 3 thou. Chris Bowman lights it up, 005, 631 at 104 on a 630 for the win. All right, let's see if Nick can rock it back on the rear bumper. Nasty Nick, he's down to 1 entry. He just had his worst reaction time in the last 20 years, 037. Let's see how he rebounds from it. And Travis Gigert, Newark, Ohio. Ah, Nick, that was pretty good. 006 red for Nick Hastings, and his day will end. That's bad news for Nick and probably a lot of competitors going, woof. Glad we don't have to deal with him later. He is one to be reckoned with. The competition does not want to see Nasty Nick in the other lane. Travis Gager got away with one there, 055, 593 on a 592. I don't know, Nick's wheel stand was pretty good. What do you think, live chat? T-Dub and Gordon Wan. He's just been right around that 000 this weekend. This time he's 004 red. Gordon Wan 021, one above. 619 at 110. Troy and I were joking around last week about how many coins he's going to have, how many of those Kyle Seipel triple hero trip zip coins he would get. And he has been hard after it. A couple of times, I know he had 3 002s the other day, and he just got a little bit too close there and dropped it 4th hour on the red side. Justin Mosher and Shannon Seals. Seals in the Pinto. I'm sorry, in a Pinto. Lights it up and the crowd goes wild. Nicely done, 010, 734 on a 733, Justin Mosher. Was 14 at the head and broke out by 6 thou.
How would you like to have champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Biondo of Biondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Biondo or visit BiondoRacing.com.
And when we get to the dragsters, we're going to give away a K&N dragster scoop worth $1,500. So we're just checking out the track. Shouldn't be too long here as we get closer and closer to the American Race Cars $30,000 Saturday champion. Never been to Bristol. It is a really cool racetrack. It was built right between the mountain. It basically took a mountain and cut a hole right in the middle of it and built a racetrack. That's a Bruton Smith owned property, SMI. All right, right back at it. Ricky Needham Jr. and Josh Sullivan. Needham's, what do they have, like 10 or 15 entries here between them and, was it Ron? E&E Trucking? Red light start, double red this time. Ricky Needham, the lesser of two reds. We'll come back as Josh Sullivan was 29 red. Needham was 3 thou red. Jody Davis and Jay Miller. Little over 1 second handicap going to the Camaro in the left lane. Jody Davis, he's looking over his shoulder. Sees he had some room. Eased off the gas to go one above 660 at 101 after an 015 reaction time and gets the win light by 24 thousandths of a second. David Braskett and Michael Hornstein. I haven't really seen a super impressive wheel stand yet. There were a couple. I mean, Nick carried it out nice controlled wheelie. But these drivers are all business. They're not here for the show. They're here to lay down consistent ETs. Corrects it, goes right back down the groove and turns on the win light. How about an 11 pack for Michael Hornstein doing some driving down there, taking 7th thou. David Braskett, not a bad run. 011, 546, 7 on a 546 at 128, but not good enough. Rick Hoffman and Joe Hastings. 648 to a 613. The pickup truck is off and away, and here comes Rick Hoffman. But the red light's on, and that will end Hoffman's hunt for 30 grand. Joe Hastings, good place to be, 007 and 8 thou under. So if I was just 007 and 8 thou under, moving into round 3, I'd have a lot of confidence. Wes May and Michael Balaska. Early 90s Mustang and an 82 Regal. I like that car. Wes May. Wes May made carburetors. Now Wes May is not going to win the wheel stand contest here. I mean, maybe if he lets go of the button and gets right on the juice, but you have to, whoa, there it is. Holy moly, look at that. Michael Balaska turns on the red by 4th thou, but without a doubt. What do you think, chat room? Get the thumbs up from Nate. And Michael Balaska so far is the leader in the clubhouse for the best wheel stand in Door Cars round 2. That's going to be a hard one to top. Now I wonder, wonder if he made any changes to his car for that. Was he leaving like that all weekend? He was? Okay. Wow, look at this matchup. Garrett Griffith and Matty D. Heavyweight battle. And I tell you, I can promise you that both of these drivers want this win like badly. Both drivers staged identical, exact same time. Matty D drops it red and Garrett Griffith 0-11. 631 on 634 dial-in. So Griffith will move on to round 3, and I'm not sure if Matty D has another entry or not. David Davis and Brian Campbell. Anybody's race, 009 to 014. How about Brian Campbell, 009, take 009, 583 at 115. To turn on the win light, David Davis was 014 and 652 on a 650, but not sure. David Davis might have been able to get there. 650 at only a 101. I'm pretty sure he'd go about 103, 104. Oh man, 003 red to 002 red. This time Amanda Manuel goes 1 thou red less than Chase Mead. And Amanda will be coming back. Again, who won the last female standing yesterday? Sandra Koch? Oh. Manuel family putting up the last female standing bonus award. Every day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday at all flings this year. Last female standing, $500. I think it's a nice touch and we appreciate it from the Manuel family. Aaron Dissinger and Logan Bach. Nice little wheels up for Logan. Nothing like Alaska, but Logan 010, 627 with a 9 on a 628 Dysinger. 015, dead on donut, 623 with a 0 on a 623. That was a good lap. Dysinger coming back. Rocky Van Note, the birthday boy. He got by his first entry. That'd be something if he gets to the final and races himself on his birthday. He's got a tough out here in Stephen Collier. Collier's red and Rocky Van Note 022, 584 with a 2 on a 584 as we move. So this is the last door car, and I don't think this Camaro is going to match Michael Velasquez's wheel stand, but we'll see. Dilday is trying to track him down, and he got there first. but broke out by a ton to do it. Wow, 433 on a 445. After an 022 reaction time, and Sayers will pick up the win. He was only 3 thou under. So officially, officially, Michael Balaska is the winner of the $500 Strange gift cert. So Michael, you come to the tower, take your picture. Now, round 2, Biondo, round 2 with the dragsters. Josh Baker, Cody Witt. 008 for Josh Baker as Witt drops it red. Josh Baker, nice place to be, 25 thou under. We'll move on to round number 3. So we got to figure out a way to give away a K&N gift certificate for a scoop, $1,500. Is Eric Baturka. He's been going a ton of rounds here this weekend, and Joey, I'm not even going to try that name. Emily, you try that name. Well, Joey's going to pick up the win, 017, 486 on a 485. Baturka, his day is done in that entry, 026 to above, 19 thou behind at the stripe. All right, Emily, we have a K&N $1,500 hood scoop going out to a dragster and Biondo round 2. How would you like to do it? James Freeman and Michael Bloomfield, Bloomy Jr. in the shorty, 469, 006 to 004. This one's anybody's race. Light it up for James Freeman, 004, 1 above 0. Bloomfield, 006. Didn't like what he saw down there and just bailed out 2 above, 471 at 140. How about we'll pick a dragster that can use a hood scoop upgrade. We'll do that again. The logical approach. What's up, Kirk? Tracy Sons and Jeff Sarah. Oh, baby, 005 to 004. Guys are going after it. Sarah, 005, take a thou. Yep, just like that. I mean, when we were doing the seminar on Monday, I called him a freak. He's a freak of nature. Tracy Sons is 004, 2 above, bailed out. Probably was going about high dead on, 461 at 145. Shanna Stone and Tyler Bohannon. Tyler, 454. Tough driver, 2019 Miller Dragster. Stone 034, 445 at 155 for the win. Let's hear Emily call. Yeah, George, that's a good idea. Actually, Emily's doing payroll right now, George. Otherwise, I would take you up on that. Race Kid and Kevin Boring. Race from Boise, Idaho. 2007 TNT, that's a really good driver over there in the left lane. Kid Racing Engines. And Kevin Boring, 470. Be first by 800ths of a second. The kid's 462. Hey, Ghetto Pirate from the UK. Boring gets on the chip, clearing out the pipes. Goes dead on the dial, but not good enough. Race Kid, again, 462 on a 462, taking 12th out at 145. Cortland Carter and Rich Corey. 457 from Lubbock, Texas. Cortland Carter. Rich Corey. How about 006 to a 14? And both drivers stick it dead on, but Corey, how about 006 at dead 5 in the middle of a day? Taking 4th out again. 482 at 133. Doing some work at the stripe. Carter puts up a 15 pack and no good. Wow. Cameron, Manuel, and AJ Ash. And it always gets a little bit more. The last day of a fling always, these guys are just a little extra motivation. They're a little hungrier than they were earlier in the week. They know it's their last shot, a last attempt. And when you pair up against a Cameron Manuel or AJ Ash, you're going to bring your A game. AJ Ash, 000. And AJ Ash, 000 takes 7th out. You think he wants it bad? 463 at 143. So a 000, fling 000 coin going out to AJ Ash. He'll get the coin, bring it up to the diva desk, and he'll get handed $50 cash. And he'll get to keep the coin, of course. 10 000 coins today. We bought 300. We're down to like 250 already. So 10 today, I think we had about 25 yesterday. Holy moly. Yeah, thanks, Mike Eames. What a genius idea. $50 a coin. So you guys on the live chat, any 000 winning reaction time gets a gold coin and $50 cash. Still needing 009, 502 on a 504. Takes the win is Mark Price. Left just a little bit too soon, 476 on a 475. Official car count today, exactly what it was yesterday, 312. Jack Fist and Courtney Grisey, how do you say that? Grisey, silent Z. 421 dial and 011 reaction time and a win right there. How about dead 9 at 166? That's humming down there. Jack Fisk, 25 at the start, 1 above 2 to land him 17th out behind. Ronnie Wilson and Ed Grisey. So the Grisey family is going to try to go 2 for 2. Back-to-back win lights. Ed dials at a 419. Yeah, Bob, that's a good one. Alaska just standing it up, planting the bumper on the track and just riding it. Northern Lights Fling. Alaska, yeah. Eskimo Shootout. Oh, man, Grisey. 1 thou red and dead 2. Ouch. Ronnie Wilson, 013, 474 at 145. Speaking about it, like who wants it the most, Gary Williams, G-Dub, he is a strong finisher. He's one of those guys the last day of the Fling event. You don't want to pair up with him the last day of a Fling event, especially if he hasn't won, especially if he hasn't been in any finals previous to the last day. Northern Lights, 16-car Eskimo Shootout. Yeah, there you go, Klondike bars. G-Dub, man, he's just not scared. He's just living on the edge, always. 001 for G-Dub, 467 on a 466, taking 14th thou against a 168 mile per hour 420 car. Little purge of nitrous there for Tim Kelly, and he's got the Red Rocket. The Red Rocket's Tom Dorber, a little bit quiet this year. Hasn't really had a Red Rocket type year, but one day can change all of that. Good friend of mine, Tom Dorber. Been on the bracket tour since he retired 3 years ago. So the Red Rocket's 010, Tim Kelly's 016. Give the win light to the Red Rocket. Taking 2 thou down there, 470 at 144. Tim Kelly. A little bit of a hole shot win as he was a little bit closer to his dial, but had a 6 thou worse reaction time. Randy Souders and Jamie Sirocco. Still looking for that hood scoop winner. See, the problem is everybody has a nice hood scoop these days. We'll find one. I want to give it to someone who needs it. And we got a killer matchup in the burnout box. Fastest on the property, James Stevens. I think it's that 418 we saw just recently. Sirocco turns on another win light. How about Dead Donut, 454-0 on a 454. Taking 8 thou down there. Randy Souders just didn't work out for him. He was 28. He was 3 thou under and still 8 thou behind at the stripe. Good matchup. Tim Markerglue, good friend of mine. Tim came to me about 10 years ago and said, I want to learn how to drag race. We became friends, and he is one heck of a race car driver. As Donovan Williams, as I said earlier this year, pretty much became a made man in the world of big buck bracket racing. Hey, Snakebite Bob, you still in? Snakebite Bob, I'd love to see you in the winner's circle tonight. That would just be cool. Donovan Williams is 10. Timmy is 001. Win light to Marker, who throws up a 7-pack. Donovan Williams was 010, and he saw Timmy stick a wheel on him, and he just bailed out. Went one above as Timmy takes 020 at the stripe to go dead 6 and turn on the win light. Jamie McBride and Colby Fuller. Oh, another good matchup under the tower here. Pittsburgh, PA for Jamie McBride, 452. Colby Fuller, I think he's from Georgia. 467. You are correct, James. Chris Stein did go a 414 earlier. Might even went a 412. Believe that's the fastest high route on the property. And Colby Fuller takes 3 thou down there to go 2 above and turn on the win light. McBride's 003, 455 at 150 and just couldn't cover his number. Jason Rich and Skinny Kenny. Skinny Kenny paid for his tab and then some earlier in the weekend when he hit the run for the money. 1 thou package, walked away with $2,000 in the run for the money session. You can hear Jason start screaming, hunting for that win light. 431 on a 430 after a 009 reaction time was good enough to Jason to turn on the win light. Skinny Kenny, 003, bailed out. 3 above at 134. Kyle Bigley and Chris Bear. So I'm sure if you guys were on Facebook or paid attention yesterday, there was some tension in the staging lanes. I'm just going to call a spade a spade. There was 14 left. There was some talks about a potential split, and Kyle said, you know what? I think it's too early for a split. Let's talk about it next round. And the rest of the drivers they kind of didn't like that answer. And this was a matchup with 7 left. They did not do any deal at 7, these 2 drivers. Kyle Bigley won the round, then lost in the semis, walked away with a big chunk of money, not so much for Chris. But Chris has been killing a tree and turning on a lot of win lights. He's definitely one of the candidates for the Todd's Extreme MVP Award. And both drivers wanted bad. 007 to a 008 win light. Chris Bear, he just keeps on turning on the electricity. 14,000 stripe, 008 dead 6. As Bigley was 007, both drivers doing their job down here, and Bigley bails out a little bit too soon to go 2 above. I'm telling you, those 2, I know you want to win every round, but those 2 really, really wanted to win that round. Mckenna Brown and Tristan Strauss. Young ladies make their way down National Trail Raceway, and Mckenna Brown, 451 on a 450, gets their 11th out for a win. My bad, Tristan. Hey, I'm from the old school. I'm from the days where Joe and Anthony, I don't know, I just never heard that name before. JJ, don't make fun of me. Pesci, yeah, Joe Pesci. Sure. Man, Nate, you gotta see Nate right now. He's keeping track of doubles in the other room. He Looks like a mad scientist. Big Vin and Skylar B. See these names, these I'm not used to these names, Skylar. And Big Vin newly engaged to Taylor Fletcher. Vin was one round away from getting into some big money, and he's been knocking on the door all year at the Flings. Just needs to sooner or later break through. Wow, 005. Light it up for Big Vin. How about Big Vin 004 take 0001? And again, he took 004. He took 000. He was 454 at 147. Skylar B 005 523 on a 522. And I tell you what, as the door cars were going down, started to say, yeah, maybe these guys are getting a little tired. Packages weren't quite as good as yesterday, but the dragsters are proving me wrong. I think probably right around the last 7 out of the last 8 lights with 00 something. Chris Stein and Lester Atkins, there's your 415 dial. About 443 and looking over your shoulder. Double breakout, no, not double breakout. Chris Stein got that first by 3 thou, broke out by 6 thou. Lester Atkins, 444 at 156. He'll move on to round number 3. As we continue on, Biondo Racing round 2, 312 cars a day. Want to thank each and every one of you, racers and crew, that chose to race with us this week at the 2nd annual JEGS Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. Mitch Rowe and Philip Oakley, Oakley Racing Engines. I met Phil in the staging lanes earlier. First time we've ever met in person. Super nice guy, successful company. Nice carbon fiber car, 437, 2022 Miller. And Mitch Rowe, 485. Oakley's 007 red. Mitch Rowe, 29 to start, 485 on a 485 at 141. Butkowitz, 14, take a thou for the win, as Pistoli was 008, 475 on a 473. Bill Press, left lane from Rochester, PA, to 2004 Diamond Dragster, and Steve Hughes. best is 0.26, and Hughes wins it on a whole shot. Gets their 4th thou to go 2 above. Bill Press was dead on with an 8, but an 0.26 reaction time with 16th thou behind Hughes to start. Hughes made him pay, got that 4th thou, turns on the win light. Marty Martin and Denny Napier. Little Maryland versus Ohio matchup. Marty Martin is 0.20, 446 is his dial, 445 with a 7 at 155. I'm going to step out for a little bit here, and I tell you what, Brian Loans was supposed to come, and he was scheduled to come, and called me up Tuesday and said he has not feeling well. So we were on the hunt for an announcer to back up Nate. And little did we know, National Trail's own Jeb was sitting right here.
Michael Ealing and Shane Blackburn just went down. Ealing 12 up front, takes 3 thou out the back to go 22 above to pick up the win light. Blackburn couldn't get inside that as Jack Green and Doug Foley Jr. come to the starting line. Foley 468 on the dial-in board, and Jack Green, the Peyton body guy, he's down 5 at 17. Separated. Win light's going to turn on for Foley. 004, dead 8. Lays down at 12 total. Jack Green was at 002 up front, took 12 thou through the stripe to be 2 thou under. Green should have took 10 or less, couldn't do it. Foley going to get to move on as Chris Beauchamp and Zach Fuller make their way into the pre-stage beams as Fulcher out of Farmington, Kentucky. The Mr. Cool M&M Dragster going to be down to 448. And a Chris Beauchamp from Scranton, PA. The 2013 American Race Car going to be down 478. Beauchamp starting to tickle the stage beam. Fulcher not as they go in at 5 thou separate. Top of the racetrack, win light turns on for Fulcher. 004 and 15 thou above as he lays down a 19 total. Beauchamp was behind by 5 thou as they went by the Christmas tree. He took 12 thou through the stripe and he broke out by 2. Should have took 10 or less there, couldn't do it. As Zach Fulcher moves on into the next round as Sandra Cook and Joey Barish make their way onto the starting line at Barish out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He's down to 486, and he's going to be chasing after Sandra Cook. She's from over by Cincinnati. She's down to 559. Control and Barish with the win. 18 dead 1, lays down a 19 total. Cook was 15, took 7 to be 3 thou under. Dennis Mead and Adam Beauchamp up now. Beauchamp dialed 442. Dennis Mead from Newark, Ohio in the Racetrack dialed 479. Finish line says Mead with the win. He's 14th thou under. Beauchamp a 15th thou under by 1 thou. On the double breakout, Dennis Mead gets to move on into round number 3. And here comes J.R. Lockhart out of Riverside, Ohio. The GTRC rail dialed 481. And it's Shane Beck out of Narbonne, Pennsylvania. He's dialed 510. Two up front and 7 thou under through the finish line. He's going to get to move on as Michael Shoup and Jim Hamilton complete their burnouts. Hamilton 456. The ET prediction of Michael Shoup. He's racing out of Maryland. He's down to 475. Both drivers taking their time. Tree comes down. They're both out green. Hamilton with control and Hamilton with the win at 12 dead at 7. He takes 4th thou through the stripe as Shoup is 9th thou under. Had to break out to try and get alongside of Jim. And Jim gets the win light here. As Kenny Branscombe and Troy Stone come to the starting line. Branscombe has just been chosen to win a K&N Hood Scoop, valued at $1,500, as he's taking on Troy Stone out of Elkhart, Indiana. The 2007 American race car are going to be down at $451. Branscombe out of South Salem, the PCRC car, are going to be down at $498. Stone is 14 and dead 1 to lay down 15 total. Branscombe bows out, but he will get a K&N and dragster scoop, courtesy of our friends over at K&N. Steve Law and Tanner Thorpe up now. Thorpe out of Midland, Texas. He's down to 460. And Steve Law from Booneville, Indiana. The 2020 Danny Nelson Racecraft dragster down to 470. in control, but Tanner Thorpe gets the win light law, takes 47 to go 13 thou under. Tanner Thorpe was 32 and 11 thou above as he gets to move on out of round 2. Here comes Vic Butler and Rob Leibsinger. Rob out of New Hope, Pennsylvania, out of 4:57. Vic Butler out of Galena, 4:95 on the dial-in board. Leibsinger is 3 dead 4, lays down 7 total. Butler had no room. He was 8 up front, took 2 thou to be 3 thou under. Rob Leibsinger locked him out on that one. And here comes Mark Kidd and Todd Knight. Knight, Belton, Missouri home. He's out of 4:57, and Mark Kidd out of Twin Falls, Idaho. The Kidd Performance 2004 undercover chassis, down 4:64. So we are making our way through the Biondo round number 2. Knight in control from the let-go, 12 dead at 7 to lay down at 19 total. Mark Kidd was 34 up front and dead 2, had no chance at it. Mike Harbaugh and Scott Arnold up now. Arnold run out of Kentucky, down to 5:02 on the Coughlin car side of the racetrack, and Mike Harbaugh out of Gaithersburg, Maryland. The 2012 Miller race car down to 4:62. Harbaugh's got some work to do. Breaks out. Scott Arnold moving on. 9 total. Harbaugh was 42 at the let-go and dead in the water. Arnold was 004 up front and 5 thou above. As he will get an invitation into round number 3. Here comes Matt Schell and Severin Johnson. Johnson, Crownsville, Maryland home for the 2012 undercover dragster. He's down 4:65. And Matt Schell at a Long Valley, New Jersey. That brand new Elite chassis down 4:84. Is green and moving on. He's 32 up front and 9 thou under. Severin Johnson 4 thou under. Schell moving on. Doug Linden and Brent Martin up now. Martin. He's running out of Maryland down 4:77. Doug Linden 4:85 on the dial-in. Doug Linden 16, take 18 to go 2 thou under. He breaks out and pushes Martin on into the next round. Martin was 30 up front and dead on 2. As Chris Hess and Megan Cook get ready to face off. Cook out of Hamilton, Ohio, the 2002 Mullis chassis down to 573. Chris Hess down to 502 in his Mullis. Hess, 18, takes 62 to go 37 above. Megan was late and 39 above. Roman Cosner and Scott Sill up now. Sill, Montville, Ohio, for the advanced chassis down to 456. Roman Cosner, the American race car based out of Pataskala, Ohio, going to be down to 495. Scott Sill 5 red, Cosner 29 green, and getting the win light. 490, 4.6 on a 495. Scott Sill 457.7 on the 56. Sill hit a 5 thou red and gave the win to Cosner. As Rick Harbaugh and Erica Baker make their way to the starting line. Baker out of Lancaster, Kentucky. She's down to 454, and Rick Harbaugh out of Gaithersburg, Maryland. The 2015 Miller race car down to 463. To Harbaugh in the win to Baker. Harbaugh was 15 and 15 above as he laid down 30 total. Baker was 25 and at dead one as she was 26 total. Johnny Ezel and Jeff Serra up now. This is one great matchup right here in Biondo. Round of 2. For the American race cars, 30K, Ezel out of Louisiana, down to 455. Jeff Serra from Adamstown, Pennsylvania, 472. Both of these drivers have won many prestigious races in their time. Johnny Brackett, racer, and Jeff Serra. Serra takes the stage first, and here we go. Jeff Serra is 1 thou red as Ezel is 15 green and dead 3 to lay down 18 total. As Serra goes 5:01.8 on his 472, lets out of it, coast on through. As Johnny Ezel moves on into round number 3. And here comes Wednesday's $15,000 APD carburetor winner, Josh Lutke. He's out of Boonville, Indiana. He's behind the wheel of that Danny Nelson racecraft car down to 461. And he's taking on Tyler Bohannon. He's out of Louisville, Kentucky, the 2019 Miller race car down to 455. So the pre-stage bulbs are lit. Post-stage roughly at the same time. Bohannon is in trouble. And Lutke is 2, take 14 to go dead 3 as he lays down 5 total. Bohannon let go 17, had no chance at it. He was dead 2. But via the reaction time, Josh Lutke got to the stripe first, and he is moving on into round number 3 for $30,000. Eric Paterka and Rob Mosher up now. Rob Mosher, Portland, Indiana home for that 2009 American race car. He's from that Mosher Engineering Camp. And Eric Paterka out of West Bloomfield, Michigan. The 2001 undercover chassis. Going to be down to 483. Lay down at 26 total. Paterka 18, take 20 to be 12 thou under. Had to take 8 or less right there. Paterka couldn't do it. Rob Mosher is moving on into round number 3 as Steve Taylor and Mark Price get set to face off. Price out of Collegeville, Pennsylvania. The 2020 M&M chassis down to 476. And Steve Taylor from Riverside, the high-tech race car down to 444. As he lays down 6 total. Mark Price was double that at the let-go. He was 12 up front and dead 6 as he was 18 total. Steve Taylor took 12 thou for the win. Your next pair is going to be Jamie Holston and Troy Williams. Williams from Bradenton, Florida for the Phantom chassis of FTI. He's down to 461. Jamie Holston, Rural Retreat, Virginia is where he calls home. He's down to 434. Red Holston is 22 up front and 35 thou above as he gets to move on into FTI round number 3. And it's showtime with Justin Showtime Daniels. Roanoke, Indiana home for that 2000 undercover. He's down to 520. And at Kevin Boring, down to 470. Boring, 2 up front and 27 above to take 4 thou through the stripe to pick up the win. Daniels was 30 up front and dead 3. Couldn't get around Boring. As Boring gets to move on into round number 3. AJ Ash and Ricky Harbaugh Jr. up now. Harbaugh out of Maryland, the 2021 Miller race car down to 479. And AJ Ash out of Long Beach, Michigan. That brand new Mullis race car. 463 on the dial-in board. off the starting line, but A.J. Ash did get off first at 24. They go 32 above to take 18th thou win stripe. Ricky Harbaugh was late and 11th thou above. Joey Stojakovic, 485 the dial on the Summit side of the racetrack. He's taking on Ronnie Wilson. Ronnie going to be down to 473. Stojakovic, 002 red and dead 4 is Ronnie Wilson is green and getting the win light. 42 up front and 25 above. Cameron Manuel and Skinny Kenny Underwood up now. Underwood out of Delaware, Ohio. Underwood for Jegs and FTI. He's down to 482. And Cameron Manuel at Louisville, North Carolina. The 2018 American Race Car down to 444. Cameron Manuel is 10 total, and Kenny Underwood let go 13 and had no chance at it. Took 4th out to break out by 7. As Race Kid and Mckenna Brown come to the starting line. Mckenna out of Florida, the undercover car. Part of that black and yellow wrecking crew of Jegs. She's down to 451, and Race Kid from Boise, Idaho. The 2017 T for Kid Performance going to be down at 462. And attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need a door cars to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 3, please. The door cars to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 3. We will take door cars to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 3. As Mckenna Brown picks up the win light, she's 19 up front, 11 thou under. His Race Kid is 13 to go 4:59.7 on a 4:62. Once again, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. We'll take door cars to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 3, please. Door cars to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 3. As Shauna Stone and Chris Bear make their way to the starting line. Bear 4:63 the dial in for the American Race Car. And Shauna Stone from Elkhart, Indiana. The American Race Car out of 4:46. So Shauna Stone and Chris Bear get ready to roll. 3 down. Bear in control, and Bear breaks out. 4, take 9 to go 3 thou under as Shauna Stone is 007 and dead 3 to lay down 10 total. Bear had room to get inside that one, but he broke out, took 9, had to take 6 or less, couldn't do it. Shauna Stone gets to move on as Cortland Carter and Tim Kelly make their way to the starting line. Tim Kelly, TK, out of Cincinnati, Ohio. The Phantom Chassis down to 4:68. and Cortland Carter out of Lubbock, Texas. 4:57 on this side of the dragster. Going to go to the finish line. Your winner, Tim Kelly, dead at take 3. They go dead 9 to lay down at 19 total. As Cortland Carter was 10 and 12 above to be 22 total. It was a driver's race to the finish line. Tim Kelly took the light first and got the win. And here comes James Freeman and Lester Atkins. Atkins out of Corydon, Kentucky. Down to 4:43. And James Freeman out of South Carolina. He's down to 4:73. Control and Atkins with the win. 13 dead, 6 to lay down at 19 total. James Freeman let go 23, had no chance at it. He took 4th thou to be 8th thou under. And here comes last night's ATI Performance Products $100,000 win race winner. Kyle Coltrera from Elliott, Maine, the 2004 undercover down 4:53. And he's taking on Vinny Domino from Staten Island, New York. He's out here representing Numidia Dragway. He's down at 4:54. Coltrera looking to go back-to-back wins here at the Jeg Summer Fling. Oh, Big Vinny Domino, knock him out right here. In control, and Coltrera with the win. 3 take 6. They go 5 thou under. As Vinny Domino goes 12 thou under, breaks out the most. As Kyle Coltrera moves on. And here comes Donovan Williams and Chris Stein. Stein from Silver Lake, Indiana. He's down at 4:14 in that diamond race car. And Donovan Williams running out of Florida for the FTI camp. He's down at 4:69. Stein blast around to get the win. 16 take 5 to go dead 2 as he is 18 total. Williams let go 13, had to go dead 5 or better. He could not do it. He was 10 above, behind by 5 thou. And pushes Chris Stein on into round number 3 is Tim Markaglu and Jamie McBride. Come up next, McBride from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Down to 4:54. And at Tim Markaglu from Staten Island, New York. The Racetrack dragster down to 4:53. 6 to a 15. Marker glue getting the win light. 006 dead 1. Lays down 7 total. McBride let go 15 and was in the way. He went 20 above. That's Philip Oakley and Bill Priest. Come up now, pressed out of Rochester, Pennsylvania. The 2004 Diamond Race Car down 449 in Philip Oakley. The proprietor of Oakley Motorsports out of Owensboro, Kentucky. He's in that 2022 Miller race car, and he's down at 439. Control and pressed as 1 takes 7 to go dead 2 as he lays down 3 total alongside Oakley. Oakley was 11 up front, had to break out by 1,000 to try and get there and had no chance of getting there as Press locked him out. Press moving on into round number 3. And here comes Michael Needham and Denny Napier. Napier down to 466 out of Pataskala, Ohio. Michael Needham out of Hamilton. Part of that E&E trucking gang, going to be down to 503. As he lays down to 14 total. Napier 23 above. Party Marty Martin up now. Run out of Maryland. The Racetrack dragster down to 447. He's taking on at Kyle Bigley from Secaucus, New Jersey. He's down to 450. Bigley made his way down to the semifinals last night. We'll see if he can repeat that, if not do better tonight. Or Party Marty. Take him out here in the Biondo round number 2. Chase him down. Can he get there? He got there, but he broke out doing so. Broke out by 12 thou. Had to take 2 or less. Couldn't do it. As Bigley was 5 and dead 8. He laid down 13 total. And here comes Johnny Bracket Racer, Johnny Ezel. Run out of Louisiana down to 455. And he's going to be taking on Jamie Sirocco out of Waterton, Connecticut. The undercover car down to 454. Advantage Sirocco and the win line to Ezel. 12 and 11 above as he lays down a 23 total. Sirocco had a fighting chance. He was 7 up front. Took 25 to go 9 thou under. As this will complete the Biondo round number 2. Want to do a little bit of track prep before we roll in to FTI round number 3 here at the American Race Car Saturday $30,000 to win race here at the JEG Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. We've had a great day of racing so far. We're through 2 rounds and we got a whole lot more to go, so don't go anywhere.
How would you like to have champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Biondo of Biondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Biondo or visit BiondoRacing.com.
Some people just think parts is parts, but not us. Because we know when you order any of the over 1 million parts at jegs.com, you get the whole company. Expert advice, day or night, from the pros who know how to make you go. From now on, get your parts and your smarts only at jegs.com. Selection, service, and sweet satisfaction. That is jegs.com.
At American Race Cars, we design and build the most competitive dragsters on the planet. Founded in 2005, American has quickly become one of the premier chassis builders in sportsman racing. Travis Colangelo and the American team focus on quality, precision, and driver safety. And remember, exceptional customer service comes with every car sold. Round wins, race wins, and championships start here. Join the American family today. For more information, visit AmericanRaceCars.net or see us at the track.
All right, here we are at the ET Shack at the Summer Fling. It's $100,000 ATI Friday. I'm here with Mckenna Brown. We're going to have some fun at the ET Shack. Mckenna, you turned on the win light. I'm going to give you $50 cash if you can tell us your reaction time. And I'm going to give you $100 cash if you could tell us your get the reaction time and the finish line margin of victory correct. So what was your reaction time?
Well, I felt like I missed a little bit. I actually bumped down 3 times, so I did take 12 out of my reaction time. So,
by the way, 4 in a bump, that's a jeggy thing.
Yep, I did learn that from him. I'm going to say I was probably around 12 on the tree.
Pretty close, 15 on a tree. All right, so how much did you get there first by?
Let's see. All right, well, it was double breakout. I broke out 3 thou. He broke out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, he got there first. My bad. How much did he get there first by?
Wait, what did you say?
How much did he get there first by?
Let's see. So he broke out by 10 thou. I broke out by 3 thou. And I guess he had a pretty decent light. I'm going to say he probably took around 6 thou.
18 thou.
All right.
So, Mckenna, you got the win light round 1. How are you feeling about your chances today? Did you win? And did you win in your first entry?
I did not win. I was 004, take 003 this morning for the L. I broke out 1 thou. I had Zach Fulcher. He was 001, dead 5. So it was a pretty good lap, but didn't turn on the win light. So I'm glad I got the win light on this one.
All right, she's 1 out of 2. I'm sure you're going to buy back in your first entry.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm feeling good about today.
So, Mckenna, tell us a little bit about when you started racing, how long you've been racing, and what you love about racing.
Well, I love this track because I actually started racing here when I was 10 years old. I got my license here, junior dragster, and I came out. I got my license on a Thursday. I came out on a Saturday morning, and I won my very first race here in a junior dragster that same weekend. So I've loved this place. I've won some track championships here in junior dragster, and then once I came into a big car, I really haven't come here very much. But every time I come here, I love it. So that's how I started racing. With
Kentucky, he's down 6:34. Both of these drivers, no stranger to big money. Both always go rounds, no matter where they're racing. They found their way into round at number 3 and looking to move on here today for $30,000. So once again, Cortland Carter, you are the best losing package of Biondo round at number 2. You're going to get $500 courtesy of Biondo Racing Products. And here we go, the first pair of FTI round at number 3 on American Race Cars Saturday. We're out of the gate in 7 now separated. Dysinger 20 up front to take 20 out from back to go 5 thou under. Take 15 or less, Dysinger's moving on, he took 20. And Garrett Griffith is 27 and dead 8 to move on into round at number 3. Is Joe Hoskins and Glenn Dilday coming to the starting line. Glenn, that 1970 Nova dialed 544, and a Joe Hoskins from Fairborn, Ohio. The S10 going to be dialed 648. Red Hoskins, 008, dead 2, lays down 10 total. That'll been tough to beat. Is Glenn and Dilday. It's 4 thou under. Hoskins is going to move on in to round number 4. And I'm going to toss the mic back over to Nate.
Thanks, Jeb. I appreciate that. We were kind of keeping track of doubles and all of that kind of stuff through round number 2. And guess what that means? That means we were a little late to the lanes on something. A little late to the lanes on something, but we've got Gordon Juan going red by 7 thousandths of a second. Vega John gets the win light, runs 594 on a 592, and what we were late to the lanes on is our battery a day giveaway. But we're going to get that taken care of, like, really quickly. So if you are one of the ones listening in on the live stream, that's coming up very, very soon. We were late to the lanes on that. But we are going to get that taken care of here in the next few minutes, so be ready. Vega John getting the win light there, Mark Lewis and Rick Huffman. Rick Huffman getting the win there. He was green by 18 thou. Mark Lewis, 002 red. Rocky Van Note, Chuck Roycraft going to come up right now. We are into round number 3. The FTI performance round here. Rocky goes red by 6 thousandths of a second. Chuck Roycraft green 17. And then goes 6:10 on the 6:09. So Rocky 585 on a 585, but with 6 thou red. Be ready. Again, we are late to the lanes on this one, but we are going to make sure we take care of our battery a day giveaway as Dan Sayers and Joey Cameron come in now. So I'm telling you this, it's going to be right after this pair. Sayers dialed 608, Joey Cameron dialed 609. 13 thou separate them in reaction time. Win light's going to go to Dan Sayers, 609 on the 608. All right, so listen up, the chat bleachers. The secret phrase of the day is, choose Optima Yellow Top for power that never stops. You just got to type that into the chat bleachers one time and one time only. Again, choose Optima Yellow Top for battery that for power that never stops. Choose Optima Yellow Top for power that never stops. Go ahead, start typing that in there, and we will select one random winner from all of that. So choose Optima Yellow Top for power that never stops. That is the phrase of the day for the Optima battery giveaway. Logan back, Wayne DeSantis, they are up now. 25 thou separate them in reaction time. Win light's going to go to Logan back. He was 002 and 11 thou above to be 13 total, getting the win light. Over on that left side, we're starting to see those secret phrase of the day sliding into the chat bleachers. Wayne DeSantis goes 596 on a 595 after the 027 reaction time. B make their way down the racetrack. So Dragsters round number 3. Dragsters round number 3. Let's get you headed to the staging lane. Skylar B, 006 and 698 on a 694 gets the win light. Ricky Needham missed it at this end of the racetrack. Was 054 on the tree and goes 588 down the racetrack. Here's Mike Doherty and Larry Murray. Murray, the topless Mustang, over on the right side of the racetrack, dialed in at 574. Mike Doherty's dialed in at 671. 15 thou separate them in reaction time, and Doherty 15 dead 9. Gonna get the win light here. Larry Murray was 30 on the tree and 575 on a 574. As we've got a couple of minutes left to get that secret phrase of the day entered into the chat bleachers for our Optima Battery a Day giveaway. Here comes Michael Belaska in that wheel stand and high-flying red-bodied Mustang. Over on the right side going up against Chris Bowman. Belaska, big old wheel stand, and then goes 595 on a 595, but no good. Chris Bowman, 008 and dead on 7. He is 15 total. Making his way down that left side of the racetrack, so Bowman gets the win light by 19 thousandths of a second. So time is up. We've got all of our entries in there for those that entered in the secret phrase of the day. We'll go back through the responses and select a winner. We've had a whole bunch of folks that put that secret phrase of the day into the chat bleachers. David Davis and Amanda Manuel, 27 thousandths of a second separate them in reaction time. Amanda in the pickup truck trying to lock it down, goes 626 on a 624. 001 on the tree And then 2 above to get the win light. David Davis was 28 green and goes 651 on a 651. 28 dead 5 and no good here in round number 3, the FTI Performance round. On our American Race Cars, $30,000 to win Saturday. So with Matt Daddis and Chuck Sanders, the pair on the line right now. Daddis gets it staged up with a 610 dial. Chuck Sanders staged up with a 624 dial. And 0.08 of a second separate them. At this end of the racetrack, win light's going to belong to Sanders. He was 14 green and 22 thou above to take the stripe by 0.02 of a second. And get the win light. Matt Daddis was 22 green and 16 thou above. To be 38 total to Chuck Sanders is 36 total. Sanders, your winner on that pair, is now Chuck Mendola and Brian Campbell. Campbell coming in out of Michigan with a 581 dial. Mendola dialed in 0.07 of a second slower than that. With the 588, the finish line is going to be 581 on a 581. Brian Campbell, 22 dead 3. So with Brian Campbell getting the win light there, Mendola was 24 on the tree, take 4 thou at the stripe to break out by 3 thou. Kate Barber, congratulations. You are the winner of the Optima Yellow Top battery. Congratulations, Kate Barber. You won the Optima Yellow Top in our Battery a Day giveaway. Again, thank you so much to all of those who participated, and thank you to Optima. Brandon Prest, 30 on the tree, 703 on a 647 will get the win light as Bob Heens just gets to the stripe first by way too much. He goes 688 on a 689, got there first by 0.5 of a second, breaks out by 0.07 of a second. That's gonna hurt. So Kate Barber, send us a message on Facebook to claim your Optima Yellow Top battery as Jeremy Cooper and Stevie Dustin. Dustin with a 599 dial. Goes 597, 2 above after a 10 thou reaction time to get the win light. Jeremy Cooper was 27 green, gets there first 7 thou, breaks out by 3 thou. And Stevie Dustin gets the win light. I'm kind of with you, George. Like, hey, you know, you get into a drawing like that, you get a whole bunch of replies all so fast, and man, I'm thinking with you, like, what's a man got to do to win the lottery? I buy tickets all the time. Whenever I'm out of town and somewhere they sell them, I buy tickets all the time, still never won. I don't get it. I just don't get it. It's like the odds are stacked against me or something. It's weird. Doug Linden dialed in at 514 in the 55. Jody Davies dialed in at 659. In the Camaro finish line, it's going to be 660 on that 659 for Jody Davies. 18 green and 13 thou above. Gets the win light over Doug Linden. Linden was 005 on the tree, take 27 thou at the stripe, gets there and breaks out by 1,000th of a second. So Jody gets the win light as now Wes Buckley and Tom Artakis Jr. Artakis in the Barracuda. Going against Buckley in the Camaro. Again, dragsters. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes for the FTI round number 3 here, and final call for apparel. If you're looking for a t-shirt, a hat, a tumbler, a sweatshirt, last chance. The store's going to be closing up shop and getting ready to move down the road to Bristol here in a couple of weeks. Artakis gets the win light there, 10 green, and goes 638 on a 639. Wes Buckley was 002 red, and then goes 598 on a 599. Wow. Artakis for the win is David Braskett, Michael Horstein. So again, last chance. If you have not yet gotten up here and purchased your t-shirt, your hat, your tumbler, your sweatshirt, whatever it is that you want to take home, you got to get up here now, because they're going to start taking down the tent, start putting the inventory away. Last chance to get it. Michael Horstein dialed in at 558. David Braskett dialed in at 546. Braskett in the Manta, Horstein in the Camaro. And I'm going to repeat what Lela typed into the chat there. Thank you very much, everybody, for playing along with us on our Optima Battery a Day giveaways. Win light to the Manta and David Braskett, 546 on a 547. 006, the reaction time on the green side. Michael Horstein was 12 thou early and then goes red and dead on. I don't even have to say it anymore, because as soon as I go red and, everybody out there finishes in their own head. They go dead on. Thank you, G. Michael. I appreciate that, man. It's very kind of you to say, especially somebody of your caliber in the racing world. That means a lot to me. Wes May and Art Chofee. Chofee in the Firebird, 589 is the dial. Wes May in the Regal, dialed in at 678. Chofee set. Wes May is set. 10 thou separated in reaction time. Get down to the finish line. Scoreboard's going to light up on Wes May's side of the racetrack. Left lane, 679 on a 678 by 1,000th of a second. Wes May gets there first. He was 27 green. Art Chofee was 10 thou better with a 17 thousandths of a second reaction time, but goes 27 thou above the dial to be 12 10 thousandths of a second behind at the finish line. So May by 1,000th of a second lights up his scoreboard as Pete Diagnolo and Travis Geiger, I think. 593 the dial for Travis. 580 the dial for Thursday night's winner. 10 thou separate the two in reaction time. Diagnolo in control and will light up the board again. 15 green and 581 on a 584. Pete by 12 thousandths of a second. He gets to the finish line first. Travis was 594 on a 593. After the 025 reaction time. So Jeff Fargo and Shannon Seals are the pair on the line right now, but a little red Pinto. And Jeff Fargo in the big Le Mans wagon, dialed in at 620. Jeff, you're very welcome for that. I got to tell you that the idea to include the chat bleachers in the giveaways was pretty much Pete's. He's like, look, these guys are just as much a part of the Fling family as anybody that's out here on property, and we wanted to start getting you guys involved in the over $50,000 that we're giving away. So it just made sense. Shannon was red by 3 thousandths of a second on the right side of the racetrack. Goes 734 and a 733. Fargo gets himself another win light to go with those beautiful Brodix SR20 heads that he claimed last night in the shootout. He's dead on 8. 19 dead 8 for the wagon on the left side of the racetrack as Garrett Griffith and Joe Haskins will bring their pickup trucks through the water box. The Fairborn, Ohio-based Drive4EE.com sponsored pickup truck. what Pete said today, we had 312 entries. And I think of those 312 entries, 311 of them have the drive for E. Okay, maybe not that many. But there was a whole bunch of them that have all got that drive for EE.com on the car somewhere. So Garrett is dialed 634. Joe Haskins is dialed 648. And I will certainly relay the message there, Jeff. I'll make sure that Pete gets that and that he knows how much you guys appreciate him making you a part of this, just like anybody that's on property. So with Hoskins on a 648, Griffith on a 634, Joe goes red by 8 thousandths of a second. Garrett Griffith, 22 green and 663 on a 634 after he gets out of the gas to take it easy. That was something we were doing earlier and, you know, kind of talking about songs that relate to drag racing. I'm surprised nobody brought up the Eagles' Life in the Fast Lane. Well, I can't drive 55. There you go.
That's a good one.
No, that is a good one. At the end of the fling, I'm much too young to feel this damn old. Aaron Dysinger and Rocky Van Note. Van Note trying to stay alive and will not. He was on a tear coming into this go-round and drops in both. 583 on a 584, under by 6 thou. Aaron Dysinger, 006 dead 4, ends up 10 total. And we'll take the Malibu onto round number 4 as Michael Needham and Josh Baker are going to be our next couple. 458 the dial for Josh, 503 the dial for Michael Needham. Queen's in love with my car. There you go. Driving my life away. That's a good one too. We're into our dragsters here in the FTI Performance round number 3. Scott, you think Life in the Fast Lane has nothing to do with drag racing? Fair enough. 001 and 459 on a 458 for Josh Baker, getting to the stripe first by 8 thousandths of a second. Michael Needham was 20 on the tree, dead on 6, and a 26-pack is not going to cut the mustard, little throwback from a couple of days ago, to get the win line. So Josh, 18 total, beats out Needham's 20 thou reaction time. Little Deuce Coupe, I like that one. Rev it on the red line by Foreigner. All right, Mustang Sally. Yeah, a little GTO. Jeff Beck, Big Block. I don't know if I've heard that one yet. 409, Little Deuce Coupe, absolutely. I mean, the Beach Boys, you can pretty much pick just about any song out there. I mean, even Little Old Lady from Pasadena, right? They're all out there. Both drivers go red in this pair, and the win light's going to turn on. For Ronnie Wilson. Ronnie Wilson was 007 red. Shanna Stone was 009 red. Ronnie was 007 red. Shanna was 009 red. Manic Mechanic. B-00, take 00. PJ North, yeah, absolutely. I mean, all of PJ Norths, we know that that's exactly what that's all about. I'm just thinking, like, you know, not PJ North songs, because his, it's 100% about that. 100% about that. George, no, Lester Atkins down 443, Jason Rich down 430, and Jason is going to go dead on his dial, 22 dead 7, to get there first by 25 thousandths of a second. Lester Atkins, 37 green and one above, 444 and a 443. Will not turn on a win light. Joan Jett's Roadrunner, I like that. Machine Man by Judas Priest. All right. Ronnie K, absolutely. Little Red Corvette. There's actually a deeper meaning to the Little Red Corvette song, and it's probably not something that we talk about here in a family-oriented environment. Alabama's Can't Slow Down. We'll go with that one, too. A.J. Ash and Courtney Grisey. A.J. trying to make it a heck of a day in his Mullis-built car over on the right side, going up against Courtney Grisey. Courtney's down 421, AJ's down 462, and Courtney's going to light up the board. 006 dead, 8 is 14 total. AJ was 14 on the tree. AJ 463 on a 462, but Courtney by 11 thousandths of a second. We'll get up to 421. We'll go 421 on a 421. RTC, I'm going to go with that too. You got a lot of folks out here that bring multiple cars to the racetrack. They bring in a hired gun and say, baby, you can drive my car. And then we'll split the winnings. Dennis Meade and Gary Williams. G-Dub on the right side, dialed 468. Dennis on the left side, dialed 478. Triple zero hero for Gary Williams. Pete was talking about it earlier about how bad he wanted one of those. Going to have him. Got to get a whole bunch of those coins. Well, he gets one. Trip, zip, and 467 on a 468. Take the stripe by 2 thou, break out by 2 thou for the win. Dennis Meade was 17 green and goes 476 on the 478. Yes, bad motor scooter. Guitar Gangsters and Cadillac Blood. That's one I haven't heard yet. Mckenna Brown and Johnny Brackett Racer. Mckenna in the Jegs yellow and black ride. Johnny Ezel. We'll find out if we see a little scoop rocking. If we see a little scoop rocking. Oh, a little bit. McKenna Brown gets around Johnny by 6 ten-thousandths of a second. Johnny Ezel was 14 green, 22 thou above the dial. Wow. 36 total for Johnny. McKenna Brown is 30 on the tree, dead on 6 to be 36 total. And the margin at the stripe, .0006. Win light to McKenna. Oof. Here's Kevin Boring and Michael Illing. Boring dialed in at 470, Illing dialed in at 473. Again, we are rolling our way through round number 3. Best losing package gets $500 from our friends at FTI. Boring set, Illing set, both drivers go red, and the win light's going to turn on for Michael Illing in a true start affair. Illing was down 473, leaving first with a 003 red light. Kevin Boring was down 470, going to leave second, ends up with a 22 thou red light, and true start levels the playing field. Michael Illing will be back as he runs 474 on the 473. Boring was one above his dial as well. I do like Shut It Down by the Beach Boys. Roman Cosner, Rob Leipziger. Oh, Joanne comes up with the best answers. The best. We had Cortland Carter, who was our best losing package in Biondo round number 2. So Cortland gets that $500 from Biondo Racing. Noah Rambo was best losing package round number 1, and we're still whittling our way through round number 3. As Roman and Rob down 456, Roman down 495. Singer drops it red by 26 thousandths of a second. Roman Cosner 009 and then 516 on a 495. So if you were not like listening in earlier when we went through this the first time about, you know, what lyrics from songs could relate to drag racing, Joanne dropped in there Britney Spears' Oops, I Did It Again, which I thought was like beautiful, totally funny. And then she throws in here that after a long weekend at the track, you can use the song Blackwater. I'm telling you, Joanne's got that like deep, dark, funny sense of humor that every once in a while she'll let it slide out. She'll let it slide out. It's pretty good. Really good. Amanda Manuel and Shane Beck. Shane was 24 on the tree. Amanda was 001. And Amanda puts down 9 total. 001 dead on 8. 623 on a 623. Shane Beck, 24 green, goes 509 on a 510. Well, guys, the reason, I mean, PJ North, all of his songs are 100%. I mean, they focus exactly on drag racing. So I was just taking, like, songs that are commonly played on the radio and saying, okay, which one of those apply or could apply to drag racing? I mean, any of the PJ North songs are going to qualify. The dude's awesome. I mean, everything that he puts out, it's great stuff. So that's why I was going like anything kind of outside of that realm, right? I mean, if it's purposely designed to talk about drag racing, that's one thing, but that's the only reason. All PJ North stuff's good. Tom Knight goes red by 1,000th of a second. Hands the win back over to Party Marty. Marty is 004 on the tree and goes 445 on a 446. Chris Hess and Doug Foley Jr. Hey, Don, you could be looking at that Eagles song if you're talking about like the burnout, take it to the limit. Jeff Beck's big block, yeah, that got thrown out there already. 502 to a 468. And again, we've got a lot of really great suggestions as far as songs that you could apply to drag racing that weren't specifically written about drag racing. 502-1 on a 502. Chris Hess is dead on 1 and is eliminated. By way of the whole shot, Doug Foley, 17 green, 469 on a 468. Take 19 thou at the stripe. Doug's moving on to round number 4 is Chris Stein and Rich Corey. Rich is dialed in at 480. Chris Stein dialed in at 414. That's one of those things you go back to the old days of like Adam Sandler on Saturday Night Live doing the Cajun Man. And be like, what happened in your race round? Elimination. What happened shortly after that back in the pits? Inebriation. So with a 480 dial for Rich Corey, a 414 dial for Chris Stein. We got a 4-foul split between them in reaction time. And a margin of 3/10,000ths of a second. Win light goes to Rich Corey. Corey was 007, dead 1 to be 8 total. Chris Stein was 003, dead on 5. And the true margin at the finish line 3 10,000ths of a second. 8-pack to an 8-pack. The violence ensues. An 8-pack gets parked. Inebriation. Coming up soon. Troy Stone and Josh Lutke. Lutke over on the left side. Troy Stone dialed in at 451 on the right side. Again, last chance. If you haven't got up here to get your t-shirts, you better go now. 7th thou, separate them in reaction time. Troy is dead on 1, 26 and dead on 6 to get to the stripe first by 10,000ths of a second. Excuse me, 21 and dead on 6 to be 27 total to get to the stripe first by 10,000ths of a second. Josh Lutke was 14 green and 23 thou above his dial as Bill Prest and Scott Arnold. I like that. Get your motor running. Bill's dialed 449. Scott's dialed 502. And we're continuing to roll through round number 3 here today. 15,000ths of a second separate them in reaction time. And I don't know what happened to Scott Arnold, but that car just kind of gave up early. He was 002 on the tree, runs 3 above the dial. And is 3 thou behind at the finish line. Bill Prest was 17 green, 450 on a 449, and gets the win light on that left lane scoreboard. There you go, Ron. Jim Hamilton and Joey Barish. Ron's is pretty funny. Joanne's were funny. Ron's is funny. What do you do at the finish line? Drop it like it's hot. Jim Hamilton down in at 456 and a red light start. As Joey Barish is 22 green and 485 on a 485. He's dead on 7. Actually, DA for a few of them that like to lift those front tires off the ground. Yeah, the whole I believe I can fly, but I like to drop it like it's hot. So we're going to continue on with our FTI performance round number 3. Joey Barish getting the win light over Jim Hamilton, who was 11 and dead on. 11 red, dead on 0. And Joey Hamilton. How about Chris Bear and Cameron Manuel? Bear, who has had one really nice event overall. Took a couple of cars into the ladder round on Thursday, a couple of cars in the ladder round on Friday. Now looking at like a potential to get a... Oh, I thought Bear was get himself another 000 hero coin. He was 000 in reaction time again. Goes 463 on a 462. Cameron Manuel 006 and dead on 0 to stop Chris Bear on that run. Chris Bear was 11 total. Cameron Manuel was 6 total. An 11-pack gets parked. We've seen an 8-pack get parked. We've seen an 11-pack get parked. Tom Dauber and Jamie Holston are going to be our next 2 here. We're going to start that kind of party again here in round number 3. Is it going to be that kind of day? 2 fouls separating Tom Dauber and Jamie Holston's going to get the win light, running dead on 8. 26 on the tree and dead on 8 for Jamie Holston. For Tom Dauber, he was 0.24 green, gets to the stripe first by 17 thousandths of a second, but does not turn on the little light, ends up with a 468 on a 469. Gets there first 17 and breaks it out by 7 thousandths of a second. So Holston, we get the win light now as Rob Mosher and Steve Hughes are going to be our next pair, and they're kind of taking a look at Tanner Thorpe's car here. Kevin walking over just to make sure that they can get this thing done. Steve's dialed 462. Mosher's dialed 454. Red light start. So with Mosher getting the win light there, 35 green and dead on 4. Oh, Joanne. I'm gonna have my sides hurting here. You are gonna have my sides hurting. Steve Hughes was red by 2 thousandths of a second, goes 465 on a 462, and yes, living on a prayer. So what we got going on here is we've got one of our racers that had a little bit of an issue. Was already paired up. And we are giving him a couple of minutes here to see if we can get that car to fire up. It's kind of an opportunity, or the way that things are here. And we will see if we can get that done. But I'll say it again. Man. So we are coming down to it. Final day of the Fling. American Race Cars, $30,000 to win Saturday. We have seen some incredible racing that has been going on here, and you're kind of waiting to see, and it sounds like, you know, that's good news there. That's good news there. Tanner Thorpe was able to get the car fired up. Zach Fulcher waited in a very sportsmanship-like manner. Says, absolutely. And, you know, I'll wait here and let them get kind of situated. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Mitch Rowe waited out there in the water box. Zach sitting here in front of the tower. Mitch was up there waiting very patiently for them to get Tanner's car fired up. And we're able to do that, and certainly a tip of the cap. So Mitch dialed in at 486, Tanner dialed in at 460. And so we'll see how Tanner does. Now just kind of put that all behind him and see what we get. Win light's going to belong to Mitch Rowe. 16th out separated him in reaction time. Double breakout decides the victor here in this pair. Mitch was 009. Gets to the stripe first by 0.06 of a second. And goes red by 0.07 of a second. Tanner Thorpe was 25 green, goes 458 on a 460. It's now Zach Fulcher and Tim Kelly. So taking just a little extra breath. Separate them in reaction time. And then 453 on a 449. Zach Fulcher was 002 on the tree. Tim Kelly was 33 green and goes 472 on a 468. Ends up 49 thou above the dial to bow out here. Joanne with another one. You got to know when to hold them and how many to hold. That's a good line. You got to know when to hold them. So Jamie Sirocco, Kyle Bigley. Big matchup. Couple of runners that I'm sure are regulars out there in Numidia. Kyle, 450 is the dial on the left side. Jamie Sirocco, 454 dial on the right side. 12 on each side of the tree. Reaction times are identical. Kyle Bigley, 450 on a 450. Bigley, 12 dead 3 to be 15 total. Jamie Sirocco was 12 on the tree as well. Gets to the stripe first by 0.10 of a second and breaks out by 0.07 of a second. Kyle Bigley picking up the win there is now Brent Martin. And last night's winner of the 100 Grander. Dedicating that to Sean Serra. And if you did not happen to see the round of 7, Kyle Cotrera had a solo shot in that round. Had the bye run there. You can go back and kind of watch it, but when he pulled the car up into the water box, the dial on the car was 139, which I thought was really cool. Jeb kind of picking up on that right away as he was making the call, so it was a very, very cool little thing. And then he goes on to win the race. So Cotrera not going to win this one. 004 red. Brent Martin, 007 green, and goes 477 on the 474. So Cotrera 004 red, and then goes 469 on the 453 dial, is now Erica Baker. I like that, Antonio. How you doing, man? I haven't seen you in a long time. So Race Kid dialed 462, Erica Baker dialed 453. 009 red light for Erica Baker. Race Kid will advance, was 14 green and goes 460 on the 462. So back it up from the big long burnout. Alyssa Eichelberger takes the dragster way down the racetrack and is dialed in at 472. Across the way is Don Butkowitz. Butkowitz out of New Jersey, who also serves as a delivery service and transportation unit for much of the Fling merchandise and inventory. Yes. 21 thou separate Don and Alyssa. Win light's going to go to Don. 002 on the tree, tightened it up the stripe to 11 thousandths of a second and goes 470 on the 467. Alyssa Eichelberger, 474 on a 472, was 023 on the tree. So laid down an okay lap, but it's going to be Butkowitz picking up the win light, and returning is McKenna Brown and Colby Fuller. Are going to be up next. McKenna dialed in at 450. Colby dialed in at 467. McKenna in her first entry laying down a beauty of a lap. Colby Fuller's in and set. Tree drops. McKenna 001. Talking about somebody starting to get the hot hand, McKenna Brown is a warming up. Colby Fuller was 20 on the tree and goes 466.9 on a 467, but McKenna lays down 15 total, 001. And 14 thou above the dial. To take the Jegs car into the next round is Joey Stojakovic and Lester Atkins. Lester on the right side, Stojakovic on the left side, 485 is the dial for Lester, 444. Sorry, that's Lester's dial, 485 the dial for Joey. Time and down to the stripe, it's going to be Stojakovic. 22 green and 486 on a 485. So 22 and 11 thou above the dial to be 33 total. Lester Atkins was 28 on the tree. Take 9 thou at the stripe to break it out by 4 thousandths of a second. Win light to Joey as Matt Schell and Vinny Domino. Vinny, 452 is the dial for the Numidia dragway ride. And Matt Schell dialed in at 482. Talked about it last time that Vinny is under new management, and for those that hang out with him, they are very, very thankful. So a Schell dialed 482, Vinny dialed 452, 0.3 of a second head start going to Matt, who was a runner-up in the Dragster Shootout. Thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time, and Vinny Domino, 007, 18 thou above. For Vinny to be 25 total, Matt Schell was 16 green. And 29 thou above to be 20 thousandths behind at the stripe. Oh, how about this? Tim Markaglu and Jeff Serra. Serra on the right side, dialed in at 466. Markaglu on the left side, dialed in at 453. Battle of the Bigs. reaction time, and the win light will turn on for Markeglu. Tim, 006, 4:52.9, getting to the stripe second by a thou and breaking out by a thou. Jeff Serra gets there first, 18/10,000ths of a second. Was 10 on the tree and breaks out 6 thou. So the win light to Markeglu in that pair. And I think with that, Jeff Serra may be out of chances here as Steve Taylor and James Freeman. We'll find out if Markeglu can stay alive in 2 here in a little while. So Taylor dialed 444. James Freeman dialed 471, and racers, your attention please. Oh. James Freeman is late, goes 476 on a 471, late and 5 off the mark. Not going to work out. Steve Taylor was 18 green and 449 on a 444. So racers, what I was saying just a minute ago. Your attention please. We'll take Torque Tools, round number 4, door cars. Torque Tools, round number 4, door cars. If you are still in competition, let's get your door cars and get headed this direction. Torque Tools. Round number 4, door cars. Let's get you coming back this way, please. Time. Shanna Stone's going to light up the board on her side of the track, being 004, and then goes 447 on a 445 to get the win light over Michael Needham. Needham was 22 green. Take 12 thou at the stripe and breaks out by 0.08 of a second. So we are almost done with FTI Performance round number 3. Just got a double entry that needs to make their way back into the staging lanes. And then once we get that taken care of, we will be on to our Torque Tools round number 4. We need those 2 door cars that are still double entered to the staging lanes, please. The 2 door cars that are still double entered in round number 4. We need you to head this direction, please. That text just went out a little while ago. And for those of you that may have already been eliminated from the contest here today, whether you're listening in from the road or you're still here on property, again, thank you very much for coming and racing with us here this week at the Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. It's been a lot of fun. We've had some great side-by-side racing and weather better than we could have ever hoped for. I got to tell you, when we were looking at that kind of, or at least when I was looking at that late last week before I hopped on the plane to head out here, I was kind of wondering, I was going to be like, oy, you know, this looks like we may have some challenges. And then I looked at it the very next day, and it's like, okay, maybe it'll only be challenging for a day or two. And then I looked at it on Sunday, pretty much right before I got on the plane, and it looked like exactly what happened. We ended up with 4 absolutely gorgeous days. And Pete, I don't think you could have custom built 4 days that had better racing for, or better weather for racing.
Yeah, this is this is the weather I I dream of for our Fling events. And I will say this, Nate, in over 25 events now, knock on wood, we've always been able to somehow get it all done. The way our program is, we have the extra day, the extra travel / makeup day. We don't try to jam too many races in. If we have a high car count, we'll cancel a buyback now and then so that we can get everything in. So, yeah, you know, those weather apps can definitely be misleading a little bit. Usually there's opportunity, and I got a few phone calls before when we were on our way here, and I told everybody, I said, listen, we've worked all year for this, and we have the track for 5 days. We'll find a way to get it done. And it just goes to show, and it happens all the time. The weather changes like crazy, and a little bit of rain usually. We're always able to work through it. Over 25 events now, so knock on wood. I remember that first year at Bristol was pretty crazy, but that was probably the worst of it. So we have AJ Esch to end up round number 3.
Almost.
And then we have one more pair?
Yep. We know we got our double coming back. AJ on the solo shot, 11 on the tree, and goes 461 on a 463. So we got one more pair back there in round number 4. We should have our double entered door cars to the front of the staging lanes, please. Double entered door cars to the front of the staging lanes for round number 4. We've got that battle to ensue. Soon we will select our best losing package to get $500 from our friends at FTI. I mean, you know, hey, it's not a win slip, but if you do end up with that $500 bonus, you know, the spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down.
For sure. For sure. And the event MVP is being decided as we speak. We had a little powwow, Lela and I and Emily just now, and I've been getting some texts from Marco and Tim Fletcher, and you've had a voice in it, and stay tuned.
Yeah, I know there's been a lot of conversation going on up here, and that's always one that there's so many things that you look at statistically, right? It's not just who ended up in the winner's circle or who did this or who did that. There's so many things that play into this that it takes a little while to decide, and there's a whole lot of folks that bring up some very good points. Multiple racer names are always brought up of, hey, you know, so-and-so did this, or look at what they did here, or how they did that, and that's definitely something that you got to take into consideration, and all of those conversations do happen up here. Again, the MVP, that Todd's Extreme Paint MVP, getting the $1,000 bonus plus that custom painted helmet. That's a big deal to be named MVP of a Fling. Tim Markaglu and Johnny Ezel, and it's going to be Johnny Bracket Racer. Lighten up the scoreboard. Goes 459 on a 457 after he was 10 on the tree. Tim Markaglu, 76 green. Just missed it at this end of the racetrack, which is very kind of like un-Timmy. Not like him, but swung it back around and ends up a little bit late. So Johnny Ezel gets the win light there. I'll even toss it out there to the folks in the chat bleachers. As we're getting ready to go into round number 4, our door cars are rolling out. Again, it will be the Torque Tools round number 4. Again, thank you to those of you that are listening online via the live feed. Thanks to Strange Engineering for sponsoring that MotorMania TV live feed. Be sure to subscribe to MotorMania's YouTube channel so you do not miss a single event. That's the best way to keep in touch with what is happening in the world of drag racing, because MotorMania TV is very much in touch with what is happening in the world of drag racing.
Here at this track and racing with my family. I had my Uncle Jag out here today and my Uncle John out here yesterday and the day before, and I mean, he hasn't raced in like 10 years and he was doing awesome. Like that's what I love about it so much, is being able to come out here and do it with my friends and family, and it's just that's what I love most about it, is having the community that I've grown up with, people at this track, just being here and having a good time.
She said she was nervous about the interview. She talks like she's been doing this for years, interviews. So how do you feel about your chances the rest of the day? You got the home court advantage, so to speak. And also, do you approach a fling race, a big buck event, any different than you approach, let's say, just a weekly bracket program event here?
You know, I don't. I think of every single round as its own round. I don't see it as, you know, I'm racing for 100,000 this morning. I see it as I'm just racing another person. As soon as I put the helmet on, I know I have a game plan of what I'm going to do, and I just try and stick to that. And if it works, it works. And if it doesn't, then I'm going to try it again. But no, I don't really look at it as a big race. I just try and take it one round at a time and focus on it like that. If I try and think of it as it's a big race, I get a little too nervous, and I see my performance start to go down. So my grandpa Jeg, he taught me that a long time ago, to not really look at the flyer and just take it one round at a time.
I tell you, she is calm and she's cool. And at these events, sometimes it's that kind of attitude, it's that kind of approach that ends up standing in a winner's circle at the end of the day. Good luck today, Mckenna.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Picking on each other. Amanda dialed 624. Garrett dialed in a tenth slower to 634. Amanda like making a charge at that last female standing award. Making a charge at it. Still charging at it. Amanda 29 green to Garrett Griffith's 0:28 reaction time, and Amanda's going to be one above exactly. 625 on a 624. As Garrett Griffith was 28 on the tree and 22 thou above.
And how about the last female standing? The last female standing is still in effect in $500 bonus. And Amanda Manuel is one of them. Vega John and Rick Hoffman. Rick Hoffman's going to pick up the win here. 0:23 takes 6 thou to run 6:17 on the 6:15. And Vega John just bows out 0:38, one above. No good. All right, Marco. My good friend has been hard at it all day, keeping track of doubles and doing a little bit of everything. Gonna have Marco call some shots. Logan Back and Brian Campbell. The 99 S10 should have it. He's in control. How about a 12-pack? Logan Back. 005, 627 on a 627. Brian Campbell is dead on 3 and loses on a hole shot.
Well, when you're 005 on the tree and have almost a 300th advantage, you can make that work. Well, hello everybody. Great to be back on the mic. Next pair, Pete Diagnolo. Thursday's 30K winner, coming Off a win at Indy as well, 581. Skylar B on the right side at a 694. Separate him. Pete Diagnolo, 14 dead, 9 getting there, 26 thou. Skylar B was 28 and 2 above. Pete Diagnolo making a run for it. Joe Hoskins and Tom Ertakis Jr. Joe's dialed at a 648. Tom at a 639. Got the blue round nose S10 and the beautiful 69 Barracuda. I mean, wow, that's a nice piece. One of them is in trouble. Hoskins in control and turns on the win light. 13, take 8 to be 1 above. Aratakis was behind at the start, got there second, and still broke out 5 thou. Jody Davies, 660 in the Camaro on the left. Stevie Sidewinder Dustin, 596 on the right. Stevie is 1 thou on the red side, and it's going to coast it. Jody Davies, 10 green, and 13 thou under for the win. Chuck Roycraft and Brandon Prest. Chuck at a 609, Brandon at a 647. Don Morris, great to hear from you as well. It's good to see you all active here. 10 thou separate him. Chuck in control and turns on the win light. How about 006 taking 006 at the stripe to be 34 thou above? Brandon Press was 16 and goes 3 above. Chuck Roycraft moving on. 6 take 6 will turn on a lot of win lights, and that's a fact. Chuck Sanders and Chris Bowman. Chuck, 624 on the left. Chris at a 630 on the right. You know, watching the back of Chris Bowman's car, every time he sets a trans brake solenoid, the reverse lights come on, and when he launches, the reverse lights turn on. It's pretty cool. 6 thou separate him, win light to Chris Bowman. 21, take 21 to be 1 above. Chuck Sanders was 27 and 2 above. Back-to-back pairs. The reaction time matched the margin at the finish line. Last pair was 6 take 6. This pair, 21 take 21. Next pair, how about nothing take nothing? That'd be cool. Paul Weekman, thank you for the text. Great to hear from you. Hope you and Jeannie are doing well back in home state, California. All right, next pair. Dan Sayers at a 6:08 in the Copo Camaro. Aaron Dysinger at a 6:23 in the 78 Malibu. Aaron is in control and turns on the win light. 23, one above, getting their 40. Dan, being that he didn't get their 40 and was dead on 3, I won't say the reaction time. You can kind of do the math. David Braskett at a 5:46, and I had no idea what make it this car was. Jeb told me that it is an Opal. On the right side, Mike Doherty in the Mustang at a 6:72. In control and turns on the win light. How about 005 take 006 to be dead 9? That's 14 total. Mike Doherty, very good lap. 17, dead 3, 20 total. That'll get it done some of the time, but not that time, unfortunately. David Braskett, moving on. Garrett Griffith. Garrett Griffith bowed out in his first entry, first pair of this round. He's coming back around to take on Jeff Fargo. Jeff's going to be dialed at a 6:20 on the right side. Garrett at a 6:34 on the left. 10 thou separate him. Fargo in control. Win light to Garrett Griffith. 18 take 4 thou at the stripe to be one above. Fargo was 008, 623 on a 620 at 110. Fargo just couldn't run the number, and Griffith was able to drive the other end and sneak inside it. Garrett Griffith taking one of 2 entries to round number 5. Wes May and Amanda Manuel. Wes, 678, was a runner-up on Wednesday. Amanda Manuel won her first entry in the first pair of this round and is back around for the second entry. Can Amanda go 2 for 2? Amanda at the 625. Wes is going to get a 1 bulb head start. Wes is 7 thou red. Amanda goes 2 for 2 in round 4, moving both entries on to round number 5. Amanda is 17 and 6 thou under. Speaking of doubles, we got our only dragster double remaining up for her first entry of round number 4. That's Mckenna Brown on the right side at a 450 dial in the jegs.com dragster. Michael Illig at a 474. Got the injected tunnel ram on the left-hand side. Side and goes dead on 8. Illig 007 dead on 4 is 11 total. So if Mckenna was green, she would have had to have been 002 or better to light the scoreboard. Would have been a tough one. Marty Martin and Troy Stone. Marty at a 446, Troy at a 452. Marty Martin was 30 and ran dead on 5 on the 446. Both drivers were dead on 5. One was red, one was green. That would be that. Courtney Grice and Joey Barish. Courtney in the blower car, 421 on the left side. Joey at a 485 on the right. It's not often you see a blower car going 420s running with no wing. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but probably the first dragster going that fast that I've seen without a wing. Wow. And 5 thou under for the win. Blower car coming back. Very interesting. To start off the dragsters in round number 4, 3 pairs so far. All drivers that have run in the right lane, 3 for 3 have turned it red in the right lane. It is cloudy out there. The tree visibility is really good now, especially in the right lane, as it appears. Zach Fulcher and Ronnie Wilson. Zach at a 449, another blower car. Ronnie Wilson at a 472. 12th out, separate him, win light to Wilson. 005 and goes 5 over. Zach Fulcher is 17, take 49 to break out 9th thou. Needed to take 40 or less. Ouch. Vinny Domino, 453 on the left side. Josh Baker, 458 on the right. Josh won our impromptu 5,000 to win shootout on Thursday. Josh and wife Erica both have been turning on win lights today. Erica bowing out last round, but Josh is going to try and keep it rolling. Vinny Domino from New Media Dragway, owner Taylor Fletcher, as they just recently got engaged. Separate him, Domino in control and the win light. 17, take 15 to be dead on 1. Vinny needed to take 16 or less, and he took 15, just inside the window. Josh Baker was 25, dead 8.
Hey, Marco, after this next pair, we're going to break in on you just a little bit. So after this next pair, we've got a quick little announcement to make.
Oh, wow. Wonder what that could be.
Just a quick little announcement.
Okay, no hints.
No hints.
All right, Cameron Manuel and Doug Foley Jr. Talk about a monster matchup. Both drivers, a lot of success in the last couple years. 13 thou separate them. Foley in control and is 2 thou under to lose the double breakout. 1 thou margin of victory in the double breakout. Cameron was 18 on the tree and 1 thou under. Foley was 5 take 14 to be 2 thou under. Foley needed to take 13 or less, and he took 14, almost.
All right, so Marco, you know, we've been talking about that Todd's Extreme Paint MVP award. And it's one of those things where we've been looking, taking notes, keeping track of performances overall throughout the weekend. Our MVP has been decided. And our MVP has been notified, and he happens to be standing next to me, but we got a pair on the line. We'll talk about that here in a second. We'll talk about what he did as soon as this pair runs.
Race Kid out of Idaho, left side. Jason Rick on the right. Race Kid is Boise in control. And getting there 500, goes one above to turn on the win light. 004 to Jason Rich's. Let's just say Jason Rich was a little behind. And goes 2 above. Race Kid moving on.
All right, so as our pair backs up here, our MVP, it's not necessarily who wins the race, who sparked it in the winner's circle. It has to do with overall performance. The MVP this year, and you guys will probably know exactly what I'm talking about when I start saying this. He's had six perfect reaction times, was still doubled up in round number 6 on Thursday, was still doubled up in round number 5 of the 100 Grander on Friday, and was also the runner-up in the Brodix Shootout for those SR20 heads. The dude has put on a heck of a show, and we're going to talk to him right after this pair. So,
Rich Corey is 5 thou red. Marca Glue 10 on the tree and 5 thou under. Gonna move on.
So your there we go. Pete just notified me we're going to have a little break after the pair that's in the water box, so we're going to hold it for that, and we'll repeat what we just said.
Well, Nate, there were a lot of great performances this weekend, but one of them just really stood out, and I cannot wait to talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at some of the names that we've got on this list of, you know, comparing statistics throughout the weekend. It's going to be perfect. Yeah, the chat bleachers, they already know. They pay attention.
Rob Mosher and A.J. Ash. A.J. in the beautiful new Molus Dragster, unfortunately turns at 5 thou red. Mosher, 006, and one above's going to get it done. Man, there have been a lot of red lights in the right lane. All right, last pair before we take a little bit of a break for the exciting announcement. Shanna Stone, Vintage Trailers, 446 in the American Dragster on the left side. Right side, Jamie Holston, 436. Little roots blower on top. Jamie Holston, 22, dead 5, will get it done. Shanna Stone was 26, take 10 to break out 9 thou, needed to take 1 or less. Jamie Holston moving on. Nate, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Marco. Again, we were talking about it a minute ago. You know, we go back, we crunch numbers, we look at kind of everything that's been going on, and if there's somebody who's really, really serious about stats and paying attention to how the race is going down, it's Marco. He just watches everything. Peter pays attention to it. Lela, Emily, the whole crew, Tim, they're all watching to see how racers are doing throughout the event. And the MVP is not based on, hey, you just won one race or you were a runner-up in one race. The MVP is based on your performance throughout the event. Again, I mentioned it a moment ago. The MVP this week has had 6 perfect reaction times. 2 of them were on Wednesday, had 4 of them since then. 3 of them netted those 000 hero coins. 1 did not today, was doubled up in round number 6, and the 30K on Thursday was doubled up still in round number 5, and the 100K on Friday. And had the best overall dragster package this weekend to be in the runoff for the Brodix SR20 heads. We surprised him with this a little while ago. When you see it on Facebook, you've just got to watch the whole thing because it was great. But your MVP, the Todd's Extreme Paint MVP, getting that custom painted helmet and $1,000 is Chris Bear. Bear standing right up here next to me, man. Come here. So tell us a little bit about your weekend and your experience here at the Flings, man. You got a stack of coins. Even JJ said it. You probably got more coins now than Peter does.
I don't know about that, but I do have quite a few. It's just been a great honor, a great opportunity. Love coming to the spring fling events. It's nothing but professional. We talked about it a little bit earlier. You know, you have the opportunity to get done earlier side of things, hang out with your friends, have a grill cookout, and that's really what this is all about. Camaraderie, friendship. It's just amazing. I can't sit here and talk enough about how it's just amazing this opportunity is, and basically just to be elected the MVP. It's an absolute dream. It's something everyone achieves for, and especially when you're among 300 plus of the greatest racers out there. It's just, I can't say thank you enough.
Well, I'll tell you what, it was certainly our honor to choose you as MVP, and it's not like we just drew a name out of a hat. I mean, you earned this. It wasn't a choice. You earned this. I mean, from what you were able to do throughout each of the days, this is something that you can certainly hang your head high about. Watching you perform out there on the racetrack was an absolute pleasure, sir. And again, not far from home, so being able to do this at kind of a home track must be very special as well.
Oh, certainly. It's a great thing. I mean, only 3 hours from home. I remember cutting my teeth here back in the day with guys like Nick Hastings, Daddis. We picked on each other's back in the juniors, continue to do so nowadays. Just amazing. I just can't say thank you enough.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's definitely our honor. Congratulations, sir. And what was funny about it is as soon as we said, hey, here's his playbook for the weekend, the folks in the chat bleachers immediately knew. They just started typing in. It's Chris Bear. They knew what it was. So congratulations, sir. Thank you very much for being part of this show, and we look forward to seeing you back soon. Hey, door cars, let's get you headed to lanes 5 and 6, please. Door cars, round number 5, let's get you headed to lanes 5 and 6. Door cars, round number 5 to lanes 5 and 6. Marco's going to take over here again for another minute or two, and I know those of you online love listening to him, so do I.
Alrighty then. Okay, next pair. Brent Martin and Mckenna Brown. Mckenna lost her first entry in the first pair of this round. Gonna see if she can keep her second entry going. Brent 477, Mckenna at a 451. Brent put down a lot of great laps this weekend, lost a few tough ones in there. 13 now separate him advantage Brown, but the win light to Brent Martin. 23 dead ones gonna get it done. Mckenna is 10, take 15 to break out a thou. Needed 14 or less. Brent Martin killing a little bit of mile an hour. He dropped to go dead one. Don Buckowitz. JBR, Johnny Ezel. Johnny is 5 thou red and co-sit. Buckowitz, 11 dead, 7, 18 total. Roman Cosner and Mitch Rowe. Roman at a 495 on the left. Mitch at a 486 on the right. Going back to the MVP decision, for those of you tuning in on Motor Mania TV, you know, we've seen a lot of performances, but Chris Bear was just flat nasty this week. Some people, I mean, they come to race, and Chris Bear came to race. That's an understatement. Mitro is 41 and 17th thou above. Roman was 21, take 49 to break out. 12th thou needed 37 or less. Heads up. I meant the dials. Bill Prest and Kyle Bigley, 450s a pair. Now, I don't remember what sanctioning body does the 450 index. Here's a prime example of a 450 index. I believe it's a full tree 450 index, and we got a pair dialed 450. Dead 7, 18 total. Kyle Bigley had the advantage, was 007, but got behind 16 thou to be 27 thou above. Kyle Bigley turned on a lot of wind lights this weekend. Bill Prest, I think he may have shown up yesterday or today, but he's clicking off the wind lights today. So both drivers been driving well. Bill will be moving on. Steve Taylor and Joey Stojakovic. Steve at a 444. Joey at a 485. That's right, Jesse. It's Jeg Super Quick. 450 index. That sounds like a lot of fun. Blower car rocking the scoop, taking 6th thou is Steve Taylor to light up the scoreboard. 20 and 1 above's gonna get it done. Stojakovic was 16 and 2 above and behind 6th thou. There's the single. This will conclude Torque Tools round number 4 on American Race Cars Saturday at the Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima. The by-car, none other than G-Dub, Gary Williams. Last time I saw him make a single, he put down a perfect run in Galat. Let's see what he does. .004, he's awfully close. On a 465, he runs dead 0. G-Dub 4 total on his buy run. Wow.
nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
American Race Cars, we design and build the most competitive dragsters on the planet. Founded in 2005, American has quickly become one of the premier chassis builders in sportsman racing. Travis Colangelo and the American team focus on quality, precision, and driver safety. And remember, exceptional customer service comes with every car sold. Round wins, race wins, and championships start here. Join the American family today. For more information, visit AmericanRaceCars.net or see us at the track.
Hello racers, it is ATI $100,000 Friday. I'm sitting here with Matt Daddis. He won first round in both entries. So the buyback round is going on right now behind us, and we're gonna have a little fun up here. We're gonna talk to Matt, and then we're gonna have a little practice tree challenge, because I feel he's one of the best out there on a tree. If he first 1 to 3 wins, if he gets the 3 win lights before I do, he'll get a free Summer Fling t-shirt. So Matt, how you doing today? So far so good?
So far so good. I got a couple of red lights, so I got a couple of time runs first round, so I made 2 okay runs, and all the numbers added up, so it was good. Good start to the morning.
2 win lights out of 2 is a great start to a $100,000 race day. I'm gonna say his lights, and I didn't see either of your runs. I'm going to say you were 008 and 011.
I was 6, my first one, and came back around. I missed a Scotia. I was 16, but my guy was red. I had 2 red lights, so it was good. The first one was right where it should have been. The second one I missed it a little bit and didn't bump it, but it was good. Good enough.
Yeah, and if this guy gets on a roll, you better just stand back and watch. So. You're known for buying super stock cars and turning them into bracket cars. You have the DeFrank car that you're running here today, this weekend. What is it about those cars, those type of cars that you like?
Just, I don't know, I guess I always grew up as a door car guy. My father's been a door car guy. I've owned a bunch of dragsters and just never really gave them the chance, I guess. I ran one at the 500 grander at Martin this year, and just, it was a lot of fun, but I'm just more comfortable in a door car. They do wheelies and they got roll-up windows, and so the super stock style just fits me. It's, glass windows, stock dash, and they work perfect with the setup we built quite a bit. Is 427 small block and a power glide, and go 6.0s, and it's pretty much go down any racetrack, and pretty versatile. You can hit the bottom, you can foot brake, run super street, you can do pretty much anything you want with them. So.
And you run on alcohol?
Yes, yeah. Small block Chevys on alcohol with a power glide. Yep. So very simple. 7 AL3s, no grids, no nothing. So
keep it simple.
Yep.
So if you had one piece of advice, your cars run really consistent, and you're usually really close to dead on. Consistency-wise, what's one piece of advice for a consistent race car?
I think just not necessarily like the people that can go out and buy everything. Like, you could go buy something and someone tell you it's going to be perfect, but it's trial and error. Like, I've gone through converters versus converters to find the right one, and carburetors to find the right one, and it's just one of those deals that the setup just jives. So lots of testing and trial and error, and that's keep good tires on them, find a good converter, and find a good carburetor, and from there it's just you just let the car do the work.
It's always makes your life easy if you could let the car do some of the work for you. Well, we wish. How are you feeling about?
We've decided all of the winners and those who were runners up in their pair. We won't use the word loser, but we'll say runners up in their pair. Again, they decide who's the runners-up in their pairs. At that point, then it's like, oh, okay. You know, if I'm already in that group, then please let me be the one that gets the Hoosiers. But as of right now, it's like, please don't let me be in the group. Rick Huffman, 6:15 down for the Chevette on the right side of the racetrack, coming in out of Texas, and Jody Davies over on the left side. Davies down 6:60, Huffman down 6:15, 14 thou separate them in reaction time, and the win light's going to belong to the Chevette and Rick Huffman. 10 on the tree, 14 thou above, ends up 24 total. Taking his trip down the racetrack, Jody Davies was 24 on the tree, and then runs 6:62 on a 6:60 to be 29 thou behind at the stripe. And then with Rick Huffman being 24 total, Jody Davies being 24 on the tree, needed to be dead zero and couldn't quite get there on that run. So it's going to be the Chevette joining us in the round of 14. We got 28 coming back this time. We'll have 14 coming back as winners, as Amanda Manuel and David Braskett. Amanda's dialed in at 6:24 in the pickup truck. Braskett in the Manta. Keeping the Opal rolling deep into the rounds today. Again, dragsters for round number 5. Go ahead and make your way back into the staging lanes, please. Dragsters for round number 5. Come on back. Amanda's off and away on the green, and boy, oh boy, does she have a whole bunch to work with. 004 and 6:27 on the 6:24 for Amanda. David Braskett. Kind of going back to what Joanne threw out there in the chat bleachers a little while ago. You picked a fine time to leave me. And unfortunately, the good reaction time left him. He was 068 on the tree, dead on 9, but gave up 64 thousandths of a second advantage at this end of the racetrack, and Amanda Manuel was all over that. Amanda moving into round number 6 as Aaron Dysinger and Joe Hoskins. Hoskins, the truck on the left side, dialed 6:48, getting the head start in this pair over the 78 Malibu of Aaron Dysinger. Dysinger dialed in at 6:23. 13 thousandths of a second separate him in reaction time. Advantage to Hoskins in the win light. How about 002 dead zero? Joe Hoskins is 2 total, taking 14 thou at the stripe. Aaron Dysinger, 15 green, dead on 1, is 16 total in the Malibu. But Joe putting up a 2-pack in the S10. Making a little statement. You can see the quick dip of the nose at the finish line for Joe Hoskins. As Dysinger will bow out, and Joe coming back into the round of 14 with a 002 reaction time. Garrett Griffith and Chris Bowman separated by 0.04 of a second in the dial. Bowman 6:30, Garrett Griffith dialed in 6:34. As we are continuing to make it a heck of a race. Again, congratulations to Chris Baer, selected as the Todd's Extreme Paint MVP of this year's Summer Fling here in Columbus. Chris Bowman goes red by 6 thousandths of a second, and then 6:29 on a 6:30. Garrett Griffith was 25 on the tree and runs 6:33 on a 6:34 with the win light already on that right side of the racetrack. So unfortunately for Bowman, 006 on the wrong side of the reaction time will bring his fling to a close as Chuck Roycraft and Pete Diagnolo. Diagnolo, who was our winner here on Thursday, just like he was last year on Thursday, trying to keep the Orange Boo out of Rochester, New York in the game, taking on Chuck Roycraft, the Minnetonka, Minnesota-based Nova, dialed in at 6:09. So head start's going to go to Roycraft, and then Diagnolo going to turn it loose, try to chase him down. 10 thousandths of a second separate him in reaction time, and at the stripe, the win light will belong to Diagnolo. 5:82 on a 5:81. Pete was 12 on the tree. Chuck was 22 on the tree. So Chuck was 10 thou in the hole at the hit. Goes 18 thou above the dial. To be 30 total as Diagnolo was 12 and then 19 thou above the dial. Comes down to a 9 thou stripe at the finish line, and Diagnolo will continue his charge through the ranks. We've got dragsters firing up back there, getting ready to go in the Hoosier Tire round. Again, it is an American race cars kind of day. $30,000 to win here on Saturday. And yeah, Dragster Jeff, looking back at kind of the comment you said there with, I'm assuming you were referencing the performance that Chris Baer had put on here this weekend as Party Marty rolls up into the water box. The dragster out of La Plata, Maryland. Going up against Ronnie Wilson. Ronnie's got the right side of the racetrack this time. He's dialed in at 475. Marty's dialed in at 447. And as the dragsters come back this way, there's 2800s that separate them as far as the dials are concerned. Again, as we get down to the end, we are continuing to maintain the momentum. We don't want any of the drivers having to wait around too long. And Party Marty is in trouble. Ronnie Wilson, 006 on the tree. And had 53 thousandths of a second advantage in reaction time. Marty runs 446. Ronnie almost tried to give that back. Yeah, Marco, looking at the math there, goes, Ronnie Wilson needed to take 53 thou at the stripe to win the race. He took all but 5 ten-thousandths of that. He took 52 and a half. He's like, well, I'm going to get greedy. I'm going to get greedy. Yeah. He was 006, had 53 thousandths of a second advantage in reaction time. That's what he had to play with down there, and used up 52 and a half to get to the stripe first. That's shaving a little close. Shaving a little close. Gary Williams, Courtney Grisey, win light's going to belong to Williams. 004 and dead on 9. Didn't he just lay up like 4 total a minute ago? Was 4 total a minute ago. This time goes 004 again. Dead on 9. Last time he was dead 0. Yeah. He good. Courtney Grisey was 16 green. Gets to the stripe first by 1.5 thousandths of a second to break out by 4 thou. So Gary Williams with that 004 reaction time again as Michael Illing and Jamie Holston. Holston celebrated his birthday yesterday, trying to make it like a super happy one. Trying to work his way into what will be the round of 14 as we had 28 cars returning here in round number 5. Started the morning off with 312 of them in round number 1. Michael Illing sitting on a 474 dial on the left side. And Jamie Holston with a 436 dial on the right side. A little dyslexia in the reaction times. Michael Illing was 051. Jamie Holston was 015. Holston goes 439 on a 436. 32 thou above the dial. Getting to the stripe first by 17 thousandths of a second to win that matchup. Michael Illing, 51 green. And was 13 thousandths of a second above his dial to be behind 17 thousandths at the stripe. So the win light to Holston. On the right side, James, you are welcome. Appreciate the kind words as Rob Mosher and Don Butkowitz. Are coming up here now. Butkowitz dialed in at 468. The racer out of New Jersey taking on Mosher. Over on the left side of the racetrack. 454 to a 468 and a red light start for Rob. Rob 002 on the wrong side of the tree goes 457 on a 454. Butkowitz saw those 3 green bulbs illuminate on the scoreboard and said, we good. After he was 003 green and then 491 down the racetrack at just 113 miles an hour. He's like, winner, winner. We'll save a little wear and tear, coasted on through. Thanks, Mopar. That's Brent Martin and Vinny Domino. The other half of Team Martin coming out of La Plata. Dialed in at 477 on the left side. And Vinny representing his home track of Numidia. Up there in Pennsylvania, makes his home in Staten Island and is dialed in at 453. So we have got pre-stage, now stage bulbs lit. And we've got 17 thousandths of a second between them in reaction time. Vinny will use it and will win it. By 3 thousandths of a second, Vinny Domino gets to the stripe first, 454 on a 453. He is 15 on the tree, 17 thousandths of a second above the dial. Brent Martin was 32 on the tree and dead on 3, so a 35 pack. Not going to hold on against Vinny's 32 pack as Vinny advances. We'll bring out Cameron Manuel and Steve Taylor. Taylor racing out of Riverside, Ohio. Cameron Manuel racing out of Louisville, Kentucky, or North Carolina, excuse me. And how about 4 times 2? Both scoreboards have got the 444 dial for a couple of quick dragsters that essentially are going heads up here. This one's going to be a really awesome game of chicken. I certainly hope that they are super close in reaction time before we get down to the finish line and see who flinches first. Are you holding? Are you dialed honest? What's the name of the game? We wanted to start with a red light. We wanted them to be close. Steve Taylor misses it by 9 thousandths of a second and goes 443.3 to bow out here by way of the bottomest bulb on the tree. Cameron Manuel, 17 green, goes 442 on the 444. And we're going to bring up Tim Markaglu and Bill Prest. Prest in the very patriotic ride. And taking over the Coughlin car side of the racetrack here at National Trail Raceway, and Tim Markaglu. Another of the regulars out there at Numidia. Markaglu was holding on to 2 entries late into the rounds. Has been whittled down to 1. He's dialed in at 452. Bill is dialed in at 450. As the dragsters are just about back from the burnout. can separate them in reaction time, and Markaglu is going to score another win. Bill Prest was better at this end of the racetrack with a 003 reaction time, ends up 23 thou above the dial to be 26 total, but is 3 thou behind at the finish line as Markaglu was 12 and 11 thou above the dial to be 23 total. So Markaglu lights up the board. We're getting to Logan Back and Amanda Manuel. Amanda, the last double, still standing. She has already picked up the win in the first entry and picks it up again here. Logan Back led by 1,000th of a second. Amanda was 22 green and goes 6:25.7 on a 6:26. So don't we have some like last female standing award from the folks at West End Opera House? So the Manuel family got together with Peter and the team and said, you know what, we want to throw a special bonus up there for the last female standing on each day of the event, Friday or Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We'll talk about that here in a second. Race Kid and Mitch Rowe. Mitch dialed 487, Race dialed 462. Eight thou separated him in reaction time, and on a double breakout, Race Kid is coming back. He's 007, goes 461 on a 462. Got to the stripe first by 0.003 of a second. And then Mitch Rowe was 15 green and goes 485 on a 488. I should what, Mopar? I don't know, we'll see.
Race it, experience it. For the last decade and more, founders and legendary racers Peter Biondo, Kyle Seipel, and the Fling family have put on some of the biggest and best events in the history of bracket racing, setting the bar for what a race can be, for what a race should be. With one race, names like Jeff Birdie and Randall Reed have joined instantly recognizable icons like Scotty Richardson and Luke Bagacki as racers who have achieved on one of the biggest stages in the sport. A place where young and old alike come together not to just test themselves, but to simply enjoy some of the coolest cars, prizes, camaraderie, and competition you'll find anywhere around. Ask anyone who's come to a Fling event, and they'll tell you the same thing. You'll just have to race it, experience it.
Tonight. I feel pretty good. I've hit the tree pretty good this weekend, better than the last few weeks. So I don't know, kind of honed in a little bit the last couple days and found a good mid-00 spot and just kind of hanging there and make sure dial it so you can get there and go from there. Just make the right decision, keep a cool head, and even if you do get beat, you have two entries for a reason. So even if you do get beat, try to throw it behind you and focus on one. So.
Well, keeping a cool head is a big part of it, especially when the stakes get high.
Yeah.
And this guy, normally, you're such a nice guy, and you don't come off as like one of those cutthroat, I'll say it, like wannabe badasses. You just are.
I appreciate it. I mean, coming from one of the best out there, that means the world to me. And it's just, I don't know, I'm enjoying doing this. Being able to do it for a living too, which is unbelievable. I didn't
know that.
Yeah, you've been able to do I just am having a blast and try not to lose sight of that. I try to go to the racetrack and have fun every single time, and I'm around some really good people that keep it fun, so that makes it way easier on me. You know, I can come back even if I do get beat and come back and hang out with some friends, and it's not that big a deal. So it's I enjoy the crap out of it, and I'm very blessed, really lucky to be able to do what I'm doing. So.
And you can tell. And to me, this is one of the reasons I wanted to go up against each other on a practice tree, is because I feel you are one of the best. You're a young gun. I've been referred to as a has-been. So
Which is not the case for anyone watching.
I really want to see how I stack up against you. And I know it's a small sample, first to 3, but let's go have some fun.
Absolutely. All right. I'm in.
All right, brother. Good luck. Good luck. Two to a 5.
Yeah. That's that a little bit. Yeah. A little foul out just for
Taking the foul out.
7's a lucky number, I guess.
Smoked me, Pete. Wow, that was a good couple of hits there for us both. All right, Matt.
Yep.
Well,
that was fun.
It was, but where it counts is out there.
I guess, yeah.
And go get it done, man.
I'm gonna try.
All right, brother. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
So it's always fun to kind of see those practice tree personalities that they are showing online as Joanne sneaks those in from time to time. As the one that they just watched, of course, was Pete and Matt Daddis. Pretty cool little deal there. And we are back here in Columbus, and we were talking about kind of the last female standing. Well, they did just that. You know, like I said, the Manuel family got together with Pete and said, look, we want to throw some extra money out there for the last female standing on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And so thanks to the folks at West End Opera House, the Manuel family, they tossed in an extra $500 each day for the last female standing. Well, on Thursday, the last female standing was Jessica Cameron. On Friday, the last female standing was Sandra Cook. And today, the last female standing also happens to be the last double-entered car in competition. Not only is she the last one still in the game, she's also the only one carrying 2 entries into the round of 14, which is pretty damn cool. So Amanda Manuel is going to claim the last female standing award. She'll get the $500. She'll get the check from the Fling. And she'll essentially join Sandra Cook and Jessica Cameron. So congratulations there, Amanda. Nicely done. It has been a pleasure to watch you drive that truck here over the last several days, and especially today. Turns out Aaron Dysinger had the best losing package of the Hoosier round. So Aaron Dysinger, you have got yourself a set of Hoosier tires. You'll be able to collect all that up here at the Diva desk. But Aaron Dysinger, our best losing package in round number 5. And we will take door cars to the staging lanes for round number 6. We're going to get our door cars headed into the staging lanes for the Mickey Thompson round. Door cars, come on back. We'll get you kind of back into the game. We'll get you paired up and ready to go. Again, this is the round of 14. We did make a slight adjustment to the format as far as when the cars go on a ladder because of some feedback that Peter had received from several racers saying that, look, you know, we think 16's a little bit early to be on a ladder. We want to keep the door cars and the dragster separated a little bit longer than that. So they went ahead and said, well, let's go ahead and go on a ladder at 8. And so with 14 coming back, we'll stay off the ladder this round. But with 7 coming back for round number 7, that is when we will see them go on a ladder. And that's also what's going to be kind of fun about this round what's going to be fun about this is the fact that, You know, there's 14 coming back, exact same as it was last night. 14 coming back for this round. The next round will be 7. And that essentially will be the last opportunity at a bye run, because when we come back after the 7, of course, it's 4 and 2, and we're done. So we will be paying close attention to the 7 that come back. We'll look to see if any of them have already had a bye or not. And then whoever has the best overall reaction time out of the group is going to get kind of that opportunity to showcase their talents on a solo run. In that round of 7. So again, round number 6 coming up now. The Mickey Thompson round. Racers are headed back into the staging lanes. Again, door cars for round number 6. As we said, round number 6 is coming up now. They are making their way back into the staging lanes. We got door cars and dragsters separated one last time at the 2022 Summer Fling. It is the Jeg Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. They're going to be making their way back.
Those who don't settle when others do, who will give everything but won't give up. For those who believe in unlimited while others limit themselves. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mosher Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mosher for the best solutions.
Each year at the Fling since 2010, we do what's called a reaction time challenge. The drivers love it. We call 25 drivers to the staging lanes, randomly picked. If they get a 00 anything reaction time, so 001 to 009, they get $100 cash. If they get a 000, they get $1,000 cash and a chance to come back and do it again. If they hit the second time, they get $10,000.
All right, check it out, guys. I'm here with Bill Dykes in the lanes for the Reaction Time Challenge here at the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. Bill, how has your experience been out here so far this weekend?
This is the most amazing race, best time ever. If you can't have fun here, you shouldn't be drag racing.
You're about to go and try and turn on a 00 reaction time for $100. Trip Zip gets you $1,000. What are you doing with the delay box?
You know, I leave it. I'm pretty aggressive with it. Last year I went 00 back-to-back. So I've just left it. Hopefully I'm paying attention at the light and see what happens.
Well, good luck to you here in the Reaction Time Challenge and in today's 30K main event. Can't wait to see you out on the track.
Thanks for talking to me. Have a good one.
All right. It's Mickey Thompson. It's round number 6. We're down to 14 cars. Talking about our last female standing, got that West End Opera $500 bonus. Not only is she our last female standing, she is our last double-entered car. And she is going to try to take it to the house. How about Joe Hoskins from Fairborn, Ohio, rolling in with a 648 dial on the left side, and Amanda Manuel with a 626 dial on the right side. Again, the Mickey Thompson round, down to 14 cars remaining in the game. Amanda's dialed 626, Joe's dialed 648. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Dragsters have made their way back into the staging lanes. And man, how cool is this? Joe Hoskins is 14 green and 650 on a 648. Amanda Manuel dead on the dial, 626 on a 626. But Amanda was 061 green, hit it a little bit late. She's still got another one. It's not over yet. She's still got another one. Joe Hoskins, 14 and 2 above, gets the win light here as Rick Huffman and Garrett Griffith are going to square off. Garrett's got a 615 dial, or excuse me, Rick's got the 615 dial. Garrett's got the 634 dial. Trees dropping, and Rick Huffman turns it red by 0.003 of a second. So Rick's red by 003, goes 613 on a 615. Garrett with a 10 light will move into the next round. And that is going to put us on hold here just for a moment while we wait for Amanda to swing back around in that second entry. Let's see if she can get one of those into the round of 7. So while we have a minute, our prize vault, like you said, we got over $50,000 of prizes that we hand out throughout the week here. And we happen to have a $500 Autometer gift certificate that somehow, some way is like, we found it leaning up against the wall of the vault and said, you know what, we need to give this away. So guess what, chat bleachers? We gave 2 bonus shootouts this weekend. We're going to give a bonus to the chat bleachers. So who wants to win a $500 Autometer gift certificate? Well, here's what we're going to do. Again, it is a $500 Autometer gift certificate. So if you are a racer, if you have a race car, we want to make sure that this goes to somebody that's going to be able to use it, because Autometer puts that money out there for people to use it. So if you are a racer and you have a race car, you are going to have the next 5 minutes to put in what type of car you drive and the last track that you raced at. We'll select randomly. So put in the type of car that you drive and the last racetrack that you raced at. Don't just put in dragster. I mean, let us know what it is. But put in the type of car you drive, the last track that you raced at. We'll go back through and randomly select a winner for a $500 Autometer gift certificate. Okay? Okay. Ready? Go. All right, Vinny Domino and Ronnie Wilson. They're going to be our next 2. As they back up from the burnout, Ronnie's got the 474 dial. All right, so Ronnie's dialed in at 474. Vinny's dialed in at 453. We'll put on another quick last call for sweatshirts. If you need to get some goodies, come on over and get them. I guess they stayed open a little bit longer, but the apparel tent, last call, last chance. So with Vinny dialed in at 453, Ronnie dialed in at 474. Vinny's holding 25 thousandths of a second advantage in reaction time with a 004 light. Ronnie Wilson was 029, and Vinny by 16 thousandths of a second goes 455 on a 453 to get the win light. Ronnie Wilson, 29 green and 475 on a 474. Vinny Domino moving into the round of 7 as Gary Williams and Don Butkowitz will come up now. Williams on the right side. He's got 468 showing up on that Coughlin Cars side of the track. Butkowitz with a 469 at dial. And I'm just kind of watching all of the comments scroll through. Sherry Paterka, Gerard was racing here this weekend. Oh, that's why he said National Trail. Never mind. I'm spacing it. Don Butkowitz, 004 Gary, 16 green. That blew right by me. 16 green and 497 on a 468 getting the win light. Butkowitz 473 on a 469. My bad. This is his. I saw the diamond and I was like, wait, what? It's late. That's right, Blaze. Pete did say that yesterday, didn't he? And Vinny's kind of a last day of the fling winner kind of guy. Both of his have been coming on the last day of the fling. G-Dub gets the win light that time as Cameron Manuel and Jamie Holston. Jamie's dialed 435. Cameron's dialed 444. Seconds separate him in reaction time. Cam, 008, dead 7 to be 15 total. Jamie Holston was 15 thousandths of a second reaction time. Needed to run down there and go dead on 0. And ends up 13 thou above and 13 thou behind. Well, I would agree. There are quite a few racers that seem to be interested in drag racing and are watching online. Good luck, Lela. That was a lot. Oh, but it's great. It's great. We're down to Race Kid and Timmy Markaglu. Race over the left side, 462 dial. Markaglu on the right side, 453 dial. It's 000 hero time. Wow. Wow. Race Kid was 10 on the tree and goes 460 on a 462. Timmy Markaglu on a 453 dial gets there second to be 1 thou under and was trip zip perfect in reaction time. So Markaglu pulls off a 000 hero against Race Kid. Kid was 10 on the tree. Runs under by 13 thou. Markaglu runs 452.9 to be under by 1 thou after he was trip, zip, perfect. Wow. Wow. All right, so we've got a couple of racers that are still yet to come here in round number 6, the Mickey Thompson round. And I'm pretty sure Markaglu has not had a bye run, but a 000 reaction time would certainly qualify. What's up, Cameron? What's up, everybody still listening in? We're still at over 1,100 people watching online, and absolutely thank you to the folks at Strange Engineering for making this live feed possible. We appreciate you being on board with Motor Mania TV and keeping the cameras rolling. Final pair in round number 6. To determine who gets to come back and fill out the field of 7. So Amanda and Pete Diagnolo, final pair of cars here. Amanda is dialed 626, Pete's dialed 581. Staged. Set. Go. 9 thousandths of a second separate them in reaction time. Finish line says Amanda Manuel. Oh. Apparently the reaction time from her first entry made her angry. And hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Pete Diagnolo just paid the price for that. Diagnolo was 18 green and goes 5.805 on a 581. Amanda Manuel was 009 to get to the stripe first by 4 thousandths of a second and run dead on 0. Pete, I am very, very sorry for your bad luck, because Amanda came back annoyed and made you pay for it. That was great. I mean, not for Pete, but that was great. Put together. We'll make the announcement of what the ladder is, and then we'll come back at it. So as we were saying just a minute ago, our 6th round of competition, the Mickey Thompson round, has come to a close. We are going to go find our best losing package for the winner of those Mickey Thompson tires. We've got 7 cars that have been, or have, I would say, made themselves eligible for round number 7, because it's been taking a lot to get all the way down there. Cameron, I'm going to ask you just real quick, you know, because if I'm going to give that shout out real quick, I don't know how long I don't want to necessarily say, like, how old are you, but are you, like, old enough to remember some of the old Saturday Night Live stuff? There was a skit that they used to do. It says, you like it, the juice? Yeah, you like it, the juice. You like it, the juice. That's kind of a good name for a motorsports team. You like it, the juice. So, yeah, shout out Juice Motorsports. There you go. So we are now on a ladder. And here is what the ladder looks like. Essentially, it starts at the left and goes to the right, and each round there are fewer and fewer cars. For example, if you start with 16, it would go to 8, and then 8 would go to 4, and 4 would go to 2. That's what the ladder looks like. Just wanted to share that with you. Of course, you're probably interested more in the names that are on the ladder, so I will tell you the names that are on the ladder. And coming back with 6, Cameron Manuel, going to get lane choice over Hoskins in the pickup truck. Vinny Domino with lane choice over Gary Williams. Amanda Manuel with lane choice over Garrett Griffith. And Tim Markaglu coming back on the solo. His perfect reaction time in that last round netted him the 000 Hero Coin, the $50 bonus, as well as the last available buy run of the 2022 Jeg Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. So this is going to be pretty cool. Again, our final 7, they're getting an opportunity to cool them off. They'll be bringing them back soon. Jamie Holston ended up with the best losing package of the Mickey Thompson round. So Jamie Holston, unfortunately not going to make it into the next go-round, but hopefully a brand new set of Mickey Thompson tires will help you feel a little bit better. And again, Jamie, happy birthday. We're glad that you were out here celebrating with us. I know that Gabby Needham was celebrating a birthday with us. Mark Walter from Motormania TV celebrated a birthday with us. Joanne's going to be celebrating her birthday tomorrow. Mark and Joanne are going to be celebrating their wedding anniversary coming up here really soon. So it's going to be pretty cool. Good year. Round number 7. Drivers, you are on a ladder. You said 45 years, right? I know Mark said that it was like up there. Did you say 45 years, Joanne? All right, hey racers, listen up. We have had 4 tremendous days of absolutely unbeatable weather. And believe it or not, they are looking at the radar, and there are actually some showers that are kind of in the area and maybe headed this direction. So, what we want to make do, we are not rushing you at all. But we do want to make sure that we kind of get through the rest of this with plenty of time to spare so that we can finish this off, do the winner's circle, let everybody get a chance to make sure everything gets back just in case those do happen to get here. Again, we have had Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You couldn't ask for anything better than what we experienced, and I think it's, I don't know that ironic is the word for it or whatever, but the fact that as we are getting down to kind of the end of where we're at, we do actually have a little bit that might make it here. So we just want to make sure, that we get that done. So again, for the 7 drivers that are still on property, on the ladder, let's get you headed back this way. Again, it's going to be Amanda Manuel with lane choice over Garrett Griffith, Vinny Domino with lane choice over Gary Williams. It's going to be Cameron Manuel, lane choice over Joe Hoskins, and then Tim Markaglu on the solo. So we'll get you headed back this way, please. Again, don't want to rush you, but we want to make sure that happens. Also, if you are one of those who got a 000 Hero Coin and have not yet made your way up to the Diva Desk to collect your $50 bonus, let's go ahead and head up there and see Emily and the ladies in the Diva Desk. They would love to get you your $50 bonus. So if you collected a 000 hero coin and have not yet been to the Diva desk, let's get you over there to get that collected, please. So I do love that. Mark and Joanne celebrating a 45-year anniversary. That's beautiful. We're going to get our 7 drivers headed back this way. We are getting down to the end. Again, 3 rounds of competition remain. In the 2022 Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. We're making our way out of the Mickey Thompson round into the Goodyear round. Of course, Jamie Holston picking up a set of Mickey Thompsons for the best losing package in round number 6. It was Aaron Deisinger picking up the Hoosiers in round number 5. Mike Doherty getting the $500 Torque Tools bonus in round number 4. Chris Stein got $500 in round number 3 from FTI. Cortland Carter getting the Biondo Racing bonus. Noah Rambo getting the Stainless Works bonus here today. And we're getting closer and closer to see who is going to join up with our other main event winners, like Josh Lutke on Wednesday for 15 grand, Pete Diagnolo on Thursday for 30 grand. We got another 30 grand bonus that's going to be going out tonight.
It's Bristol, baby. It's where the fling was born. Maybe you come for the big purses, or maybe you come for the $60,000 in product giveaways. Or maybe you just come to compete at the highest level in a professional and fun environment. Race it, experience it.
Sorry about that. And of course, Kyle Cotrera, who picked up the big win on the ATI Performance Products $100,000 main event Friday. So again, Markaglu coming back on the solo. Manuel versus Griffith. Domino versus Williams. And Cameron Manuel versus Joe Hoskins. So 1 big check left, 1 trophy left, 1 winner circle left, and 3 rounds to figure it all out. Alan, about the only thing that we have left to give away here is free advice, and the advice you'd get from me would be terrible. I am like the world's worst role model. You would not want any advice from me, because usually advice that I give to people leads to one of 2 things, either a tremendous financial loss or an arrest. That's the kind of advice that I have to give, and you don't want either of those. You know, just being honest here, man. Just being awesome. It's not in my wheelhouse. So we are getting a few takers already back in the staging lanes. We've got 3 door cars. And 4 drag. Yes, absolutely. Mopar Man is terrible. The advice I would give would be terrible. Hey, Melvin Watlington, if you are listening in online still, Melvin Watlington, you are the winner of that Autometer gift certificate. We do need you to find us on Facebook and send us a little private message so that we can get your information. So Melvin Watlington, you were one of the ones that chimed in on that Autometer $500 gift certificate giveaway. We need you to find us on Facebook, the Spring Fling Bracket Races page, and send us a message, please, with your information so that we can get you your gift certificate. So we're going to let our racers kind of get back into the staging lanes. And I'll kind of say this now. We got 3 rounds left. So while they're getting things figured out back there for all of you, you know, we've said it each morning. And I know we got a lot of folks who have already packed up and headed out of the gate. We got more that are going to be doing. So again, just a reminder, if you are going to kind of stay here after the event overnight, plan on rolling out in the morning, JJ says you are welcome to do so. Both gates are going to remain open throughout the evening, so it is at your leisure what time you will decide to leave. If you do need any type of a dump station, there's just one exit down the road on 70 to the west. At that Flying J truck stop, they can get you taken care of. That will give you an opportunity to do that. But again, you're welcome to stay here throughout the night. Both gates will remain open, and you can leave whenever it suits you best to get out on the road and either head back home or head out to wherever your next stop may be. Whether you're headed down the road to find a few more big buck races, or whether you're just going to get a jump start and maybe take a little bit of time between here and Bristol to go see the USA in your Chevrolet or your Ford or your Toterhome, whatever it is that you happen to be traveling around in. But what I was going to say here is that we are certainly grateful, and again, thank you to each and every one of you racers, all of you that showed up here to support us once again for another Summer Fling here at National Trail Raceway. It is always a pleasure to host each and every one of you, and we certainly hope that the experience you had this weekend is one that will be remembered fondly, and that we have lived up to kind of our Race It Experience motto here. I guarantee you that between Peter and Emily and every other individual that works for the Fling, that is our #1 goal, is to make sure that you as racers have a good time when you decide to come here and spend your entertainment dollars racing with us. So we appreciate it. We're glad you came by, and we look forward to seeing you very, very soon out in Bristol when we get to the next one. I want to say hi to everybody that's out there in the chat bleachers. Appreciate you guys listening in with us. Well, we've got just a couple of minutes. They're going to get some things squared away, and then we'll get our 7 that remain out onto the racetrack.
Headed this direction, which means we will take our Super Pro door cars.
I came from the mud.
Hey.
There's dirt on my hands.
Hey.
Strong like a tree. There's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon.
Anthem to start off our morning on the final day of the K&N Spring
They
Fling
sing
event.
on a sleepless night. Try to catch me howling at the moon.
Let's make this a fantastic day, and in order to do that, Chaplain Lee Steyer is here again for our invocation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please rise and remove your caps.
Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
American Race Cars, we design and build the most competitive dragsters on the planet. Founded in 2005, American has quickly become one of the premier chassis builders in sportsman racing. Travis Colangelo and the American team focus on quality, precision, and driver safety. And remember, exceptional customer service comes with every car sold. Round wins, race wins, and championships start here. Join the American family today. For more information, visit AmericanRaceCars.net or see us at the track.
So, conversations are complete. Drivers are in their cars. Cars are now under the tower. And there's no way I'd be able to make that. I'm not that talented. Trust me, even there, I'm not that talented. Yep. I tried to make a long shot across the tower with a wadded up napkin and it just, yep. I'd done run out of talent a long time ago. Vinny Domino and Gary Williams. We talked earlier about songs that apply to drag racing, songs that apply to my life. That I'm not as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was. Sometimes. Yep, one round. So Gary Williams dialed in at 469. Vinny Domino dialed in at 453. I think that would be one of them that would fall into the category. I'm not as good as I once was, but damn, did you see me in round number 4? I'm as good once as I ever was. That's about all I had. So a 453 to a 469. Vinny Domino on the left side, G-Dub on the right side. Only 4 will get the invitation to come back, and we'll be looking at those reaction times to determine the ladder. Tim Markaglu sitting back there on the final buy run of the event. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. And Jeff, I didn't mean to get that whole thing rolling again. I was just tossing one out there, that's all. Gary Williams is going to select his, or collect his second 000 hero of the afternoon. Gary Williams gets it done against Vinny Domino. Domino was 009 and goes 451 on a 453. Gary Williams, trip, zip, take 9 thou at the stripe, breaks out with a 467 on a 469. Oh. Domino was 009, and on the double breakout, Domino will not return. Gary Williams gets his second 000 hero to advance. As now Garrett Griffith and Amanda Manuel, the door truck battle ensues. Fourth thou separate them in reaction time. Amanda dead on to a dead on. Amanda Manuel 18 green, dead on 6. She's 24 total. Garrett Griffith 14 green, dead on 8. And Garrett's moving on, being 22 total. So Garrett Griffith takes that 0.14 reaction time, uses 0.02 of a second at the finish line to get around Amanda Manuel. As Garrett's 22 will beat Amanda's 24 pack. And it'll be Griffith and G-Dove moving on so far into the semifinals. So we got Joe Hoskin and Cameron Manuel. Cameron, the dragster on the left side. Hoskins in the pickup truck on the right. 13 thousandths of a second separate them in reaction time. And Cameron, geez, Gary Williams is trip zip to move into the next round. Cameron Manuel's dead on 0. 12 and dead 0 take 9 thou at the stripe. Hoskins was 25 on the tree and had no chance of getting there as Tim Markaglu takes his solo shot. And we'll see what's going on. We'll see what's going on. Jeez. So Markaglu at this point, his reaction time essentially will determine who is going to race each other in the semifinal round and what lane choice is going to look like. Whoever Gary races, he's going to enter the lane choice there. 003 for Markaglu. Markaglu was perfect on the tree to get the bye run here. And then goes 452 on a 453. So our 4 racers going into the finals, semifinals, you got Williams coming in with a perfect reaction time. Markaglu with a 003, Griffiths with an 014, and Manuel with a 12. And if I'm looking at this the right way, it looks like it should be Williams with lane choice over Griffith and Markaglu with lane choice over Manuel. But we'll wait until that's official. But I do believe that's what we're going to be looking at.
Well, race fans, good morning, and welcome to Las Vegas Motor Speedway as we get ready to go with the 2022 version of the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. We've got racers that have joined us from across 3 different countries, from the United States, from Mexico, and from Canada, coming in to race for big money here today. And once again, we are going to crown a champion who will join the prestigious list of those who have gone before to claim the title of Million winner here in Vegas.
Get your Million Tech card. You never know. You never know. You could be the one standing in front of that Spring Fling Million banner today, holding up the trophy, joining the ranks of Bo Butner and Scotty Richardson, Peeps Pennington, Randall Reed, Luke Bagaki, and Jeff Verdi. Jeff Verdi, the OG of the Spring Fling Million here.
The official car count is 260 today.
It's going to be $285,000 to tonight's winner.
Who's ready? 285K, Showgirls, Limousine, Cosmopolitan Suite. Let's roll.
Racers, the time has come. The Spring Fling Million is about to get underway. Racers, let's go racing.
And as our good friend Kyle Seipel would say, let's roll. Round number 1, life-changing money.
Kevin Brannon and Spencer Massey. Coming in the Nova out of Texas, the tree begins to drop. Spencer's down in at 647. Kevin's down in at 460. 5,000 separate them in reaction time, and the win light belongs to the Rabbit. Kevin Brannon on a double breakout. Kevin was 005 on the tree. Take 2,000 at the stripe to beat 2,000 under 459.8 on the 460. Spencer Massey was right behind him and ends up 5,000 under the dial. Massey with a 10,000 light breaks it out by 5,000, but Kevin Brannon, the Rabbit, is going to claim the victory and will become racer number 7 to etch his name on the wall of history here at the Spring Fling Million.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
Okay, so it is time to go. We've got our 4 semifinalists have been decided again after that last go-round. Gary Williams will have lane choice over Garrett Griffith. Tim Markaglu will have lane choice over Cam Manuel. Those are the 4 that remain. 3 dragsters, 1 door truck. That is what's going to be headed back into the staging lanes. And again, it's mentioned a little while ago, kind of ironic that we have had 4 of the best days of weather that I have ever witnessed at a racetrack. And now we've potentially got some showers that are rolling into the area, so we're not trying to rush our racers, but we do want to make sure that we get everything kind of wrapped up, that we get our winter circle taken care of before we go into that. Also, our last best losing package of the event for that set of Goodyear tires ended up going to Amanda Manuel. Amanda, who got that bonus as the last female standing here today, the $500 bonus from the West End Opera House. Prize that their family actually helped put together, awarded it to 2 other ladies throughout the weekend. Amanda grabbing that last one was also the last double entry of the day, which is pretty darn cool. She gets the best losing package of round number 7, a certificate for a set of Goodyear slicks. So Amanda, it's been a pleasure watching you race here over the last several days, and the show you put on today was pretty impressive. So thank you very much for that. We've got our 4 drivers headed back into the staging lanes. We're down to just 4. We're going to let them go have whatever conversation they needs to have, and then after they have those conversations, we'll come back and race it out to decide our final 2.
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tire.
So here we go with our final semifinal round, and I am going to turn the mic over to the guy who has been my companion, my cohort, my co-announcer here this weekend, Mr. Jeb from right here at National Trail Raceway. The 17-year-old did a spectacular job. He is going to take you through these last semifinal round of the weekend.
Well, thank you very much, Nate, for the opportunity to share the mic with you this weekend. It's surely been a great time, and I look forward to hopefully doing it again with you next time. But as we roll into the semifinal round of the American Race Cars $30,000 win race here this evening at the JEGS Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries, we are down to 4 cars. 2 go down and 1 come back for the final as Garrett Griffith and Gary Williams get ready to pull on in. Griffith out of Alexandria, Kentucky. He's dialed 632. Gary Williams, 465, running out of Bradenton, Florida. We got 3 dragsters left and 1 door truck. We can have a dragster on dragster final or a door car on dragster final. We will find out here in about 10 seconds or so. Griffith takes it on in first. Williams follows in behind. They're both out green and at 9,000 separated. At the top of the racetrack, Garrett Griffith is going to the final for $30,000. He is 10 up front, takes 7 thou to be 3 thou under. Williams 5 thou under. He was 19 at the let-go. He was behind, chasing after Griffith to get there and broke out trying to do so by more. Garrett Griffith moving on into the final round. And he's going to face one of these 2 men, Tim Markaglu or Cameron Manuel. Manuel running out of Louisville, North Carolina. The American race car dialed 442. And Tim Markaglu from Staten Island, New York. The 2016 Race Tech dragster dialed 452. Who is coming back to face Garrett Griffith in the final for $30,000. 10 thou separated. 1 driver is perfect. And a Tim Markaglu is going to the final. He was 10 up front, laid it down to go dead at 3, took in 4 thou. Cameron Manuel was perfect and at 17 thou above. Couldn't get the job done right there, so the final round is set. In the American Race Cars $30,000 Saturday, Tim Markaglu and Garrett Griffith will be coming back to race off for $30,000 as we will conclude this JEGS Summer Fling.
JEGS. Nobody beats JEGS.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. JEGS.com.
American Race Cars, we design and build the most competitive dragsters on the planet. Founded in 2005, American has quickly become one of the premier chassis builders in sportsman racing. Travis Colangelo and the American team focus on quality, precision, and driver safety. And remember, exceptional customer service comes with every car sold. Round wins, race wins, and championships start here. Join the American family today. For more information, visit AmericanRaceCars.net or see us at the track.
It really feels like can win a spring fling event, it's one of the most prestigious events you can win because a lot of really good bracket racers show up, and it's just a really tough atmosphere.
These are some of the best bracket racers all over the U.S. There's a great turnout this year, and I'm going up against the best of the best, trying to put my best foot forward. I think it's been really awesome. Definitely being challenged out here.
If someone asked me about spring fling, I would tell them to come and enjoy it because it's a great time. It's a full week of racing and a lot of beautiful cars and a lot of good competition.
If I was asked by anyone whether or not they should come to the spring fling, I would say absolutely. It's the best race on the West Coast. I would absolutely recommend it. Go spring fling team.
Okay. So we are down to one round of racing left. In the 2022 JEGS Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries, and with just one round left, the two drivers that remain are Garrett Griffith in the truck and Tim Markaglu in the dragster. Somebody is going to pick up an American Race Cars $30,000 win here today on the final day of the fling. And neither of the drivers are strangers to the winner's circle here at the fling. Last year, in 2021, Garrett Griffith won here on the first day to pick up a 15K win, and then turned around and went to Bristol and won $25,000 there. So Garrett Griffith has already parked his ride in the winner's circle at a fling twice. Tim Markaglu is coming back with 3 fling victories already in his pocket. He was a 10K winner in Vegas in 2016. Was a 15K winner in Galat last year in 2022, and was the 100K winner in Galat in 2021. So Markaglu has already won a 100 grander here at the fling, a 15 grander at the fling, and a 10 grander, and Garrett Griffith has already won a 25 grander and a 15 grander. So combined, the two drivers that are coming back to make an appearance in the final have 5 fling victories among them. Tonight, this afternoon, we're guaranteed to add the 6th fling victory to that list. And we'll see who gets to come back. I think the interesting thing here is going to be the lane choice question. because Garrett Griffiths, again, lane choice here decided by reaction time from the previous round. Griffiths match up with Gary Williams. He was 10 on the tree, getting the win light. Marker Glue's match up with Cameron Manuel. He was 10 on the tree. I mean, Cameron was trip zip perfect. We almost added another 000 hero to the list, but Marker Glue ended up 13 total with that 10 dead 3 to pick up the win light. So both drivers coming back with a 10 reaction time. And so I'm just kind of wondering if they've each got a lane that they like, but from what I've seen happening out here so far, Garrett likes the left lane. Tim likes the left lane. And I just confirmed with Pete that tiebreaker when it comes down to lane choice turns out to be the better overall package. Markaglu was 10 dead 3, so Markaglu will get the lane choice on that based on the better overall package. So with reaction time being kind of the first decision maker, if we run into a tie, which we just did, the tiebreaker was the better overall package. Markaglu was 10 dead 3, so he will get the lane choice when we come back in the finals. Again, Markaglu coming in with 3 victories already. Griffith coming in with 2 victories already. And we've got that one last pair. So while they are getting them turned around back in the staging lanes, as sad as it really makes me, it's kind of that time. And if I could sing for anything, I'd start singing that whole, time to say goodbye song. Time to say goodbye. Jared's the one with the pipes. He's got the golden voice. Jared will? He's going to come in and announce? Really? Well, now I'm going to have like a complex. Big Jed won't announce with us anymore, and then all of a sudden when I don't show up, he's like, sure, I'll come in. No, I'm just saying. He's like, he won't announce with us anymore, and then he's like, oh, well, if Nate's not there, then I'll go ahead and do it, because I don't want to have to work with him. Same thing with Loans. He's supposed to have been in here like multiple times, and he keeps canceling out at last minute. This time he blamed it on getting sick or something. I don't know. No, I certainly do. Again, I don't know if Brian happens to be listening in, but if so, man, we certainly hope that you do get feeling better very, very soon. We know that you've got Reading coming up, and you've got a pretty big, important job out there that the rest of the world depends on you to entertain them on those NHRA national events. So I hope you get feeling better soon if you're not already. But and Pete says he owes you owe him 2 flings free of charge. Hey, with that, finalists, let's get you headed back to the staging lanes, please. Finalists, let's get you headed back to the staging lanes, please. Again, we've got Garrett Griffith coming back. We've got Tim Markaglu coming back. All right. Marco coming up with a nice little stat. And we'll kind of save that one because it would only be legit if it happens, but we'll save that one because that is one of those whole things. But again, it is almost time to go, and once we wrap things up, there's not a whole lot of time left on the air. So for those of you that were racing with us this weekend, again, thank you for being part of this on behalf of everybody at National Trail Raceway, on behalf of everybody at the Fling, on behalf of Peter, Emily, and the late, great Kyle Seipel. We certainly appreciate all of you coming out to support this event once again. You know, we know that there are certainly plenty of options out there as far as where you get to choose your disposable income, that money that you use to play with, and we're honored that you chose to come out here and spend your weekend with us, go racing with us. Again, every single one of us hopes that we've delivered on our promise to provide you one of the best racing experiences that you've had, and we hope that everybody leaves with a smile on their face and that you will look fondly upon this event as one of your favorites. Again, we thank our hosts, National Trail Raceway, Jay Hollinger and JJ. We certainly appreciate all of the hard work that you guys put in getting ready for this event. For every single one of the track crew that were down there, for the safety folks at the top end, time slips, everybody that put work into this place, we appreciate your long hours, your dedication, you know, the time afterwards, scraping the track, the time before getting it ready. You guys are top notch. That is one of the things that when Peter and Kyle were looking at places to hold events, they look at the crew. They look at the facility. They look at how comfortable will the racers be here. But that crew plays and weighs heavily upon that decision of how well do they really take care of a racetrack. I mean, you look at what they do down there in Bristol. You look at what they do in Vegas, what they do at Galat. And National Trail is definitely on that same level as far as attention to the racing surface that they give. And this weekend, the packages that we saw going up on the scoreboard from the time we started all the way up until now, I mean, you look at how many of those 000 hero coins we gave away and how many of those runs were dead on. Are we up to 30? I mean, I know we gave away 11 today. I mean, it's just wild. But I mean, the number of dead-on runs that we saw is nothing but a huge, huge feather in the cap for the folks here at National Trail Raceway. I mean, this racetrack held up for hours and hours and hours on end and gave the racers exactly what they needed so that they could run the numbers that they predicted they would run. I mean, it was just, I really do think if we went back and looked at the number of dead-on runs here, I mean, our minds would just be blown. So, again, I absolutely 100% give absolute credit to the track crew out here for the racing surface that they put together for these racers, and it's been a pleasure being out here. So again, Jay, JJ, everybody that was there, give your entire crew a big pat on the back because they've treated all of the racers with respect, and they showed their respect for the racers by the surface that they gave them. So that was definitely cool. Again, we've had a lot of fun. We've given away a lot of great prizes. Thank you very much to our sponsors. Again, thank you to Jegs for being on board with us for as long as you have. Jegs, always a big part of what makes the Flings successful. Optima Batteries, been our presenting sponsor for so long. Thank you to each and every one of our day sponsors. APD Carburetors for our $15,000 Wednesday. Fuel Tech for our $30,000 Thursday. ATI Performance Products for a $100,000 Friday, and of course American Race Cars for our $30,000 Saturday. Thank you very much to Law Chevrolet Buick for the test and tune on Tuesday. Thanks again to American Race Cars and Race Tech for the shootout that we did on Tuesday. Very, very cool. And for our round sponsors, we're talking thank you very much to Stainless Works, Biondo Racing Products, FTI, Torque Tools, Hoosier, Mickey Thompson and Goodyear, putting up all of those great prizes. Thank you to Premier Moving for having the Fling Fun Zone going all weekend long. Thank you to Mullis Race Cars for sponsoring the Racer Appreciation Party on Friday night. Brodix for putting up those SR20 heads once again for that best package runoff. Todd's Extreme Paint for our MVP award and that Impact custom painted Vapor helmet that went to Chris Bear. Alta Lab for the weather stations that went out. Gothi Enterprises for the Bounty Award on Wednesday. Altronics, Larice Insurance, Autometer, Rad Torque Systems, Todd Barton for the best appearing car, Rigiels for the scoops, Mazir for the starters and water pumps, Strange Engineering, the sponsor of our live feed, and also throwing out some bonus prizes, Crew Chief Pro Software, Drag Race Solutions, K&N, Page Pro Products, The list goes on and on and on, and I do want to make sure. And Ivy Hutto, sponsor of the Kyle Seipel Never Give Up Award, which has yet to be handed out. But it will be handed out. When we're down in the winner's circle here today, we've got that has been decided. So we are going to be handing out the Kyle Seipel Never Give Up Award. Again, thanks to the folks at Ivy Hutto Golf Cart Sales and Service for that $1,000 bonus plus the custom crystal plaque. I'm trying to make sure that I go through the list here. There's just so many sponsors on this list. I want to make sure that I do not miss a single one of them, because each and every name that's on this list are the ones that turn around and reinvest in your program as racers, and we want to make sure that when you are out choosing products for your racing program that you turn to them first, because they are going to turn around and put that money back in your pocket in the form of sponsorships and promotions for races that you are going to be going to. So again, the list is huge. Racers, hold on to that flyer that you got. Use that as a guide to do your shopping the next time you are purchasing stuff for your products. And Lela just texted me the 000 Hero coins. We ended up giving out a total of 38 of them. 38 000 Hero coins were handed out this weekend. That's not the total perfect reaction times. That's just the perfect reaction times on a winning run Thursday through Saturday. We saw a whole bunch more than that, not more than 38, but a whole bunch more perfect reaction times on Wednesday. We saw a bunch of perfect reaction times that went up there on runs that did not turn on a scoreboard, but Thursday through Saturday, perfect reaction times on a winning run that got those 000 Hero coins was 38 total. That's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing. So after thanking all the sponsors, it looks like our finalists have made their way back into the staging lanes. We are getting ready to run one last pair here at National Trail Raceway to wrap up the 2022 JEGS Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. So I will take my moment to say from my heart, thank you very much for letting me be a part of this. I really appreciate being out here, being able to watch these races, being able to call the races. I'm really honored that Peter and Emily gave me the opportunity to do this so many years ago, and that Kyle was the one that said, hey, look, we got kind of this guy out in Vegas that hangs out and creeps out and won't leave the towers, so maybe we'll give him something to do out here, and I certainly appreciate that. But for everybody that came in here, I do also want to thank my West Coast buddy, John Stoverman, who's been out there on the switch with Bill Leahy this weekend. I appreciate him coming in here. He runs a pretty nice little track out there in northern Nevada as well. So if you get a chance, and if you're in the area of Top Gun out there by Fallon, swing by and say hi to John. They put on a fun little program up there as well. But I do want to thank Jeb. Jeb from the racetrack here, who stepped in when we came up a little bit short on announcers, and he's done a fantastic job. For those of you that have been listening this weekend, Jeb's been one of the other big voices that you've heard on the mic here this weekend, and for a young 17-year-old who's just kind of cutting his teeth in the racetrack business, I've heard nothing but great things about him, and I certainly appreciate what he has done, giving me a little bit of time off the mic from time to time. And Jeb, thank you very much. You did a nice job, and I would be happy to share the booth with you anytime we get the opportunity. So if you ever get out to Vegas, stop in and see me out there. And I certainly hope I get a chance to come back here and work with you again soon. You're an impressive up-and-coming individual, and I know you are going to go far in this racetrack business because you've got a couple of great teachers in Jay and JJ. And thank you very much, Jeb. I appreciate it having you as my partner here this weekend. So we are getting close to wrapping things up. Our two finalists have made their way back into the staging lanes. And again, before we close out, for all of you watching on the live feed, Mark and Joanne, I certainly appreciate all the work that you guys did, keeping the cameras rolling. Everybody has nothing but great things to say about the work that you do, the show that you put on, best in the business, Motor Mania TV. Make sure you subscribe to their YouTube channel so that you don't miss anything that they do. Some of the best out there. And we have got the best fans out there for every single one of you that populate and occupy the seats in the chat bleachers. You guys and gals are awesome. I really wish that I could be with you in Bristol. Unfortunately, the real job will keep me away from that. But I got to focus on what I got to focus on. You know, feeding the family comes first. But the next chance I get, I'll be back out here to join in with you at the next fling. So you're going to be in good hands. You're going to be in really good hands in Bristol. From what I understand, Mike Eames is going to be there. Big Jed is going to be there. Man, I wish I could be there with him. But it's going to be a lot of fun. And Big Jed's not so big anymore. He's getting little. I'm going to have to start calling him Little Jed. But it's going to be a good time. I hear engines roaring to life. One dragster, one door car, one shot, one run for one last trophy. As we mentioned before, between the two of them, there are already 5 main event day wins between them. Tim Markaglu, dragster rolling up on the left side of the racetrack out of Staten Island, New York. He's won in Vegas in 2016 in a 10K race. He's won in Galat in 2022 in a 15K race, and he won the big one in Galat for $100 grand in 2021. He's got a 452 dial on the left side of the racetrack, is back from the burnout, and Garrett Griffith will be his opponent here to close out the show in the 2022 JEGS Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Garrett has got 2 wins under his belt already. One here for a 15K in 2021, and then turned around, went to Bristol and nabbed another $25,000 win down there in the same year. The pre-stage bulb is lit. Garrett's going to be getting the head start with that 6.32 second dial. Dragster's in, door car is in, tree drops, final pair, final day, final round. Let's go. 9,000 separate them in reaction time, and the scoreboard lights up for Garrett Griffith. Garrett, 21 on the tree and dead on 2. He is 23 total, taking 12 thou at the stripe to get the win light. Tim Markaglu was 30 on the tree. He's also dead on the dial with a 452 on a 452, but it comes up for the door truck. 12 thou the margin at the stripe, and Garrett Griffith will be making his way back down here to pick up his 3rd win on the Fling Trail. He will add a $30,000 win to the 15K. He won here last year, the 25, or he won here in 2021, last year, and the 25K he won at Bristol. Nicely done, sir. Garrett Griffith gets the win light. Tim Markaglu, hats off to you as well. Raced one heck of an event, goes 30 on the tree, and goes 452 on a 452. To be 35 total. It was 12 thou the margin at the stripe, and it's Garrett Griffith who is going to collect up the final win here in Columbus. Thank you so much. We're going to head down into the winner's circle. Again, we've got our last winner's checks to hand out, as well as our Kyle Seipel Never Give Up Award, thanks to the Ivy Hutto Golf Cart and Sales. So we're going to head down that way. We'll be there soon. So we're down here on the final night of the Fling, standing in the winner's circle with our $30,000 champion on an American Race Cars Day, picking up his third Fling event. Picked up 2 of them last year, 1 here, 1 in Bristol. Comes right back and knocks them for 30 grand. Garrett Griffith is your champion tonight. Let's hear it for Garrett. Garrett, nice job, man. This whole event has been all about how consistent can you be with the packages. I mean, obviously drag racing's about that, but this week especially with the track that was out there, if you weren't on it, you were out, and you were out early, and you, sir, were definitely on it today, man. Tell me about your experience running for this 30 grand.
Yeah, it was honestly crazy. I was listening to all the runs yesterday, the day before, today. It's like 10 total, 9 total. They were laying down unreal runs, and I got by with a lot of 20 bulbs. So, but then I started hitting it a little better towards the end. But just unreal. I mean, I started off the week a little rough, a couple second round, third round losses, but this makes up for it.
Certainly does. Talking about having to be on it on the tree, you said you got by a little bit. Today you weren't getting by. You were coming into this final round. Both you and Tim were 10 on the tree. I mean, action times to get in here today. You did a nice job behind the wheel, sir, but you've got a lot of support right here. Tell me about what keeps you going.
Yeah, I mean, obviously my dad, my mom, my sister back home, my girlfriend Lindsay. I forgot to shout her out the last time, so that was big right there. But all of her family, I mean, I couldn't do it without them. They're with me every weekend, and we just have fun. It's a good time, yeah. And yeah, thanks Mike Trout Motorsports. I know you're watching Karma Racing. But yeah, it's unreal.
Well, it is unreal, man. 3 of these things, which is really cool. 3 checks, 3 jackets, 3 trophies. It's time for you to go celebrate. Ladies and gentlemen, we're wrapping up our final night. Let's get really loud one more time for Garrett Griffith, your champion on an American Race Cars $30,000 Saturday. And we do all learn that just like when we're racing cars, you got to shout out the people that, we all learn. All right, so racers, that's it. We're wrapping up. Motor Maniacs that have been listening online all week long, thank you very much for being part of this. We're going to wrap up this show, and in about another week or so, we'll be live at it again in Bristol. We appreciate all of you. Mark, Joanne, happy anniversary. For all of you that are out there, good night, travel safe, and we'll see you next time down the road. Bye.
Hello. I'm in an echo chamber if I don't mute the thing. Wow! What a week! Okay, let's start at the beginning. All right. We started Tuesday with Bill Webb and Matt Schell taking, Bill Webb took the victory over Matt Schell in the American/Racetrack Dragster 32 Car Shootout. Now, both of those gentlemen received a dragster, but Bill Webb got to pick, he got first pick. So, but they both won a dragster. Oh my gosh, you know. Anyway, then we had Wednesday, the APD 15K eliminations, where Josh Ludke took the victory over Wes May. Alrighty, then we had a shootout on Wednesday. It was a 32 car 5K, and Gerald Engel won a victory over Cameron Atkins. It was all door car final. It was great. Anyway, you know how the maniacs are. Anyway, then Thursday we had the Fuel Tech 30K, and Pete Diagnolo took the victory over Eric Paterka. Great racing there. Let me see. Also, we had Thursday another 16 car, we had a 16 car 5K, and Josh Baker took the victory over Shane Blackburn on that one. Alrighty. I'm tired already. Okay. Friday, we had the ATI 100K, and Kyle Coltrera took the victory over Nick Hastings in that tribute race that they did for Sean Serra. Let's see. Also, we had the Brodix shootout, or challenge, whatever. Anyway, and Jeff Fargo and Chris Bear were in that. The dragster was Chris Bear, and Jeff Fargo had the door car, and Jeff Fargo took home the heads. Alrighty. Saturday, today. Okay. We had a Never Give Up award, and that was awarded to Gary Williams. We also had the 2022 Summer Fling MVP award, and that was awarded to Chris Bear. And drum roll on the very last event that we had today, or this week, was the American Race Car 30K eliminations, and Garrett Griffith took the victory over Tim Markaglu. Alrighty, that was it. Thank you to Strange Engineering for bringing us in and keeping us free to the viewer. We're going to pack up and head to Crossville, Tennessee. We have the Jim Sweet Memorial Race there, while, and Team 3 is doing the SFG Super Bowl of bracket racing at Darlington. So we're headed out. We got to pack up. And so say your goodbyes to each other as I run these final videos. And we'll see you next week from Crossville, Tennessee. Okie dokie? Wow. Okie dokie.